All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is June 18th, 2025, and we got a very interesting day ahead of us. We have Jerome Powell, summary of economic projections, and right now, the world is watching on whether or not we are going to be getting into another global conflict. So there is a lot in store. Oh, there's the quiet. Oh, wait, hold on. There you go. Oh, yeah, there's a lot in store. Even got a little bit of jobs data here in the AM, but again, all eyes are on the conflict and now what Jerome Powell is going to do. And we talked about it last night. I do think this whole situation gives Powell a lot of cover. There's a lot of people thinking that today doesn't really produce anything different in terms of rate cuts. So we'll see where it all takes us. But man, oh man, Chattadonia, welcome to summer. I hope you're ready. So Chattadonia, good morning. We're going to do it a little different today. Oh, I got good things, sir. Look, you're going to notice some things today. I have some different things. Again, I only got a little bit of Josh AI for you. And then we're going to get into a couple of the plays. And then we will go from there. So, good morning. What up, Gus? What up, Tim Whitman? Alex, Truth, Z-Rock, Mark, Enrico, Dallas, Eat and Run, Liquid, Skittle, Andreas. Good morning, baby. What up, Dystopian? What up, Mark, James, Owen, Shitzo? Good morning, Devlin, Mr. Edwards, Anzel, Mark J, PNC in the house, Seven Legal, Dia, Enrico, Passion. Oh my goodness, let's go. What up, Ghost? What up, Peanut? How you doing, Godfather? Rocky Topo, good morning. Wake up, baby. Doing homework. Kurt McGirt. Thoughts and emotions. Professor Loud. Mr. Mostby. Oh, what's up, baby? So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're ready. U.S. Steel in the pond. Close the deal. Oh, wow. So, Chattadonia, good morning. I hope you're locked in the YouTube banned your channel too, bro. All right, man. You got to join in. I'm gonna hit him up every day. That's all we could do, bro. Believe me. Even then, I guess you and I are in the same boat, brother. So good morning and welcome. But Chattadonia, here is Josh AI with a little bit of the news. Just a couple of headlines, and then I'm gonna finish it out for you. I've streamlined it a lot, and then we're just gonna chat. Literally, let's talk. Let's talk, baby.
Top overnight news, geopolitics. Trump holds NSC meeting as he ponders whether to participate in strikes against Iranian nuclear facilities. Link, Bloomberg, CNN, FT. Iran preparing to retaliate if U.S. joins strikes, including proxy attack on U.S. forces in Middle East or mining Strait of Hormuz. NY Times. U.S. deploying more fighter jets to Middle East, though officials stress their defensive nature. Reuters, Bloomberg. Sources say Israel faces shortage of Arrow interceptors, raising concerns about its defense against Iranian missiles. Link, Reuters. Trump and Netanyahu speak. Israeli defense establishment believe Trump likely to enter the war in the coming days. Axios. Tensions rise between Trump and DNI Gabbard as she warns against nuclear conflict, challenging his stance on Iran. Politico, Axios. Cybersecurity experts warning U.S. companies about potential Iranian cyber attacks. Axios, Politico. G7 summit ends without joint Ukraine statement as U.S. blocks tough language against Russia. Politico, Bloomberg, FT. India's Modi told Trump that recent end to war with Pakistan was not result of U.S. mediation or talk of trade deal. Reuters, Bloomberg. Trump set to meet Pakistan's Army Chief Asim Munir amid U.S. considerations of supporting Israeli airstrikes on Iran. Bloomberg, FT. Trade tariffs, no trade deal traction out of G7 despite looming Nigel reciprocal tariff deadline, with Trump's focus on tariffs as a revenue source complicating prospects. Link. U.S. Commerce Department will announce findings on national security sectors, likely imposing tariffs on foreign imports. Bloomberg. Global businesses are using tariff engineering to redesign products and reduce higher tariff costs legally. CNBC. As U.S. tariffs limit access, China rapidly increases exports globally, reshaping economies and trade dynamics. NY Times. China's rare earth exports, crucial for industries, dropped 61% in May to a 5-year low due to export curbs. Bloomberg. Japan PM Ishiba repeats, will prioritize national interests, won't rush into trade deal. Bloomberg, Japan firms urge China to speed up rare earths export licenses amid risk of disruption to consumer goods supply chains. Kyoto, Trump keeps 25% tariff threat on UK steel, demands Port Talbot guarantees as trade deal talks drag on. Guardian, Trump says he will probably extend the deadline for TikTok divestiture if he can secure China's approval. Politico, Reuters, Taiwan's blacklisting of Huawei and SMIC signals Taipei's efforts to participate in thwarting China's chip sector. Bloomberg, central banks, Fed expected to keep interest rates unchanged, reiterate need for more clarity on economic impact of government policy. Bloomberg, Riksbank cuts rates to 2% amid slow recovery and global risks, signals cautious pause. Bloomberg, ECB's Panetta says Eurozone economic prospects face substantial risks from Trump's tariffs and Middle East conflicts. Bloomberg, BOK says tariff impact uncertain, likely to have disinflationary effect from China, dumping goods to neighboring markets. Bloomberg, corporate U.S. companies are cutting workforces by 3.5%, believing having fewer employees leads to faster growth and efficiency. Link, U.S. regulators considering reducing capital requirements under enhanced SLR to 3.5-4.5% from current 5%. Bloomberg, Amazon CEO Jassy says he expects AI will reduce its corporate workforce over the next few years. Bloomberg, XAI burning through $1B/month to cover cost of advanced AI models, prompting attempt to raise $9.3 billion in debt and equity. Bloomberg, Sam Altman says Meta offering OpenAI employees up to $100 million in bonuses to attract top AI talent for a new team. Bloomberg, FT, Waymo expanding robo-taxi services in San Francisco and parts of Silicon Valley. Reuters, big tech lobbying for a 10-year ban on state regulations of AI, aiming to maintain dominance amid industry divisions. FT, Trump's approval of Nippon Steel's takeover of U.S. Steel with a golden share raises concerns over government control in M&A. FT, investigators examining whether Boeing's Air India Flight 171's engines failed during takeoff. Reuters, Kraft Heinz will remove all chemical dyes from products within 2 years following advocacy for bans. NY Times, Airbus raises dividend payout target to 50%, reaffirms 2025 guidance amid strong demand. Bloomberg economy, Americans dialed back spending at restaurants by the most since 2023 in May. Bloomberg, China's housing market continues to decline, with new home prices dropping 0.2% in May, raising concerns for policymakers. FT, UK inflation remains at 3.4% in May, with core inflation decreasing to 3.5% YYY. Bloomberg, CNBC. Japan manufacturer sentiment weakens amid ongoing concerns over tariffs. Soft China demand. Reuters. Japan exports contract for first time in 8 months. Auto and steel shipments weighed down by tariffs. Bloomberg. Markets. Wall Street's focus on the Fed's dot plot for rate cuts may mislead investors, prompting Fed officials to reconsider its use. Link. Traders build record future position betting that Powell's successor in May 2026 will adopt more dovish stance. Bloomberg. Despite rising U.S. stocks, investors face concerns over tariffs, federal deficits, and geopolitical tensions. NY Times, Yahoo Finance. Dollars decline viewed as symptom of global investors' rejection of Trump's policies. Bloomberg. China's central bank governor predicts a shift to a multipolar currency system, with the renminbi gaining prominence. FT. Washington Congressional Budget Office says House spending bill would add $2.80 to U.S. deficits over the next decade. Axios. Bloomberg. Senate Republicans face challenges in passing a mega bill by 4 July, with concerns over policy gaps and timing. Link. Politico. industry and business groups dependent on immigrant workers, concerned about Trump administration's quick reversal of crackdown reprieve and its broader economic implications, Washington Post. Appeals court reviewing Trump's deployment of California's National Guard without state approval, with ruling due soon, Bloomberg.
S&P futures, they're up by 0.1 Wednesday morning, comes after U.S. equities finish lower on Tuesday. Solar, airlines, casino, apparel, crypto, machinery, healthcare among the laggards, along with the most crowded shorts. Energy and AD, select staples outperform. Treasuries a touch firmer across the curve. Yields down 2 to 3 basis points. Dollar is off by 0.2. Gold is down by 0.3. Bitcoin up by 0.1 and WTI up 0.3 after jumping more than 4% Tuesday. If you read Twitter, you would think oil is at 100. Market seems to be waiting in mode for next developments in the Middle East, nothing particularly incremental since Trump's wave of more hawkish comments on Tuesday and a myriad of headlines about the heightened probability of U.S. military involvement in the conflict. FOMC announcements this afternoon may be a non-event, with the Fed widely expected to stress the uncertainty dynamic, something which should also exasperate the scrutiny surrounding the market's dot plot focus. Also quiet in terms of trade coming out, a G7 meeting, things as expected, did not signal any meaningful progress ahead of the July 9th reciprocal tariff deadline. When it comes to fiscal policy, no shortage of headlines about the complexities in both. It just disappeared. Complexities, FOMC, widely expected. Also quiet in terms of trade. Both getting the reconciliation bill out of the Senate, then back through the House, while it looks increasingly unlikely by July 4th. Elsewhere in Washington, quick decision to reverse immigration crackdown reprieve for key industries increasingly flagged as an economic risk. However, deregulation dynamic back on the front burner, with report banks to get 150 basis point reduction in enhanced supplementary leverage ratio, ESLR. Jobless claim of 245,000, down from upwardly revised 250, though a bit better than the 250 consensus. Continuing claims of 1.945, down from 1951, highest since November 21. Housing starts down by 9.8% month over month, missing expectations and the lowest since May of 2020. Building permits down 2% month over month, and the lowest since June 20. This afternoon brings June FOMC decision, updated SEP, Powell press conference, no policy change expected, and Fed expected to reiterate patience mantra in the face of elevated macro and policy uncertainty. Big debate into the meeting seems to revolve whether the updated dot plot will see a hawkish shift from 2 to 1 cuts for 25. U.S. markets close for Juneteenth tomorrow, and Philly Fed caps off the week on Friday. Very quiet in terms of corporate news. Meta said to be making huge bonus and annual compensation offers to OpenAI staffers as it looks to build top AI team. Google unit Waymo expanding robo services in San Francisco and parts of Silicon Valley. CTVA said first half EBITDA growth in MSD upper digits prior to the last report. PAA to sell bulk of NGL business to Key for $3.75 billion in cash. Hasbro cut approximately 3% of its workforce. Lazy Boy reported mixed fiscal fourth quarter. Sales better, EPS light, softer GMs and higher tax rate, while Q1 guidance captured the consensus. BMEA down big on secondary offering following the latest weight loss study evaluating BMF 650. Va Habibi! Look, so much. Yeah, so that's it. I simplified it today. Like, I had fun talking to you guys yesterday. That was fun. So I'm gonna give you guys the plays. We'll talk about what's moving right now, and then you will have the next 10-20 minutes for whatever you want, my brother. Well, we could talk about a lot. Again, if you have any plays, any ideas. SMR is up by 3.8%. Updates on hydrogen research, reaction, and reports UK considering SMRs. Marvel up 3.7, Nucor up 3.1, Circle is up by 2.9, Senate passes Genius Act, Affirm up 2.7, Prudential reportedly to provide $500 million of credit line, SYM up 1.9, AMD up 1.6, multi-year agreement with Microsoft to co-engineer silicon, QXO up 1.6, William Blair outperform, ASTS 1.3, partnership with Vodafone Idea, JBL up 1.3, Argus research upgrade, ADI 1.3, Cantor assumes overweight. SRRK up 13, results from phase 2 Embrace proof of concept trial. KFY up 11.6 off earnings. BHC 4.0 insider buy. GNW 3.2 Keefe Bruyette and Woods upgrade. ARRY up 2.3 to acquire APA Solar in transaction for $179 million. LSC is up 75%. PRE is up 11.3. Definitive agreement for stake in ACT Genomics. INVZ up 8.2, signed statement of development work agreement with top 5 passenger automotive manufacturer. pressure. STLD down 2-1. Q1 guidance. AU down 1-7. BABA down 1-5. EU initiates further action on illegal product listings. ZTS down 1-1. Stifle downgrade. BTDR down 6-8. Prices 330 million convertible note. Run down 1-9. RBC downgrade. ACB down 12-9 off earnings. BMEA down 11-7. New preclinical trial 28-day weight loss study in obese non-human primates. What? They're testing Ozempic on fucking apes? I guess. Before, I don't know, man. CRDF down 8-6 appoints Roger Sidhu as chief medical officer to share additional clinical data on July 29th. Woo! Chatadonia. Ape Zempic. No. Oh, so Chatadonia. Not too many plays. Again, even on the pre-market, I do think a lot of the war stuff has kind of got in the way when it's all said and done. And then now we're waiting for Powell. Remember, not much is expected. There is sadly a very, very good chance that nothing comes out of the SCP. So if something does happen, I think we'll be able to react to the surprise. But till then, oh, it's going to be interesting. So other than that, Chad, we got about 10 minutes. And then we will get into the pledge. And then did you guys notice something? Do you notice that today, right now, you could turn off your phone if you're a member? So I hope you enjoy that. But do you guys know what's going on? So yeah, they might be hiding the stream today since we, started to go against the man. But here's the deal. Yeah, if I'm going to delete my videos, then y'all got to listen to Jesus and you got to listen to the pledge. So I think it's kind of bittersweet, So like I always told you guys, we operated for a certain way, and like, dude, this is where a lot of the bullshit stemmed from. I hope you guys realize it. We talk about the veterans, the fucking anti-communist, whatever. They report my videos. Like, you get what I'm saying? I talk about Jesus, they report the video. That's not even getting into the truthful politics to even explain how the fucking media and Bloomberg keeps fucking everybody over. That's a whole nother level. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, though, if I already, if I got to burn the watch list, I got to burn all this stuff, then yeah, I think we should honor the troops publicly, because now people can't hold it over my head. There's literally nothing that you could hold over my head. I love it. God bless America. So other than that, Chatadonia, I don't really have any good plays for this morning. Again, usually by pre-market, I think we have a lot. I'm going to be watching Boeing, gold, silver, and then just keep an eye out. Oh, were you guys there for the watch list? So maybe we could talk about it now. But the dollar. So I really believe that a lot of people are misinterpreting the dollar right now. And I think that the whole end of the U.S. exceptionalism train, if there truly is an escalation, I think the dollar could strengthen very aggressively. And we talked about it last night. Again, this was on the watch list. I had to delete it because if I left it up, again, people would have reported me and YouTube would have defended them. But this is what I was showing, is that the dollar is actually heavily shorted right now. Fund managers are the most underweight on the dollar in the last 20 years. And long story short, think about it, bro. If we get an escalation of war, they don't care about exceptionalism. Everybody is going to run to the dollar. So I think that could make a really big difference. But again, you guys see from last night to today, dude, nothing has happened. Again, you haven't had a declaration. Iran said they'll do something that everybody will remember for centuries. We haven't gotten any of that. So we'll see how it all plays out. But when it's all said and done, I think today it's going to be a nice little juggling. But like we talked about, bro, there's many opportunities for Powell to just hide behind all of these recent events. What's this? Kato, yo, appreciate you! Thank you, Billy. God bless Josh. You made a difference in people's lives, and I hope it causes a chain effect. Well, amen, bro. And literally, and some dude in here today was just like, Josh, my channel got banned, and that's sad, bro. So like I said, if you guys do want to help out, please reach out to YouTube every day. We're tweeting them and we're making it there. Again, I love YouTube still. I really, really do, man. I'm not trying to cause any problems, but this is objectively incorrect. And like I'm saying, it's preventing us from archiving and documenting the stock market just because we say Pledge of Allegiance, just because we talk about Jesus, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, I have different politics, but I've never sought out to do harm. And I think you could tell by the fruit here that we've done a lot. So either way, at least you know why the videos don't stay up. But should be a good time, and I appreciate all y'all supporting. If you want to, feel free, write a letter to the White House. That is another thing that we are doing as well. But other than that, if you have any questions, we got about 5 minutes, and then it's game time, baby. So yeah, if you have any questions, now would be your time. You want to talk about anything? People were asking me about real estate yesterday before the market. Anything in between? You want to talk about YouTube drama? You tell me, baby. This is your time, and God bless the veterans. So amen, bro. Amen. It is. You got to burn after reading. That's it. It's like Inspector Gadget. It's beautiful. What would you say about YouTube drama? I mean, I'm used to it. I'm appreciative of it, bro. I love it. I love it. I love the catfish. You know, I've been dealing with people. I've been dealing with YouTube, and I don't know. I'm very grateful for how it's pushed me, because I've already done a lot trading. I've already done a lot of work in the markets, but yeah, I don't know. It gets you excited. Oh, ball yesterday was terrible, dude. Dude, I went 0 for 5. You know that? And guess, are you ready for this, bro? Dude, I had to guard a girl. So then I'm like awkward. I'm like, all right, bro. I'm like sweaty and smelly. I'm not trying to, like, I don't know this chick. Like, I ain't trying, like, why, man? We were playing 4-on-4. You know what I'm saying? And then, bro, and then I get cooked by this chick, bro. And then I'm like, all right, whatever. And then I finally, like, get like a couple of good plays, bro. I'm even crossing up her. I'm crossing up the other dudes, bro. Every layup I missed, bro. I whiffed it. I went 0 for 5, bro. It's terrible. Wide open jump shots, bro. It will be on target, and then I just clip the tip of the rim, and then I'm like, man, this is bullshit. And then, bro, I was tired. I was sweating. It was terrible, bro. You damn. I was Angel Reese in that situation. Oh, man, that's terrible. Right, but yeah, that was I gotta try again today though, but yesterday was not good. I did not ball out. And then I try to work out afterwards. I try to like lift, because I was like, all right, man, I didn't want to do a lift. I just wanted to play ball. And then, bro, tell me why I'm sweating everywhere. Have you ever done like tricep dips while sweating? Oh, dude, I felt so bad. I left the puddle. I'm sorry if you don't want to hear this in the morning, but I am, this was all within the last 12 hours, I guess. But yeah, man, you watched Air Bud last night? Hell yeah, bro, I need to go watch that. That's what I'm talking about. Amen. So yeah, Chad, anything else? Any other questions? Real estate, stocks? Again, I hope you're aware of silver. That's the other part we talked about yesterday. You know, for every dude, I'm telling you, bro, the guys who've been stacking silver are rejoicing. You have no idea. And now Wall Street is finding any theme they can to pump up silver. They're like, AI, you need silver for AI. You need silver for war. Every gun needs silver. I'm like, what? That's crazy. You email YouTube. Good. Well, write a letter, bro. Write a letter to the White House, all of you. For real. Let them know the impact this channel has had on you, and let them know what you have witnessed with your own very eyes. I'm telling you, I really think I love it, bro. I'm telling you, I'm grateful for the catfish. I love all of this. Now that I know no one could hold shit over my head, I'm rejoicing. Amen. God is good. And I think we gonna talk to the president. So, and now you guys know too, like this whole time you thought I had an inside track with all this info. Clearly I don't. So yeah, I want to talk to the president. Y'all can help me out with that. Let's make a change, bro. They always say you can't make a change. They say, Josh, why you want to go up against somebody big? They gonna crush you. Little homie, they would have crushed me already. Amen. So yeah, I hope they feel me. But Chattadonia is bigger than all of that. And I'm so glad, bro. I'm so glad all of you could hear this today. You know what I'm saying? There's no terrorist out there that could hold this over our head. No one could do anything. You know that is good. And I hope you guys are listening, even if I don't see you in the chat, bro. For real, because every single day, and it didn't matter, bro, even if we went members only or not, bro, there's something we really care about here. And I hope all of you listen up, like, for real, bro. All of you young guys, all of you people who have never served, for real, we have already made a change with this, and you can make a change with it. But at the end of the day, bro, I hope you honor those who have made such a sacrifice for the freedom that you have today. You want to go and sit at home. You want to go and trade stocks. You want to enrich yourselves. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. Imagine if you had to wake up every day and there was ballistic missiles going off. Guess what? A lot of you wouldn't do anything, and you would look to the people who have already sacrificed so much and have committed to this country, and that is the veterans of the United States of America. So don't ever forget it. And at the end of the day, bro, all of you could use your voice, and all we're asking, bro, is a little bit of support and love for the veterans as a culture, bro. Society fails if you cannot honor the people that have given their lives for your freedom. That's ridiculous. So I really hope all of you could do that and show that love. And veterans, for real, the families, thank you for everything you have given. And if anybody should be getting a long term, if anybody should be having this info and using it, getting property, it should be you. You have fought for this country. It is now your time to own your piece of it. So God bless all of you, and thank you. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Set the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Order! Oh, Chad, Adonia. Oh, you thought you were going to get the wire still? Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, let's make some more changes, brother. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, but shout out the vets, baby. Shout out the vets. You can't even punish me for it. God bless America. America is the greatest country that the world has ever seen, and the Americans who have fought for it and live in this country, oh my, oh man. So thank you, America. Thank you, vets. You know that I love y'all, bro. I fucking love y'all. And I'm glad that somebody who doesn't like it could hear how much I love y'all. And I hope all of y'all just love, bro. And love to the veterans in this great country, bro. Are you kidding me? Oh, yeah. So let's go, baby. Good morning. We only got 1 minute, man. So like I said, Boeing, gold, silver, dollar. It sounds like a fucking kit to kill a vampire or something, but that's all I'm going to be watching. So keep your eyes out for it. We'll see where it takes us, and then get ready. There will be a big move right ahead of it. Remember, on these Powell days, you usually get that like one big move up or down, and then it kind of chills out, and then like an hour before we start to play that other game. So we will see where it takes us, my friends and my brethren, but Chad Adonia. Game time. All right, other than that, call out anything. Please read the rules. Don't post your plays. Nobody cares. You're most likely pumping anyways. And get a long term. Oh, yeah. I did not buy my silver bullets. No. Look at oil, bro. And then, bro, you guys got to be careful. I talked about it last night, bro. I'm telling you. Dude, even LT, bro, I had to give lending tips. I'm like, dude, you're above the age of 40 now. I had to give him a course on like AI videos. I had to show him. I'm like, bro, they're not those are not real missiles. Calm down. I'm like, that's not real, bro. And then you read Twitter, bro. If you go off of Twitter, you would think oil is already at $200. I'm telling you, last night, bro, they'd be like, oil's up 7%, oil's up 5%, missiles, 5%, and I look, bro, and I look at the futures, I'm like, it's down. So it's actually insane, bro. Make sure you guys always double check prices before going off of sentiment, okay? Just as a reminder, but 15 seconds, baby. Let's go. Get ready for Powell. God bless America. Shout out to the vets, baby. Uh-huh. All right, man. So good luck. 3, 2, 1. Oh, it didn't give me the noise.
Round 1. Fight.
I gotta open up the other platform. All right. So like I'm saying, it should be a little bit chilled, and they'll probably be maybe in the first hour or maybe like hour 2. They'll probably be like a 20 to 30 point move. You guys know what I'm talking about? If there's gonna be a flush or a run up, and then you'll reverse it, and then like an hour before Powell, they're gonna start doing that shit. So get ready for it. Israel attacking Supreme Leader's underground headquarters. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I see Israel Air Force destroys Iran's internal security HQ. Yeah, Israel reportedly begins striking Iranian Supreme Leader underground headquarters. So that's why oil. So again, you guys just saw USO start to tick up there. Again, we do have oil plays. I don't know where they're at. Let me check. Oh, even the UVXYs came back up. So again, if you did oil debit spreads, those are a good play. I forgot about that one play too, AIP. You guys remember the NVIDIA one yesterday? So yeah, let's see though. Some of the oil cheapies calm down. No, oh, they're just raising this spread, little scammers. So yeah. What happened to Pledge of Allegiance? I did it on this one. Because again, now that I took all the videos off, what's it called? No one could report me for being an American. So yeah. But again, a lot of you aren't getting the video notifications though in the last 48 hours. So odd. Boeing. All right, Roblo. That one's going. Again, SPY is actually about to go negative. Dow's already red. Russell. Everything's matched up about 0.05. Let's see where we're at. Like I said, I'm not trying to force anything today. Because, again, leading into the Fed. Actually, though, we do have any of those SPY plays. Let's see. AIVA. Actually, that will be. See if in the morning, if we actually get see if we actually hit a new low of this cycle. So, again, remember, since all of this stuff started happening, you hit the low of 59.63. We bounced up almost 100 points, and then now you're like right near the low end, but we haven't broken it. I still show up on subscriptions. That's good, though. As long as it shows up in the subscriptions. Yesterday it wasn't, so either way. You know, the Lord whispers, bro. What's meant to be is meant to be. Oil is going vertical, so watch out for that. Let's see. Equal weight is actually in the green. No way. So, yeah, you don't even have like a crazy tech imbalance or anything yet. So we will find out. Let me know if silver goes up too. Yeah, silver's down. I still can't even believe it's there. Okay, Boeing on the low. Cities on the high. Remember banks yesterday, they were kind of doing a lot there. And then put premiums are starting to climb again. All right, the USOs are up a lot. Big spreads, though. That's what you got to watch out for. Bro, they dropped the bids on a lot of things. So even like the Reddits yesterday, those had they all had bids. There's no bid on them even right now. OpenAI starts selling ChatGPT at a discount, hurting Microsoft. The information are? What does that mean? I don't know if they're talking about product discount or equity discount. Hegseth Live? I'm not too sure. The video, yeah, the watch list, I have to delete them. Like I said, I mean, I'm very happy. I don't know if you guys could tell. It's very nice to be able to report and tell you guys stuff without threat of unfair punishment. So the only way we could do that, since YouTube is going to side with the scammers, the only way we could do that is by deleting every video. So if you're not there to watch my videos live, unfortunately, you will be missing it. And if you don't like that, write a letter to the White House or the YouTubes. LNC. Lincoln National. Again, you're going down. Oof, I want to get rid of one of these, but we will hold. Give me a second. All right, yeah, it's going up. These haven't maxed out any higher, though. So, yeah, like I said, I'm going to be looking right now. I want to see if we hit a new low. So I want to see how we're going to play here. I think you have filled that gap last night. But yeah, so 59.63, that's the low end of all of this. And then we will find out. I don't want to deal with it. Myrna's on the high. Why such a big spread, Habibi? I'm getting ready. TLT's on the high. Like I told you guys, I do think TLT, if there's anything surprising with rate cut odds today, that thing's going to go nuts. Because like nobody is pricing it in right now. So most people are expecting that today produces nothing, even though it is a summary of economic projections. I do think that is probably the most fascinating part about this. So we'll see. I almost got rid of that. Futu, watch China plays. Again, there was bad China news related to the euro today. Yeah, the pharma. That was really bad news. Tesla ripping. Hi. And then DG. Some of you guys were calling that one out in the morning. Airbnb on the low, bond. Oh, where's the dollar? You know? All right, I sold my SPY puts. Again, they actually went up a decent amount. These are the ones before the Iranian shit. That was all pre-Powell. RBNE halted. Again, watch those little energy plays if they keep going up. We should probably keep a USO up here. But yeah, oil's still up. And then again, I haven't played it in a long time. I don't think I will, but we'll see. But yeah, the dollar. That's the other one. Where's silver? There's Oklo. I said, Oklo, you don't need to feel down. Oh, the USOs. No, they won't put the fucking bid back on. CCJ, more uranium names. SPY going up, and then oil just took a stick. It's honestly not that big. It just looks big on the USO chart, but actually pretty decent, man. That's almost $1, like 50, 60 cents. But yeah, oil coming down, so that could be some good news. Unconfirmed reports Tehran police HQ has been destroyed. That's coming out now. Well, you could play the dollar in many ways. That's why, like, I genuinely want a pure dollar play, like a DXY, because I do think this play on the dollar is only related to crisis. So if there truly is like a real Middle Eastern conflict, a lot of people don't like the dollar will be in high demand. So and gold. So usually you could play a strong or weak dollar with what it's paired against. But in this case, I would just kind of go for a leveraged, I say levered not to gamble, but levered because that's what it means when you're just playing the dollar for the dollar, not paired against anything, that'd just be like holding your dollar bill. But if you used it in a financial element, you would be using a certain amount of leverage. So let me see. Yeah, bro, these plays are terrible. Oh, it was just single-handedly terrible. You know what I'm saying? YouTube's hiding me? No, they're not. The Lord is hiding me. You know that's a Bible verse? They don't feel me. Circle on the high. And then Bobo. Yeah, circle kind of ripping and then bowing. Again, circle's already up because of the Genius Act. Let me see. Because again, I like those, but they are super expensive. Habibi, why you go so much? Oh, okay. I found one. They're kind of shitty, though. Oh, yeah, we made RTX free. Oh, Synchrony. Don't forget about that. Yeah, dude. MP's crazy. India Trade Minister currently negotiating 9 trade deals, including the EU. MTSR. Hooya. Watch if those other oil plays start going. What is that? Iranian near bomb-grade uranium location uncertain. Watchdog says. Yeah, KWE. Don't we have those, or did I sell them? I had one of those. Or is that KWM? That was the Bitcoin one. I think that one's different. TMC. Look at Iraq. Iraq got a big upgrade today. I'm surprised it's not there. Tesla went up. Yeah, Reddit did very good yesterday, too. And then again... Watch the crypto plays. Oh, yeah, you're right. The market is closed tomorrow, you guys. Where should I go? Where should I go? I don't know. I want to go somewhere. And then that way we could party. Should we go to Vegas? And then party in Vegas on Friday. Live stream on Friday, Vegas. Haram, Habibi. Haram. Oscar Health. That one's been ripping. Shout out to Watchlist. Okay, bonds are going up. I have an idea, dude, but... terrible. Go fishing. Wow. That'd be nice. Jackson Hole. But then I do kind of want to like not go on a plane. I don't know. Just something about, yeah. You got a nice heat wave in the East Coast. Yalla. You're going to New Orleans? New Orleans. Okay, the Reddit's got a bid again. Little scammers. J&J on the low. And then this is what I was saying on the watch list yesterday. Do you guys notice, bro? We're stacking up the cash. Well, you know, we're already halfway done with this month. But, like, do you guys see it? A lot of the names that we want, as our cash pile is getting bigger, all of those names are coming right back down again. Remember last week you saw a couple of names, like, really pop? And you're like, remember Target went 93 to 100. Now it's back there. This is my favorite one, Nike. Because remember I want Nike at, Hims. Jeez, Hims just got himmed. That probably could be the one. Honestly, it's not that bad. I think it's just because Hims has multiple, you know how there's like Himsy? That's why it looks like that. The low ticker made it look way worse. So yeah, just all the multiple Hims derivatives. India Trade Minister, UK engaged in negotiating a bilateral investment. But yeah, like I'm telling you, and then SPY's starting to work up. But dude, I'm like these names that we wanted, bro, they're kind of coming back down. So It sucks when they're going up and like we had a little window, but there's some good names that we've been targeting, and it's like, damn, they were just 10%, 20% higher, but now this little like, you know, drama we've been going through or whatever the war or whatever brings, we got the cash. So yeah, bro, it's gonna be fun. The trade deals are supposed to be announced July 4th to July 9th. I think reciprocal trade deals are July 9th, and then July 4th we're gonna hear about the spending bill. That's what and again, I hope you know, I hope the YouTube makes it accessible. They probably haven't, but I've tried to simplify things to make it as easy as possible for you guys. But keep in mind, on the main channel, the videos I've been making have been about July 4th or July 6th. I hope all of you understand. Do you guys don't think it's weird? Like, I hope, can I direct your attention to the screen? Can you guys take a look here? You guys don't think it's weird that you're in the same exact range as like October, November of last year? Like, yeah, we had a freak out because, again, you watched a level of uncertainty that has never been witnessed before in history. Again, I would call it manufactured, but we'll agree to disagree or agree. But you don't like, do you see what I'm saying? Look, nothing's changed, you guys. Do you realize that everybody is lining up? That's what I'm trying to tell you. The race has not started. So if you, again, that's why I'm like, it's awesome that we're doing good this year. But do you understand that the race has not begun? And that's why I'm telling you, we're at this same little range. We're all like fighting over Powell and economies and Trump, all this stuff, right? But that spending bill, that's the gun going off. That's the go. That's when everything starts. Because right now, until we know the spending bill, until we know what we're dealing with, because even then, when I look at oil, when I look at everything else, I'm putting it against this context, and we don't know what's going to happen. That's why I'm saying, you know, you're going to get that spending bill, and that is going to be where we start moving. So it will be summer, but July 4th, I don't think it's about the trade deals, but July 9th, you'll get the reciprocal dates. We'll hear what happens, but like I'm telling you, it's your future. All of us, all of our futures really are going to depend on this spending bill. And once we know where that goes, we know where the money's going to be headed. So, yeah, I hope you guys are ready. I've been, you know, regardless of all the YouTube nonsense, you know, like I'm saying, I've made it very simple on the channel to follow along, because this time I don't want you to get bogged down. I don't want you to miss it. Last time we had anything similar to this, it was one of the best investments a lot of us have made. So this is going to create a good opportunity, but you know, there's a lot going on, and I encourage you to not be distracted and know the key dates. And the key dates, in this case, it's going to be the spending bill, July 4th, July 6th. All right, you're going up. I'm glad I got rid of that put. Shit. Ulasal. Yeah, again, you got the Genius Act, and then eventually some money that's trying to like get out of other places overseas. It has the ability to move to Bitcoin, but just Bitcoin is not as easy as people think when it comes down to those scenarios. Okay, SPY going up. I thought we would have I still want to see if we test the new low. I still think that's going to be important today. Because again, you were right there. But then all gaps are filled. We went down. Oil is starting to climb back up again. Again, gold is still in the green. I think silver's red. Equal weight is doing in line with this equal weight, SPY, NASDAQ. All the same, man. All the same. So give me 10 more minutes. I will get you the other one, the checkup. crypto geared towards the financial system. I don't think that's as important, but what is important is that like the Genius Bill and what they're doing, this is paving the way to like a whole different like groundwork of crypto. This helps pave the way to getting crypto legitimized in almost everything. This is why everyone's going to start releasing their own stable coin. This is going to change the KYC dynamic that we have all been dealing with over the last 5-10 years now. So it's going to be fascinating, but I don't know about we already have crypto markets, you already have stock markets. So I think the real next level is just going to be you'll see companies, everybody will have their own stable coin, and they're going to start doing that. It's a derivative. That's it. When it's all said and done, it truly is. Once you get it legitimized like that, these companies are going to use it as a derivative of the money and the services and everything else they hold. Is there a watch list? No and yes. So what keeps happening is YouTube keeps banning, people get mad at me for the pledge, for Jesus, for my politics, and then they go and report my old videos, and YouTube punishes me. So last weekend, my video from 6 years ago, my second ever live stream, was reported and labeled as harmful and dangerous because we were talking about options. So, LMT. All right, watch oil and LMT. But yeah, long story short though, you write a letter to the White House, write a letter to YouTube if you want to help. Other than that, I can't keep any videos on the channel because the nature of what we talk about and, the news and all that, I can't afford people to go back and report it and then get banned because we just want to tell people what's going on. So yeah, all videos will be deleted. You have to be there live until YouTube fixes it. KWE? LMT, that was weird. And then Reddit. I guess I love it, bro. I think it makes things a lot more cultier. You know what I'm saying? Like burn after reading. Oh, it's beautiful, dude. Yeah. So either way, no worries though. It's a relief though for me. I'm not gonna lie. It's sad to watch 2,000 videos go down and not have it there. But dude, it feels so nice to know that I could tell you I love Jesus and I love the veterans and I can't be punished for it. It's so amazing, bro. You have no idea. So God is good. I'm very, very happy about that. So, and then it's Powell Day. So, and then our long terms are outperforming. I mean, everything's been going well. So God is good. And I encourage all of you to advance right now. Like I was just saying with that spending bill, I think a lot of you are going to have opportunities. So we better use them. And I will be here to help you for it. And I truly hope the people, don't forget, let me remind you guys, the long term, the small account was made for people. My first ever long term on YouTube, I did it under the logic for people making less, making minimum wage. You guys know that? This account is for people who make minimum wage. So the general idea is if you can make 30 or 20,000 a year, you can have an account like this. So yeah, that's why I'm saying, bro, get your long term, bro. And those of you who are like, wow, I want this, I need it, man, you have a great opportunity to set yourself up. Look at that, just straight up, bro. I'm glad we got rid of that put, though. But get ready. I still think there's going to be a random flip-flop, but for now, first little Powell move. This is pretty big, man. Again, it's actually small on the scoreboard, but 1/3% with oil up and other things. So, yeah, man, we'll see. Go back to them? Well, listen, if you really care about it, write a letter to the White House and help me contact YouTube every day because they even ignore me and they ignore everybody else who goes through this. And so, yeah, that's the best I could offer.
Until then, though, I'll be live, and I'll be, like I said, it opened up more access. Like I'm saying, I don't have to hide the pledge. I don't have to hide Philo now, because no one could punish me for it. So you know what I'm saying? So I like it, and I think we're going to make a good change, and it's summer. And even then, even with all this, too, I hope you don't let my talks distract you, because even as I'm discussing all of this, I am locked in, and we hit some good plays. So is Trump talking? He says if Fed lowers rates, we would buy debt for a lot less. Yeah, U.S. President Trump, if you lower rates, would buy a lot less. I don't know if he's talking or if that's a Truth Social. I'll check. Powell probably won't cut today. Yeah, he's talking somewhere. It's not on Truth Social. And Hegseth is live, if you're into that. Trump says he's done a poor job. Powell. Trump is live. Where's Trump? Howard! Howard! Where is this man? Is White House even hiding Trump? What the hell? Where's YouTube?
After the secretary's...
I see the Hegseth. But yeah, he's talking somewhere. Intel on the high. And then Airbnb. A lot of names that started off red this morning are coming back up. Oh, it's on Bloomberg.
Time I did this, I was right 100%. He was wrong. Maybe I should go to the Fed. Am I allowed to appoint myself, Doug? I don't know.
He said, am I allowed to appoint myself?
I do a much better job than these people. So anyway, we should be 2 points lower. It'd be nice to be 2.5 points lower. We'd be saving $800 billion, $700 billion. That's a lot of money.
A lot of money. Just told you this.
Absolutely nothing.
Yo, Intel's going crazy.
6, 7, 800.
It's only 1% right now, almost 2.
I think
you do that again, that'll start looking
crazy. And we should be number 1. We should be the lowest. But and by the way, if he's worried about inflation, that's okay. I understand that. I don't think there's going to be any. So far, there hasn't. I mean, we have almost no inflation. We've done a great job. We had, when I came in, we had a lot of inflation.
All right, high ticker.
We went through 4 years of the highest inflation in the history of our country with Sleepy Joe Biden and Sleepy Joe, and he didn't know what the hell he was doing. And so we had
the White House,
the highest inflation we've ever had in the history of our country. And then it came down because when I got elected, it started dropping because people understood that I knew what I was doing. But
now we're talking.
A man that just refuses to lower the Fed rate. Just refuses to. And he's not a smart person. I don't even think he's that political.
Chad, prepare. Watch out, though.
You know, he should.
That's 50 membership. You're about to get a Houthi attack very soon.
I've been nice to him.
Who can be the membership? Why you talk about these odds? So watch out. You just equipped the Houthis with your USAID.
I do it every way
you know
in
what
the
I'm saying?
nasty,
so now
nice,
they gonna go. You're going to be on the lookout, Chad. Just watch out for the Houthi attacks in the chat.
I don't expect
what
anything.
They gonna
maybe
do.
he does a
Yo,
little
Marvel.
bit. We should be 2.5.
Damn, that's already up 10.
Remember, Europe had 10 cuts. We had none. We're paying more rate,
and
more
Boeing.
Interest than a lot of European nations.
Thank you for everything, bro. You a real one, dog.
Can't carry our suitcase. I'm going to be nice. There's another expression. You know what the other expression, can't carry you know what it is, but I shouldn't use it in front of the fake news. So it's very sad to see it, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go very short term, like 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. Wait till this guy gets out, get the rates way down, and then go long term.
Remember, this is the plan I told you. He's telling you verbatim what he's going to do.
Tremendous appetite for our debt.
Which I think is bullish, honestly.
But think of it, I got a call
from Congress. It's not a bad plan.
3 nights ago. Sir, we can't account for the money coming in. I said, that's a good problem. You know, the bad problem is we don't have any money. They can't account. There's so much more money than we thought is coming into the Treasury. We don't know where it's coming from, sir. I said, check out the tariffs. He calls back about a day later. Wow. I think you were right. Yeah, I was right. That's nothing. You haven't seen anything yet. More importantly than the money coming in, we have factories being built, AI, auto factories. 2 of them stopped yesterday in Mexico, you read. And they're coming here. because they don't want to pay the tariffs. They can't pay the tariffs. It doesn't work.
They can't.
So
Black
I just
boy.
want to
Thank
wish
you.
you a lot of luck with the new flagpole. We have 2 of them. And we're going to do
the
this one now,
flagpole.
then we're going to do the other one, 11 o'clock or so. We're going to have a flag raising, which will be great. And I got to get these guys back to work.
now.
They're making a fortune. They're standing around making
Yo,
a
what's
fortune.
going on with UNH,
But
bro?
remember this, somewhere in this group is somebody that is going to captivate some movie producer. Not Harvey Weinstein, but Harvey's seen a better day. It won't be Harvey, but it'll be somebody. And it'll say, that guy is perfect for a movie. And you're going to become a star, and your friends are going to call you, and you won't even return their phone call anymore. You know?
Oh, stop! Another one!
Put up flagpoles. I'm not even going to talk to you.
Did Netflix go down on that? Yo, you got
Some way
Netflix down,
you have
UNH
that.
up.
Anyway, let's have a good.
That's
lifting.
hilarious, bro.
They also use another word, but I'm not going to use that word. You know
I
what
can't
that
believe you
is?
just said Harvey.
The word
Not
starts with an
Harvey.
E. You know what the word is? If I ever used it, I'd be run out of town by you people. All right, so enjoy it. Doug, you're going to get some good. He's going to win
Bro,
another
stop.
Nobel Prize, I think. For
God
this
bless
picture.
you, bro. Hold on. I
So
need to double
maybe
check
the flag
something
will
real
be
quick.
even more exciting, but this is pretty exciting.
I'm trying to see.
That's
The
some
UNH
equipment,
isn't
I'll tell
above
you what.
volume,
Look at that
so.
crane. That's some beautiful equipment. It's there's nothing like America. Have a good time, everybody.
Have a good time.
Let's
Let's
stop. About whether you
Order!
Trump
for Fed chair.
nuclear facilities. Where's your
I love it.
mindset
That's
on that?
100
Say
members,
that, right?
Chad.
You don't seriously
Kidding
think
me?
I'm going to answer
Don
that question?
Lemon is in shambles
strike
right
the
now.
Iranian
I think he
nuclear
only sold 10.
component?
I'm not going to
And
lie
what
to you.
time exactly,
But
sir?
either way,
Sir,
just
would
be
you
on the
strike it?
lookout for the
Would you
Houthis
please
in the
inform
Chad,
us
though.
so we can be there and
So,
watch?
yeah, I love it, though. God
you
bless
don't know that I'm going to even do
Get
it.
a
You
launcher.
don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that
Honeywell.
Iran's got a lot of trouble. And they
And
want to
then Wolf
negotiate.
Speed, that one's going
And I
crazy
said, why
for those
didn't
of
you
you who
negotiate
like
with me
it.
before? All this death
And Honeywell.
and destruction. Why didn't you negotiate? I said to the people, why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? You could have done
I
fine.
didn't you negotiate.
You would have had a country. It's very sad to watch this. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. It's so, everyone thought it was going to be the reverse. I didn't think so. And I was telling them, you gotta do something. You gotta negotiate. And at the end, last minute, they said, no, we're not going to do that, and they got hit. Remember 60 days, and then came the 60. 61 is going to become a very famous number. That was one hell of a hit. That first hit. That was one hell of a hit. Not sustainable.
Bro!
That's where it ended. It ended on the first.
Dog,
hit.
I'm just trying to look. I'm making
Too late to
plays.
now.
I look
Too
away
late.
from the
The
chat. I'm
only
like,
thing
why
too
is
late
the
is
member
Powell.
still going, bro?
Powell's too late.
And then
Too late, Powell.
I love y'all, baby.
Yes. I said it's very late.
You know that.
You know. I said it's very late
Catadonian.
to be talking.
Catadonian.
We may mean it's.
Why are you screaming? Why not?
I don't know. There's a big difference between now and a
You're
week ago.
so
right?
boring.
Big difference.
You guys know that? Like, some of you are just terrible. Like, and I don't mean like you're a terrible person, but
about anybody.
you're just not a
They
vibe.
even suggested they
that's
come
why
to the
I'm
White
screaming.
House.
Do you not feel
It's a
the
big difference.
energy? Do you
But
know? Do
they've,
you know Paul?
suggested that they come to
Do
the
you know
White
how
House.
many letters Paul
That's,
wrote to
you
the
know,
people of Corinth?
Courageous
Because he
but,
loved
it's
them
like
so
not
much.
easy for them to
Do you understand the
But they
love
suggest because
that
I
Paul
can't
had for
go
the people
now
of
because
Corinth?
of what's going on. I
He,
had to come
it
back early
pained
from
him.
the
He
G7,
loved them
which
so
was
much.
terrific, by the way, in
It
Canada.
pained them.
Really terrific.
He
Good
loved
people.
them so much, bro. Just the feeling every day. You know how early it
Well, I
is?
don't know how much longer it's
I
gonna
hate
go
the
on.
early
They're-
mornings, but
they're
I love
totally
the chat.
defenseless. They have no air defense whatsoever. We've totally captured. We've totally captured the air, Brian.
Mr. President, you've been fairly compassionate towards the Iranian people's suggestion.
Yeah, it's because he said I don't. It's all of
From
what
From
Trump
New
was
York,
saying.
From Washington, mostly
He's pretty
from
much
New York.
saying
They're
that he
incredible
doesn't think
people.
it'll
They're
go on
smart.
much longer.
They're energetic.
Yeah.
They can be difficult, but so can you.
Pretty much saying
No,
they
they're
got
great
clapped
people.
already. There's
They're
no
smart
more
people.
conflict.
And
So
those
I
people
wouldn't
are getting
take
the
that
hell beat
with
out
a
of
grain
them
of
now.
salt.
And it's really a shame. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. This is another one. Russia, Ukraine is so stupid. Would have never
Yeah,
happened
he
if I was
spoke to
president.
Putin, offered to
You guys
mediate
agree
on
with that?
Iran.
Would have never happened if I was president. Putin would have never done it. And I spoke to him yesterday, and I said,
See?
he actually
This
offered
is
to
a
help
delay.
mediate. I said, do me a favor. Mediate your own. Let's mediate Russia first, okay? I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first. You can worry about this later. But I think that's going to work out too. But it's so many people have been killed. The big thing with that one is far more people are dead than have been reported in the Ukraine, Russia. Many more people.
Like
A
this whole
building
thing,
falls
bro, you
down,
know how
they say
many
nobody was
weirdos I've
hurt,
discovered? You just get so mad. But then I've also discovered so many of you who are just so supportive,
Two very
bro.
simple words.
And y'all really
Very
got my
simple,
back.
unconditional
I
surrender.
love y'all,
That
baby.
means
Long
I have-
term.
Okay,
Forever.
I give up. No more. Then we go blow
Hilton.
up all the
Yeah,
all the
travel's
nuclear
kind of been
stuff
all
that's
over the
all
place.
there.
Travel
they had
should
bad
benefit from
intentions.
the
You know,
oil drop, but
for-
you guys
for
realize
40 years they've been
those
saying
comments
death to
brought
America,
oil down,
death
but
to
do you
Israel,
not
death to
realize
anybody
like
else that they didn't like.
this is the same
They
exact
were
price as reading all those
bullies.
Twitter headlines yesterday.
They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore, but we'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. You know, war is very complex. A lot of bad things can happen. A lot
AC
of turns
solar
are made,
energy
so I
is
don't know.
going
I
up.
wouldn't say that we won anything yet. I would say that
He says
we
next
sure
week
as
is
hell
going to
made a
be
lot of
very big,
progress, and
maybe
we'll
less than
see.
a week.
The next week is going to be very big, maybe less than a week, maybe less. But is there anybody here that said it would be okay to have a hostile, very zealots really, but to have a hostile country have a nuclear weapon that could destroy 25 miles, but
Wolf?
much more than that, could destroy
think something
other
like 10.
nations just by the breeze blowing the dust. You know, that dust blows to other nations and they get decimated. This is just not a threat you can have. And we've been threatened by Iran for many years. You know, if you go back and look at my history, if you go back 15 years, I was saying we cannot let Iran get a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time. And I mean it more now than I ever meant it. Yeah.
Mr. President, a question on deportations, Mr. President. You said last week that changes would be coming for farmers who have seen a lot of the workers they rely on taken away. But then DHS said this week that worksite enforcement would remain in place, that it's a cornerstone. So what's your message to farmers?
We got to get the bad people out of here first, and we're doing that. We're taking them out by the thousands. Murderers, drug dealers, people that are mentally insane from insane asylums. What they gave to us, fellas, they gave. Oh, do we have anybody in here that's a member of the? No, I don't think so. You've known all these people for a long time. Any illegal immigrants in here? No. If they were, they'll find out.
Right.
They'll be checking you. You won't believe it. Your whole life will be destroyed because of this press conference. Watch. They'll destroy these people. I didn't want to tell them that before they stood out. But they'll end up being, he's a so-and-so. This one is from you know where. Don't worry. I think you're going to be okay.
Sure.
I'll be right behind you. Far behind you. No, I'll be right behind you. Now, look, we have to take care of our farmers. We have to take care of people that run leisure, hotels. I mean, we have to take care of them. But most importantly, we have to get the criminals out of our country. And Biden let in thousands and 11,888 murderers. Many of them murdered more than one person. Can you believe it? Many, almost 50% of them murdered more than one person. He let them into our country. They emptied out the jails of countries from all over the world, from the Congo, from Venezuela, from all over the place. They emptied out their jails, many of them. I would. If I were running one of the countries, I would have emptied out my prison population into the U.S., and many countries did. And we're getting them out, okay? We're getting them out. Thank you very much. Let's just watch this. Brian, go ahead. Are you okay?
I'm just going to follow up on the immigration real quickly.
Yeah.
Can you comment on the impact of the Trump card and how much revenue?
Yeah, we have a thing called the Trump card. This has not been done before or thought of. And for $5 million, this is usually people that would either be working for companies like Apple, I think, is going to buy a lot of them, because they can't get people into the country. You know, if you come in through the southern border, you have no problem. You can be a criminal, you can be a drug dealer, and you have no problem. But if you go and graduate #1 in your class from a great school, you can't get a job because there's no access to getting it. You can't get a green card. So we're going to sell that to people, in some cases wealthy, in some cases not wealthy. They'll be paid for by universities. Look at Harvard. They got $53 billion. That whole thing is coming to an end. It's amazing what we found out. What a disgrace. They have $53 billion. We gave them 5, 6, and some people say it's as much as $9 billion over a short period of time. So that's very much coming to it. They want to make a deal more than, I would say Harvard wants to make a deal more than Iran wants to make a deal, and Iran wants to make a deal. But I mean, a lot of things are happening on a lot of fronts, Brian. A lot of good things are happening. And frankly, it's a little bit of a, as we used to say, liberal. Now they say progressive. I use the word liberal. Progressive's too nice a word because they're destroying the country. They're really destroying these liberal politicians are destroying our country. Look what they've done during Biden's 4 years. I mean, we're working on, so much of our effort goes to getting people out of the country that should have never been here in the first place. What he's done to this country is not him. He had no idea what was going on. Everybody knows that. It's other people. It's Lisa and this one and that, all these people, all this scum that was around the Oval, the Oval Office or around the beautiful Resolute desk telling this guy, here, do this, do that, and not even telling them. They just go over to the auto pen and sign whatever the hell they wanted to sign. Because say what you want about Biden, he wasn't for open borders. He wasn't for transgender for everybody. He wasn't for men playing in women's sports. But he has no idea what the hell, he has no idea. And they were very upset. They wanted Bernie Sanders. And after about a week of this guy, they said, wait a minute, we just hit gold. This guy has no clue. He'll do anything we tell him. And then they realized they don't even have to get permission. They just go up to the auto pen. That's a subversion. That's a takeover of our government. And you people ought to start looking at it. That's a takeover. Not only did they cheat, I guess you saw yesterday came out with China and the license plates, tens of thousands of cards. They used those cards to vote on the second election, my second, the one 2020. Because as everybody here knows, I won that election by a lot. But the only good thing I can say is this is a much more historic term than I think I could have had as a second term. This is a much more historic election. And now we're going to put up a beautiful flagpole, and we're going to put up a flag. And I hope you enjoy it. And let's see how real people work. These are real people. You're not real people. Your job is too easy. Okay? Thank you very much.
President, how tall is the flagpole?
Close to 100 feet.
You have a meeting today with the Pakistani Army Chief of Staff.
President Trump there taking questions on the White House lawn, talking about the Fed to start with, talking about Iran, talking about immigration, talking about Harvard.
Shut up. What are you saying? Shut up.
I guess we will hear what he's saying right now on India. Let's listen in.
This man was extremely influential in stopping it from the Pakistan side, Modi from the India side. And have a flag raising, which would be great. And I got to get these guys back to work. They're making a fortune. They're standing around making a fortune. But remember this, somewhere in this group, there's somebody that is
internet blackout in Iran.
Producer. Not Harvey Weinstein, but...
Oh, yeah. Damn it. Oh, come on.
What do you do for a living?
This is so behind that we might have to go back to Bloomberg.
Adjustments that need to be made for Marine One, departure.
Okay, VIX is going down, SPY going up. This one's not off oil. This is probably big tech. Again, he just did say India.
Signed off on it.
He said India trade deal.
No, we have to have it far away. It's very far from Marine One's out there. It's out in the field. So you have to have a certain distance. We're about 3 times that distance. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Told Prime Minister Netanyahu about getting involved.
All right, looks like he is walking away here as the press asks questions about Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chatadonia. My goodness. What a day. Oh, Uber. All right, so SPY is ripped, man. I'm glad I got rid of that put, but 0.5% is pretty big. It's all across the board. Uber is starting to move up. It's 1.6. Bonds are now going as well. I don't think the dollar has. So let's see here. Let's see. I have a couple of moves. I have one. It should be at 100% by now. And then the Reddits came back. That didn't have a bid for a long time, but now it does. Thank you. Good morning, bro. Are you kidding? It's Powell Day. Oh, you have no idea. But yeah, too, I can't stress it enough, man. July 4th, July 7th or 6th. You got to get ready, man. This is going to be exciting.
And then the long term, and then we're stacking up the cash, and then you got bonds on the high, SPY above 600. So I don't know, man. 6,007 equal weight. Everything's matched up. It's like eerily perfect. So yeah, everything's advancing. Oil's down. So all is well for now. It feels like Monday, if you guys remember, right? When the momentum starts going up, people chill out. It's good. Again, if you missed it, pretty much Donald Trump talking with sympathy towards the Iran situation and pretty much saying that, yeah, there's death, they can't do this now. You know, people took that as a kind of a de-escalation, or that the situation, I don't think we should expect much from Iran. We'll find out, but we played this game back and forth a lot already. And then again, in the middle of the day, you're going to get Mr. Jerome. Because nothing new. Yeah, that too. Again, but oil is still elevated. That's the weird part. Like, look now, silver's coming down and gold. So all these little like fear plays, except the bonds. But then again, bonds are at their own little level. There's UNH again. I said keep that one on watch. Then NVIDIA. Then you had Broadcom moving up as well too. Okay. Yeah, oil did, but it's still up there. Again, oil, what, from 2-3 weeks ago? Isn't it up on, it's up like 50% still. Oil is insane. The open interest guy. He looks like the dude, he looks like the brother from Step Brothers. You know, the Catalina wine mixer? He looked like the dude who, like, bullies, like, Will Ferrell. I don't know his name, though, but that's who he reminds me of. LC Lending Club? 10 cent pop. Hey, that's like 0.5%. Yeah, Lending Club. What about lending tips? Is it John C. Riley? I think that is who it is. That's exactly. Hold on. If you're right, bro, I've been trying to find this name out forever. No. John C. Riley's brother. You know, is it Adams? No. Let me see. Now y'all got me. Yes. That's who he reminds me of. He reminds me of him with bald hair. That's exactly who he reminds me of. That's exactly who he reminds me of. Every time. I can't shake it. Every time I go on Bloomberg and I see that dude, I just picture the Catalina wine mixer. That's it. I'm like, oh, Catalina wine mixer. Okay, SPY, a new high. Oh, I'm so happy I closed those puts. They were going to scam. Actually, when those puts go back to break even, I'm going to buy them again. Because that's what happened last time. Oil. Okay, bonds are a little bit bigger. Fascinating. But that's good, though. So even because now, look at the cushion. Even if you get a little war freak out and we dump, you come back right back to open. Worst case scenario, maybe a little lower, and then it's Powell. So yeah, you should already kind of know where this is heading. One way or another, I'm on a long time. I'm on a long time. Supreme Court upholds curbs on treatment for transgender minors. Okay, you're going up still. ACHR, again, you had that, remember they were talking some of those U.S. transport easing things yesterday? So yeah, they might go up. I think we're going up on no escalation in Iran, and then Trump's comments were kind of interpreted as positive towards that. And then we started moving. The data in the morning wasn't bad, jobless claims, none of that, but even then, I think a lot of people were surprised by how quickly we dropped on Friday and all the war stuff, how quickly we came back up, and then you're just kind of doing this. As long as
You know, we get the volatility, nothing bad happens that day, you go back up, and then I could kind of see this happening until Powell will hit a zone and then chill out. That's what I was saying, worst case scenario. Even then, it's probably just creating cushion for the event. MindMed FDA comments, Mark thinks it's more likely that the FDA could issue emergency use authorization for psilocybin for your shrooms. SatB. Wells Fargo on the high. MindMed's moving on it. It's already up 5. And then there is this SPY. Okay, look, high ticker is not full gas, but it's running like it is. And then the VIX on the low, and then energy plays now are dropping. I don't know about the commodity itself. Oil is coming down, new low of the day, but now it's hitting them all. And then Trump on Netanyahu. I speak to him every day. Howard! I've not given indication that the U.S. will give more help. So Trump is saying that the U.S. isn't going to help. But then again, we've heard a lot of back and forth on that. Trump live on the flagpole video. Bro, I want to see this flagpole. You know that? Considering we were all like tense about the war. And all, you know what I'm saying? So it's good. Mm-hmm. Oh, shit.
Supposed to go from L.A. to San Francisco. Now because they don't have any money. They've spent...
I don't think he's supposed to be live. You hear this?
And they made
Trump talking shit about Newsom in the background.
The cities, it stops miles outside of the cities.
Because if you were a builder and you went 34 times over the budget, you would be fired, right?
If you went one time, if you went a half a time over the budget.
There you go.
So see what they're doing? They're unwrapping the sand. It's all pure sand.
Along those lines,
and if it weren't pure sand, it would eat away at the metal.
Right. Mr. President, with the rail funding in California, will your recent dust-ups with Governor Newsom impact...
It sounds like a hot mic, but I don't think it is.
They've requested $40 billion.
They're just chopping the shit up with Trump as they plant the flag. Kind of dope,
you clean
but
the floor
still.
of your forest, and you won't have any forest fires. You know, Austria has very, very flammable trees. They don't have forest fires because they clean the floors. They maintain their forests. Good, in fact. You know, hatred is never a good thing in politics. When you don't like somebody, don't respect somebody, it's harder for that person to get money if you're on top. But he's done a bad job.
How will you ensure that...
I'll tell you one thing, if I didn't bring in the military to Los Angeles, you wouldn't even have a seat. You probably wouldn't be here. You'd be covering the riots in Los Angeles right now. And we got a great
Yeah, they
ruling,
switched the camera. No, he's doing it. It's like an interview.
If we
It's a
didn't
lot
bring
more
in the
chill,
military
though.
in Los Angeles, you would have maybe no city.
It would have been called Los Angeles. If I didn't send, you would have lost it. No loss, it would have been Los Angeles.
With Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah, well, with the ruling yesterday, does that mean you're more empowered to send National Guard to other cities as well, maybe New York?
I don't think more empowered. I always thought I was empowered. It would be a shocking ruling. Only a guy like Newsom would even ask for it. You know, he should be thanking me instead of fighting. Newsom wouldn't have a city right now. It would be burning to the ground. You'd have people running all over, throwing rocks. Did you see them breaking up the concrete? Because we caught the bricks. They were bringing bricks, heavy bricks, red bricks, by the bag, 5 or 6 big bags. The guys strong guys that could hardly even carry them. They're going to hand them out to people to throw at the police. And by the way, the chief of police in Los Angeles said that we needed the help. If we didn't have the help, we would have been in trouble. Now he changed his mind 4 days later, because he put a little bit, but and he actually needed it more than. But we did a great job. We quelled that thing, and the fact that we are even there thinking about going in, they won't bother with it anymore. They'll go someplace else, but we'll be there too. We'll be wherever they go. We're going to be.
Did you see the main numbers for immigration?
Yeah, great numbers.
0.
Yeah, we had 0. Did you see that, everybody?
You were going to ask that.
0.
I was going to ask that.
She's on our side now. Because most people don't want to ask her.
Well, she said, she told earlier, Brian, you see the main numbers. It's 0.
0, yeah.
How is that even?
Because we really have a tight border. Now, we have let a lot of people in, but they came in illegally. They actually have to take a little test, and they have to say
Caterpillar now, too, if you guys remember yesterday. But yeah, you're still doing this little melt up, and now bonds flipped.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
both
be extending it. We'll
lack of
extend it.
fear and then a little
We're
bit
going
bullish
to
until it
probably
goes
make
too
a deal.
low.
I think we'll need China's blessing on it. I think they'll bless it.
How was Prime Minister
Go. Again,
Very
see
good.
if any
Yeah.
other
Couldn't
airlines
have
are
been
moving.
nicer. We enjoyed the
That's up
candidates
18,
there
or it could
a
be
lot.
related to all this other space
And,
shit.
you know, I had to come back obviously for what's happening in the Middle East.
Yeah,
but
go.
I got
Big
everything
volume
done.
coming in now. It's already up
He's a good man. I
19%.
think Carney's a good man.
Whew.
Very well.
And then Boeing above
good
200
representative
again.
of that. You think he's
Everything.
like-
Look at the high ticker. 30-second, 1 minute is almost maxed out right now. Nibis.
You could say so.
Yeah, 1.7. Then
We know-
Core.
we
They
know what's
switch
up.
off, and then Google on the
Maybe
low
you could
though.
go with the
Oh,
ultimate-
Google's getting dumped.
The ultimate.
Yeah, so watch out now.
ultimatum, right?
That's the only
What
one.
essentially was that, though? What do you
Oh,
mean?
I don't want to say it. Look, I mean.
So bonds going down, and then Google flushing right now.
I would say the elder. She's doing great.
Says we need China to bless
We're really
TikTok
enjoying
deal.
it. Barron's enjoying it.
Asked if he
kids are
gave
enjoying
Iran
it.
an ultimatum, he
Pretty hot
could
out
say
here
so.
today.
Is this what's muggier, the DC or West Palm Beach in the summer?
I think this is muggier. This is a muggy. This is
Mr. President, could I ask you about the Paramount deal and the
Yeah, bro. Boeing is waking up, and then Google dropping right now.
Like, do you see that being resolved?
I hope so. It's a good, Ellison's great. They'll do a great job with it. But so what they did is they interviewed 60 Minutes. They interviewed Kamala. Her answer was horrendous. I would say election threatening. This is the day before the election. Her answer was election threatening or so incompetent. So they took the entire answer out, and they took another answer to another question and put it in.
Amazon now. So
I
again,
understand
Google
a
is the only
number
one
of
going down.
times, But you don't have to do it a number of times. The main question they asked, and we caught them. And they're very embarrassed by it. And they're working on a settlement now. But think of it. Did you ever hear that one before? They took the entire, every word, threw it out, put another answer. Do you think they do that for me?
I think it happens daily.
Mr. President? Well, I've never seen it.
I mean, I think you could
thought I've
explain
seen
today
everything. That I've never seen.
just nothing
It's very
developing in
embarrassing.
Iran.
The
Just
head
like
of
how
60
we
Minutes
opened
got
up on
fired.
Monday over the
The
weekend.
head of CBS got fired. They're all getting fired.
Okay, high ticker is almost full gas now. You're already above 6,000. Next level's like what? 6,000. Oh, you're already there. 6,017. Shit.
Once it's perfect, then they pour in the
And
sand.
now you're like back to
It's
the
there for
like
100
middle
years.
zone of the last like 5 days.
Mr. President, as the Senate works
Hi.
on the big
Welcome to
beautiful
Powell
bill,
Day.
it seems like SALT is
Bobo.
going to be a really big issue between Senate Republicans and House Republicans. So
it's
what are you
not.
telling senators? Because the New York Republicans on the House side are making clear that that's a red line for them.
Well, if it were a red line, then get ready for a 68% tax increase in 1929, because we're taking care of that issue too. You know what that is? That's debt ceiling. The debt ceiling, we have to move the debt. And if we don't move the debt, it's you violate covenants. It's a terrible thing. Actually, Pocahontas even agreed with me on that. She's been wanting to get rid of the debt ceiling because she said it's too violent. It is violent. So, I mean, anybody that votes against it, they voted to give a 68% tax
Okay, just
increase.
watch Google.
And many other bets.
Everything else is going up.
There would be no money for the
And
border.
oil's
You know,
still
we
near
have
the low, but it
billions
stopped
of
dying.
dollars allocated
But then it's
to
still
immigration
elevated on the
border,
week.
Keeping criminals out, getting criminals out too. If that doesn't pass, you'll get a 68% tax increase. And I would say this, any senator that votes against it,
Dollar Tree.
and that includes Democrats.
See if
I
any
think,
other
they'll be
staples start
finished
to
in
go
politics.
up.
On SALT specifically, do you think Senate
Trump cites
Republicans
tax
and House
increase.
Republicans will have to bend more in order to get the bill at large?
I don't know. We're going to see how it works out. It's a very difficult issue, to be honest with you. It's very difficult, and I understand both sides, but we'll just have to see. Hopefully,
Well,
a
Amazon
compromise or
ripping.
something's going to be made. But
I have no
it's a
idea
very
why Google's
difficult
coming
issue.
down. That's the only one in Mag 7. But
remember
sometimes
that,
we have that when
people say,
everything
"What do you
starts to
think?"
run up, and then calm,
68%
food,
tax, so that all
again,
those numbers
BG,
I
and
told
then
you how well
ADM
the
were already
economy
going
is
up
doing,
too.
it all gets wiped out. You would have the
And
largest
PayPal.
tax increase in history by far, by 3 times, if they don't get the big, beautiful deal. I always say the great, big,
And
beautiful
financials
deal.
are up
I put
1%,
the
but
word
then
great
again, the
in there.
NASDAQ
It's going to
already
be great.
up 0.6. I
If
thought
we
they
get
said
that
0.8.
passed, it'll be the best, one of the
Said
greatest
Habibi.
pieces. And that's just the beginning of a lot of things that are going to happen. Because we're going to get numbers down. We're going to get them way down.
Well, CoreWeave's
That's the
down, but
beginning.
Nibis
That's a big
is
first
up.
step, but that's it's the
They're
most
just
important
switching.
piece of legislation in terms of dollar value and everything else, there's nothing as big as that.
Speaking of
they thought that might be 7 or 8 bills. It's all in one.
Speaking of taxes, starting in July 1st, California is upping their tax on gasoline again per gallon. I mean, that's...
Yeah, I beat the California mandate. Congress just passed a bill ending it. It was terrible. So what they were saying, everybody by 2030 has to have an electric car. People don't want it. I'm all for electric cars, but you have to want one. And right now it's about 7%, but they were forcing everybody to have it. I ended that. And now they're coming out with more. No, in California, we've got some gas stations where just 2 weeks ago, it was $1.98, $1.99. We've got the gas down below. We have this little situation which will drive it up a little bit, but very little. And it's going to come down again. Going to give people a lot of extra money. Groceries are down. Eggs are down. The eggs. Right? They hit me the first week about eggs. But no, I think that. Look, you know what I do whenever they talk about Gavin Newsom? I say, look at the railroad. Look at the railroad. It's not even possible. Do you think he comes out and sees the construction workers? I don't think so.
I don't think he put an American flag in front of the Capitol in Sacramento either.
Mr. President, some of your supporters are split on the U.S. response to...
Who are you with?
CNN.
No.
There's a split,
Fake
though.
news. Fortunately, nobody watches.
But my question
is anybody watching CNN nowadays? I haven't seen it in a long time.
But some of your supporters are wary of the U.S. getting involved in another foreign wall, and some believe that we should support.
Do you ever ask a positive question at CNN? My supporters are more in love with me today, and I'm in love with them more than they were even at election time, where we had a total a landslide. We had, we won all 7 swing states. Did CNN report that? We won all 7 out of 7, which everyone said would be almost impossible. We won by millions of votes. We won 2,750 districts versus 505 districts. Think of that, 2,750 versus 505. And CNN...
I think what she might be alluding to is the base is going to stay with you regardless. And you've gone through different tests, regardless. But some of the people in the base don't want a long-term war. They're afraid that we're going to get into a long-term war.
We're looking for a long-term war. We're looking... I only want one thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's it. I'm not looking long-term, short-term. And I've been saying that for 20 years. I've been saying it as a civilian who got a lot of publicity. People would cover it. Very simply, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's it. It's not a question of anything else. And if you did, you wouldn't have much of a country, because they would use it on us and they'd use it on other people, and they'd be a terror all over the world. So I may have some people that are a little bit unhappy now, but I have some people that are very happy, and I have people outside of the base that can't believe that this is happening. They're so happy. And there was a poll that just came out today that my approval rating's the highest it's ever been. All I'm doing is saying you can't have a nuclear weapon. And I tried to do it nicely, and then on day 61 I said, let's go, because we can't let that happen. And I've been saying it for 20 years. Okay, I'm going to leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Russ.
Thank you, Brian.
The base is. They don't want to.
Yeah, that was
that's what
Oh, dude, I was muted that whole time. So y'all didn't even hear my jokes? Oh, that's crazy. Oh, APV. Oh, dude, you ain't hear my jokes? Oh, dude, with the peach. Oh, if you were already mad. Bro, dude. Oh, we already got 150 memberships today. Oh, yeah, take that, CNN. And now we have the peach. Oh, oh my good dude. Oh, you didn't hear it, bro?
I was cracking some good-ass jokes, bro. You didn't hear, I was like, did you hear the, like, drill in the background? And it was going, yeah. Did you hear that? You guys know why you had to hear that? Because you guys were complaining about me screaming. You were mad about all my positive, hyped energy. I don't know why you spreading that sadness. Terrible. But, oh yeah, so you had to hear the, and now you got the peach. Oh, amen. Amen, bro. Yeah, so Chad, I'm glad we're back here. I made a couple of other comments. I don't know if you heard me, but we're generally just going up because there hasn't been anything bad going on. Like, straight up, the Iran, this is just like Monday. Nothing bad developed with Iran. Trump made some comments as well. And then you just kind of melt up. But I do think it is giving you cushion ahead of Jerome Powell. 16 billion Apple, Facebook, and Google passwords leaked. Fox A on the, again, Google was the only one down. Oust. Oh, I should have held those. I took 700%. In the long time, yeah, Intel's been up like 2. He's saw cutting with subliminal to Powell. Nah. Dude, he just told us the plan. So, like, straight up, I kind of think it's going to happen. I think that homeboy is going to... He said it. He said, just wait. And then we replace the dude, and then boom, we save 2%. Ta-da. Iran issues evacuation warning for residents of Haifa. Will that be considered a rate cut if he goes to war? No. That's why, like, the whole theme about today is that Jerome Powell is going to use what's going on to hide behind that uncertainty. So even then, if you had a declaration of war and we actually, like, really got drawn into a declared war, then no, we're talking about inflation. We're talking about prices going up before prices come down. So I don't think that would mean it wouldn't be a pseudo cut. It wouldn't be a cut. It would be more uncertainty and more inputs that could lead to higher prices. City again, banks are up 1%. SPY still up. And yeah, you're gonna keep playing this game. The optics always has an effect to a degree, but I think this one's going to be a little weird because, again, tomorrow is closed. So this is a holiday week. It's a short week. We already came back, and ended the week with Iran, and then we started with no Iran, and then it came back. So with the short holiday, I'm sure the expiration will have some money on it, but I don't know if it's going to be the set-all, be-all. Again, I think the conflict and then mainly Powell, these are going to be our real drivers, and then before we know it, we're really getting into summer, and then before you know it, man, it's just slow and chilling, and we have not really changed until we get a real development. So it's going to be a mix of patience, and at the same time, we know what events are happening, but it hasn't really caused anything as of yet. That's what I was just saying, and it's fascinating. WDC on the high, Apple, Oracle, bonds on the low now. Oh yeah, then earnings season. Oh yeah, that's gonna be right around the corner. I want to say Netflix, Nike, and FedEx is soon. Euro Power Hour at 7:30. So we have been here for an hour, and then you guys saw it. You opened up, no gap up, no gap down. You pull out the daily, it looks like we haven't done anything. Volume's pretty high, a little bit above average. And then, yeah, you just got straight up, no gap, but it just moved up here as positive comments or Trump's comments were interpreted as a little bit de-escalatory, and then you didn't hear about anything Welcome to the stock market. Oracle. TEM. High ticker is going very well right now. So again, you're already at the high, kind of been doing this melt up, but yeah, literally high ticker almost fully gassed. You're about 0.5, 0.6. Russell started to break away. Everybody's been matched up, but now Russell and NASDAQ are getting a little bit up there. Netflix is July 17th, your half birthday. Oh, no way. Well, happy half. But yeah, it's good to know. So that's in like what, a month? Like exactly almost 4 weeks. Celestica. I don't know what they do, but I see that company randomly. Every time I see it on the high ticker, I look into it, but I don't really know what they do. And then airlines are on the high. Is that Oracle or Circle? Yeah, Circle. Pizza. Yes, pizza did come up. PBI on the high. Domino's is down. FedEx is June 24th. Oh, no way. So yeah, like I said, those are the ones like right around the corner. So yeah, that's in what, a week? So in a week, you'll start to get the early reporting. Or the companies that go in the beginning. Market always close. Happy birthday, baby. Happy birthday. I want to do something, but it kind of crept up on me, bro. Just random holiday. It hasn't always been like this. It was like this since what, 2021? Gasoline futures extend loss after EIA inventory data. Can we do a poll for Powell today on rates? No, that would be pointless. So you could ask people's opinion, but it doesn't matter. I know I love you all. I'm not trying to say your opinion doesn't matter, but these are the conversations that have added a lot of noise to a lot of inexperienced traders, and it's totally unnecessary. So like I'm saying, the odds of Powell changing is zero. He's not going to move anything. He could be more hawkish, more dovish, that we could, have opinions on, and we don't know. But I think objectively, to waste your time and energy and mind power, kind of like running the game of cutting rates right now, or even raising them, that's just not going to happen. That's just not on the menu. It's not in the neighborhood. There's other factors today through the summary of economic projections, like GDP, inflation target. Those are going to be what you want to think about. That's where your opinion power can help you right now. But, trying to, ask and think about the probability of something virtually impossible occurring, I wouldn't waste your time. So it's not about rate cuts or not today. It's about the summary of economic projection, and it's about what the Fed thinks the economy and inflation is going to do this summer. I think that is a very objective, and that will guide you and will let you have good plays. Everything else and the energy towards, rate cut or not, just a waste of dude. Aptivo or whatever that we saw this 100% ago, and I guess it just did it again. No, Powell's not going to resign. He doesn't need to. That's the beauty of all of this. In a weird way, I'm kind of glad, but Donald Trump already knows the game, bro. He just admitted it. He just said, I'm going to get rid of Powell once his term is up. We put in a dove, and then boom, we save trillions of dollars a year. Call it a day. And like, this is what I keep telling. I'm like, dude, it's 6 months in now, 7 months in. Powell's term expires in February. My brother, we're closer to Powell expiring than we are anything. Well, just to give it like another month or two and we'll be there. But that's why I'm like, at this point, I don't even think Donald Trump has to risk any of that other shit. You don't have to play that game, and Powell doesn't have to disgrace himself
by resigning, and everybody wins. You just have to, Powell's just going to sit there. It's kind of like a lame duck Fed for now, but this time he's just keeping the rates where they are, and then, yeah, you wait till someone else, and then that's it. He might still be on the board, yeah, but he's gonna appoint his own chair. He said that. He said, "Can I appoint myself?" That would be crazy. Does that mean the SCP for October doesn't matter? No, it'll matter until he leaves. That's what I'm saying. You don't need to... All you have to realize is that when he leaves, rates are coming down. Until then, just play his game. That's it. Don't expect much. And understand the uncertainty. And just remember, before they were using strategic ambiguity for Donald Trump, that term was applied to Powell. So I'll just leave it there. And that's why I just play the game, and I wouldn't really, but you know what's going to happen. You know he's going to get replaced, and it's going to be a dove, and that's when you get low rates. Maybe this is a time to allow everybody else in the world to cut and do whatever they want while we know what's going to be like, because you know what's going to happen in 7-8 months. 7-8 months, you're going to get a new Fed chair that's going to cut. Very simple. But till then, Powell is probably going to play uncertainty, I'm not going to do anything game, and keep it here, because it does allow him to uphold some of his integrity, even though he did cut before the election. If rates come down, are dividend stocks no bueno? No. It all depends on the economy, but that actually might be your moment to buy dividend stocks. Because then once the rates go lower, you might watch a lot of fixed income rise with it. So that means, you're not going to watch high yields all around the world or in certain companies. They might track the risk-free rate. Puts gaining value. Let's see. Yeah, they are. They went down from the morning, but they are still kind of holding. Iran mission to UN. Iran will respond to any threat with a counter threat and to any action with reciprocal measures. He cut by 50. I know. So guaranteed TLT, you say? Is that what I said? But I'm not going to waste my energy on that, brother. Like I said, Powell will be replaced, and the guy is going to probably cut rates. If you can't read between the lines there or figure out what I'm saying or what I'm not saying, I mean, hey, that's the moneymaker right there. So, Oscar going up, posted by Oscar. Look at that. It's beautiful. But yeah, dude, ever since I put it on that watch list, man, it's been doing good, bro. For healthcare, I think it's been one of the best. So good for them. Good for the Oscars. Platinum, yeah, that's been going alongside silver. That was just crazy, bro. Commodity land. I still can't believe $37 an ounce silver, you guys, is disgusting. Is it still there? $36.80. I am shocked. I can't comprehend it. I can, but I can't. It's amazing, bro. Yeah, silver's up 24% on the year. Gold is up 40%. That's nuts. Amazing. Silver. Pizza. Okay, spot coming down a little bit. But you're chilling. Dmitriev, Russia, USA actively discuss energy cooperation. IFX. Oh. You remember when silver hit 60s in 08, 09? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, dude, when silver did that, the world was fucking going crazy. So I know the world's crazy now, but like, you don't have a global real estate collapse. You don't have Lehman Bros. You don't have motherfuckers pulling out MMT and quantitative easing out of their ass for the first time. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, whoa, look at silver. Dude, I don't even stack silver like that. I've held silver for a long time and I have a lot. But like I told you, bro, there's homeboys in Mississippi. They have been fucking plucking silver out of every piece of electronics for the last 15 years. You understand that? Everything. They've been fucking pimping catalytic converters and everything. And they're like, I got platinum and silver. They be going to the junkyards, all of it. And now this is their time, bro. This is like if Peter Schiff, this is like the next level Peter Schiff, bro. This is like Peter Schiff, but the real ones. So dude, it's amazing. It's amazing, bro. It's crazy, bro. Will they sell? Of course they're not gonna fucking... What the fuck are you saying? We didn't get there yet, buddy, okay? Cobb, what do you mean are they gonna sell? No, you know what they're gonna tell you? They're gonna tell you to buy more at the high price because about what's gonna happen. What are you talking about, bro? She said, are they gonna sell it? Have any of you sold your gold? Has anybody stacked up gold and sold it? Because I never have. I've never sold gold in my life. You know that? I've only purchased gold. I've never sold it once. Ain't that funny? Where are my coins at? Oh no, I'm missing... Dude, I just lost like 70 bucks. I can't find the other coin. What the fuck is this, bro? Oh, it's on the floor. Everything just went crazy. MSTR on the low. Mexico, EU to share trade details in October. And then something about a hurricane to southern Mexico. And then departure of 2 aircraft from Iran a short while ago. You've been buying silver coins for over 20 years. I've never sold any of it. I know. That's what I'm saying. But then again, like I'm saying, I've never sold either. I've never sold silver. I've never sold gold, bro. All I've done is buy it. So I think that's a very fascinating concept, but just goes to show, like I'm telling you, last time silver did a move like this, bro, the world was completely different. It's not as if we're living in a calm place right now, but it's truly different. Like, it's actually not anywhere near the same as last time. And then you're getting a wild move like this, and I just know, I mean, dude, there's people, literally 20 years people have been on this, man. It is nuts. Shark gold. EA, I feel like I've seen that every day. And look at bonds. So SPY coming down a little bit. Like we said, the bonds are there. I don't own any platinum, no. I might have like jewelry with platinum in it, but I don't think I own like actual platinum. What is this? Texas Instruments announced 2 new chip plants in the U.S. TXN. It's weird the algos don't respond to that, because doesn't that mean a fully expensed write-off? Correct me if I'm wrong. Daily reminder, write and send your letters to Donald Trump. Amen, bro. And thank you if you have, for real. Because I've never wrote a letter in my life either. You know that? So, amen. All right. I made the circles free. my G-Wagon has platinum in the catalytic converter, so I should strip it and sell it, right? Can you send me a YouTube tutorial so I could learn how to take off my catalytic converter on my G63 so I could monetize the platinum? That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. I have a few other cars, so we could let me run the numbers. Stream it live. We'll get to the bottom of this. Realtor first-time buyer questions you need to ask. Well, just make sure you see the property. Make sure you're already pre-approved and that you know the loan stuff. It's really going to come down to the property and then the condition and asking them certain things related to, again, inspection. But then once you know you want the property, like a lot of the big questions and major things, you're going to get to that after you have the offer down. And then you're going to talk about credits and all those different things. All right, now the circles are 100% on the bid. Nice. Israel foreign minister, no negotiations with the Iran regime, and our operation will continue until our goals are achieved. Oh, it's first meeting? Oh, well, they're just going to get you to sign the paper then. So that's all about the, like, commission stuff. And then they're just going to ask you, like, your goals and stuff. So they're a buyer, so just remember, you know, they get paid from the seller, and they're there to work for you. But I don't really have any crazy questions. Usually you just make sure you want to work with that agent, and if you're like, all right, they're legit, I like them, most of the questions are going to come after you get an offer on a property and start, you know, really working that, and then it's going to be about them negotiating and getting the right things for you. Circle, bro, that was a hitter. They're going up now, right when I fucking sell them, bro. They triple. Why you do this, Habibi? I think there's going to be a hurricane, too, in Mexico. HZO, 2.5%. Marine Max, is this one of those marine diver? And then Merck. Yo, Merck has been in the gutter. This has even been a potential healthcare long-term. Core Weave, yeah, Circle's the winner today. That's like your random IPO runner. That thing hit, bro. The videos about Netanyahu saying Iran will make a nuke in 96. Oh, yeah, 100%. Most people don't understand the history. Do you not realize since 1996, that's what happens? And, like, although, to be fair, everybody wants to be like, look, Israel has been saying this for years. Nothing's happened. Because do you guys not realize what happens? Every time they get close, Israel literally blows it up. No exaggeration. So go look at the timeline from 1996 till today. They say 1 to 2 years out. And then right when they get close, they blow it up. Every time. From 90s, or they make some sort of military incursion and they get inside. Like, it's actually crazy, but it kind of lends you to believe, and I kind of believe it, that, you know, I think Iran did learn and they have been making technological progress, but, like, straight up, this is longer than most of our lives. You know, like, every time Iran makes these technological advancements or gets close to it, Israel has been watching, and then they go and fight them and blow it up every single time. So that's why it's like they've been saying this, and they've done from 96 to like 03, I think was the first one, and then you had the Stuxnet one, and then you even had like 2010, or no, the Stuxnet 2010, 2013, and then now you have this one. So it's every time, and like, although it sounds kind of like fear-mongering, if you really go and look at the timelines, straight up, it's like they get close to this weapon, and then Israel comes in and blows it up. It's actually a wild, long-standing tit-for-tat dynamic that has been going on. So that, and you know, most people don't know. Do you know Israel was established in 1948? You guys know that, right? So I don't want to feed too much to the Bible prophecy people, but like, you know, like after World War II, that's when the actual nation state of Israel was formed You know that? There wasn't a people, place, a country. There wasn't a nation of Israel. There was a religion and a belief and culture of Jewish people, but there was not a statehood. You guys understand that, right? So 1948 is EST, Israel, from then on. And then, again, you got into Iranian Revolution in 79. And then you had, again, early 70s, you had the Egyptians in Israel and all of that. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy. But it's like both new and old at the same time. But, yeah, there's a lot of history. I love history. Go watch my economic lessons. You know, if you are interested in political, international political economy, you know, knowing these situations is part of the game. When it's all said and done, and it is bigger than all of us. Keep saying it seems off. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, they've genuinely destroyed stuff every time. So I believe that they're definitely, like, some instances they're jumping the gun, you know, and they just want to, you know, stop Iran. But I, like, genuinely, if you look at the timelines, every timeline they're blowing it up within 2 to 3 years after they say it. After they say they're 2 to 3 years out, within 3 to 4 years, Israel makes an attack every single time since 1996. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's like, well, you can be like, oh, they're just using this as an excuse, and they might be, but it has happened every single time. Every time they give a timeline, they do attack within that time frame. Once they believe, or whether they're making it up or not, and that I'll leave you to judge that. But then they go out and attack every time. $77 billion or $44 billion is 7-year notes. Is that today? No, June 26th. Sunrun. Did I research Nick Fuentes? I did, and you know, he has some interesting takes, but I just still, the whole like anti-immigrant thing, I can't connect, bro. I can't, like, it's, you know, I look at my mom, I look at my dad, I'm a product of all of this shit, dog. So, unfortunately, yeah, and I think he has interesting political takes, and, you know, I don't know, he's like, what, 23 years old? I haven't seen that out of too many 23-year-olds, but other than that, though, that, I think, you know, I think he'll do some learning and growing, hopefully, but I just don't like the immigration thing, and it is very hard to connect when, you know, something is that glaringly, you know, I could understand nationalism. I could understand people who don't like certain things, but like, what did he said? Something about like every immigrant, legal or illegal. That's just straight bullshit. So unfortunately, yeah, but I don't know. I wouldn't use that as a, yeah, I don't know, though. See, every time I want to be nice, but I can't, dude, I just don't like that. I can't, that's what I'm saying. I can't get around it, bro. It's too, like, there's something where he says other things, and you're like, okay, interesting, all right, but then that is kind of, something on that foundation is just trips me out, if that makes any sense. Kraft Heinz. I like Kraft Heinz, but it has been like this for about 10 years. Kraft Heinz, even though we all love cheese, bro, it just hasn't fucking moved. We love cheese and ketchup. you know, but it's been like this since Buffett. Buffett's been value investing this for like a decade, I think. Yeah. See, like, this was a spin-off, too. This stock was already clapped, too, from 2015. So this doesn't even show you the full chart. What exchange for buying gold and silver? Like, physical. You buy it in person. You know, you could get good deals online, and there is reputable online gold and silver dealers, but I have only purchased my stuff physically. Starbucks Kennedy endorsement? What?
I'm just saying, I'd like a mocha frappuccino. You know? And they're fixing the bathrooms, and they're actually making some changes. Everybody loves their Starbucks macchiato and a $10 avocado. Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening.
What does that even mean? I met with Starbucks CEO Brian Niccol, who shared the company's plans to further its Maha menu. Oh, Starbucks? Make America healthy again? Oh, that Kennedy. Oh, okay. That checks out. That makes a lot more sense now. No. I feel him. Yeah. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., not Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana. That's an easy mistake to make. I will say. I just made it. So yeah, RFK. That makes a lot more sense. Kroger and Walmart queried by Senator on the effects of tariffs. That's weird. It's moving off that. Dog, them circles. Tell me why them circles just went 500%. I take my 100%, they go 500. Habibi, why they do this? Holy. You can't see your live stream on your subscription page? Well, screenshot it. If it doesn't show up on the subscription page, that's wrong. So screenshot it and email it to me. And then write your letter, baby. And then might I remind you, once YouTube becomes a safe place, we could post every play. And we could have no non-members only. But for now, YouTube's not safe. So you guys got to help me out. RFK is clapping Pepsi, yes. That's why. Pepsi's had a streak of a lot of bad news. Dude, are you kidding me? These plays hit, dog. All right, I'm going to take some more at 500. I got to. All right, I sold 2 more of the circles. 500%. That's disgusting. I just took 100%. Starbucks, their consumers and employees seem very left-wing, who get blown out of proportion. I don't know. I will tell you this, and you know, if any liberals would like to weigh in, feel free to. But I feel like the health movement is kind of transcending into the liberal side. I have seen a lot of liberal left-leaning people embrace health and fitness as of recently. Both on social media and even in my direct conversations. So, yeah, I do think Maha is bipartisan, 100%. That's why I'm like, I am seeing people on the left side kind of embrace it a little bit more. And it's not, yeah, you could not like Trump, you could not like certain things, but, you know, health is health, my friends. What is this? Unilever explores sale of healthy snack brand Graze. So Unilever, moving a little bit, they're selling off a unit. Well, there's some people still frame like extreme gym obsession as like right-wing stuff, but I do see it kind of slowly moving there. Like I said, I've seen more embrace of it, and I do think it is a bipartisan movement to a major degree. As a liberal, I disagree. Most health and wellness are like Joe Rogan. I feel you. That's what I'm saying. But like in your personal life, though, like, I don't know. Have you seen yourself a little bit more conscious and you don't like, it doesn't feel as political to like go on a walk? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it's just normal, like diet, like obviously the body positivity and certain things, you know what I'm saying? And like there is influencers, but I just mean at a core level of like, dude, I'm watching more left-leaning people go to the gym, more left-leaning people care about their diet. And I think that's a good thing. I don't care what their politics are. I think as a human healthy thing, that's a great thing. So that's where it's like, but I feel your sentiment on the on the influencers and stuff, because that is the vibe it does kind of give depending on who you listen to. But that's why I'm like, bro, I don't think Maha is that offensive. Ehang again. Yeah, exactly. That's a great way to put it. Making it your personality versus incorporating it to your lifestyle are very different. Exactly, 100%. And I do see people incorporating it more in their lifestyle, regardless of where they lie on the political spectrum. Yeah, that RFK stuff's coming out on Starbucks. And then Walmart started moving up. I know, right? Wasn't Joe Rogan just telling your kids to do a bunch of drugs like 7 years ago? And now he's like a conservative, apparently? All right, you have been coming down. Remember, homeboy called that out. He was like, dude, the put premiums are going up. Ehang and Tessie, and then eToro, then Circle. U.S. Embassy in Israel working on evacuation flights. Yeah, Tesla's killing it. Circle. I put my thing down. Apvo. Is that Aptivo? That was the one that went 300, bro. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Habibi. All right, and you're slowly working your way down. Welcome to Powell Day, Chad Adonia. So right ahead, we'll go over it. It's going to be simple. Again, not much is expected, but around like 10 o'clock, we'll just cover the SCP and go from there. They're pricing an offering after going up 500%. They struck when the iron was hot. TEM has been going up too, and SYM. Sucks though. I would like some new prices for the long term. Kroger. So that was weird. You had that headline with both Kroger and Walmart, but now Kroger's hitting the low, kind of flushing now, and then Walmart hit a high. Or? All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. We got 15 minutes till push-ups. So get ready. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. Write a letter to the White House. And honestly, somebody already sent me like a couple of these. If you noticed, if the channel does not show up on your subscription tab, take a screenshot and send it to me. Because, people asked me today. They said, Josh, are you good? I said, what do you mean? They said, Josh, I had 4 emails today of people asking about my health and wellness because they could not find the stream. So I'm alive and well, brothers. I'm alive and well. But YouTube is a little grumpy. Little grumps. So good morning, and I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter.
That digital financial assistant that we want to help people save time, save money, and have them not worry about their finances. We want to help them with all of that. And that is kind of what banking was supposed to do. But at some point in time, that banker got a little bit too smart, realized you didn't really have that good understanding of your own stuff, and put you in some pension funds where they were charging you too high fees on it. Like that has to change. We have to come back and being customer obsessed and offer the greatest value at the lowest, and the highest quality at the most affordable price. So that is what we're doing, and to us, it's everything related to, your everyday spending, and phone is part of your everyday spending, right? It's a everyday cost for you. So this falls very naturally into that.
You, the Trump organization, everyone's getting into the phone companies, but I'm interested, Sebastian, in, you say you're customer obsessed. To be customer obsessed, you had to be employee obsessed. I'm interested on the shift you've made when it comes to customer services. You've come on this show before and said, we are all in on generative AI. I could replace myself as CEO. I'm replacing customer services. I don't need to add in terms of people and headcount. But you've changed your mind on that.
Well, partially. What we've said is that, look, I think in many countries you'll see that in the last 10 to 20 years, our doctors and nurses have spent less and less time with patients and more times on administrative tasks. In addition to that, the cost of administration in healthcare has risen much faster than the amount of money spent on actual doctors, nurses, and being available to patients. So what this AI technology can enable us to do is to, again, take all the administrative burdens out, make those be processed by AI, and allow doctors and nurses to be available and actually spend time on patients. And this is the same for us as a company. We can use AI as a technology so that when people want to speak to us, and if they want to speak to a human, which we want to make sure that everyone who wants to speak to a human should always be able to do so. We also want to make sure that those humans have less administrative tasks and can actually spend more time. So to me, the value of human connection rises in the world of AI. It becomes more valuable. It becomes more expected that you have people that have time to talk to you properly, not rushed in the customer service center, that can actually sit down with you and resolve your errands. And so to us, two things can be true at the same point of time. We can use AI to take and automate the boring and mundane task away, and we at the same point of time must recognize that people will expect a human connection.
Sebastian, being an everything app or everything platform is a goal and vision you share with others. X has similar ambitions, particularly in finance, right? But Uber would also say there are elements of its platform that in the future it can move into the areas you're talking about. Where do you see yourself sitting, and who are your rivals in that domain?
It's the billion-dollar question, my friend, in the Silicon Valley right now. Will there be one assistant to serve all, one ring to forge them all, or will there be multiple assistants, right? And the answer is nobody knows. I, at least, for one, need to know that our assistant, digital financial assistant, needs to be the best in the world at what it does for our customers, and hopefully people want to use it for that. Now, on the other hand, as much as some people will argue, yeah, of course, there's just going to be one. I've been around 20 years, long enough to remember in 2007, when Facebook was supposed to be where all of the internet happened, and all of internet was going to happen inside Facebook. That didn't actually materialize that way. Yeah. So I am still probably in the camp that there will be a few really smart assistants that help you on different topics and that you trust more on specific topics than others.
Sebastian,
but this is the billion-dollar question.
And we're old enough to remember that Klarna's older than Facebook, now Meta. So the IPO not happening this year, might it next year?
Well, I would say market conditions look brighter than they did back in April.
But now?
As you know, I can't comment on that. So I'm sorry. I would have loved to say something more than that. But I think at least it's great to see that markets look better.
Sebastian, it's always great talking to you. Thank you, Klarna CEO Sebastian Szymanowski. We thank you. Coming up, Amazon-owned Zoox is opening a facility in the Bay Area to mass produce its robotaxi. We'll talk to the CEO next. This is Bloomberg Tech.
What does it mean to live a rich life?
Oh, it means repent.
Tearful
not give your money to a financial advisor.
With over 100
what the fuck
years
are you
navigating
saying?
Ups and downs, we'll
Fucking
help you.
Franklin Templeton, go to the temple. You need help. Oh my God, what does it mean? Go drink water. You guys are crazy, bro. You guys are crazy. Good morning. Yeah, Klarna, he's Swedish. Sweden. Well, Chad, you've been working your way down after grinding up. I told you this reminds me of Monday. Just all weird war shit, and as long as you don't hear something blowing up, everyone's like, okay, buy the dip. And everyone's like, why are we buying the dip? And then you play that over and over. And then we're going to mix in Powell. And then Pakistan to get 40 Chinese J-35 stealth jets. Good morning from Montana. Oh, hell yeah. It's so beautiful up there. I want to go to Montana. I think I might. I want to go but I don't want to go on a plane. I just want to drive somewhere. Go on a nice live drive. You know what I'm saying? S&P outperforming. Well, it was weird. A lot of places in Europe are still doing good, but remember, U.S. started with the lead, then we gave it back down, and then that was it. Meet me in Vegas. You want to gamble? I don't want to gamble. I want to go to the spa. And I want Carbone. I want Carbone, and then I want to go sit at the spa all day. And then that's it. Call it a day. Maybe go to a show. I've never been to a show. You know that? I've never been to a show on Vegas. They've told me they're good. You found my channel 2 years ago during the banking crisis. I was 19. Thank you for everything you do. Whole family got a long term now. God bless you, bro. Amen. Keep it alive. The long term. You guys know the long term is a dying breed. Like, even YouTube wanted silence. Oh, y'all don't feel me, bro. Yeah, Disney's dumping. You guys said coin pop. Disney's kind of moving. Remember the other day you had Paramount and a couple of other plays moving related to some... Oh, what was it? There was some piece of news. You went to a taco shop in Vegas? Which Tacos El Gordo? Tacos El Gordo is expensive. You and your wife go to Vegas to watch the Nas live orchestra? Like Nas the rapper, or do I not am I uncultured? Travel is not as appealing when your home is a fully customized man cave. Well, that helps, but I also don't like this whole, like, death to America shit and everything going on. I don't know. That's just, I remember 2001. I'm a Middle Easterner. It was not. So I'm like, wait a minute. And I mean, so, you know, I'm just like, maybe we will play 2K at home. I'm kind of, you know, I think it's safe. You know that? If you think I'm crazy, I was going to make a joke yesterday, but I reframed. But yeah, this was trending on Twitter yesterday. Death to America. 39. Honestly, I think if I say death to America, the video doesn't even, like, limit me. As if I started telling you anything else. So, yeah, but that was trending on Twitter. I think wheat is ripping because of weather. People were saying there was a bad, I think in the South or the Midwest, there was some flooding, and then there's some other bad expected weather, and I think it's fucking up the wheat harvest.
Visa and MasterCard. Hold on. You might be having, it's only 1%, but they're both going. It sucks that you have a lot of names, but look, Visa and MasterCard, it could be related to antitrust. They're both down 1%. It looks like it wants to die. I don't think, wait, what? Oh, they scammed the fuck out of some of y'all. Oh, I'm looking at this, yeah, so the contract's already scamming. I'm seeing contracts that went for 20 cents already going for 10 cents. So the prices are lowering. Yeah, so you can make a play on it if you want. I think I missed it. You could take one, but I don't think it's worth it. But that's big. For now, it's 1.5. They're still cutting wheat last week. Not sure how much they lost. Yeah, I've been hearing that a lot. And then with the price, and then coin going up. Crypto, coin, TEM, 1.8 now, 2% on Visa and MasterCard. It's getting bigger there. I put on the stream alert, I said it hasn't hit 3% yet. No, Visa and MasterCard, don't they have a deal? Because AXP is kind of, or if you start to watch AXP go on, it could be a policy issue targeting that industry. Other than that, maybe. So watch, because Visa and MasterCard, AXP is the one that's in the green right now. But if you think that's going to spill over, AXP, that's the one you could play. That one looks chill for now. Just wide spreads, be careful. I'm not going to touch it. I don't know what it is, but I've hit these before. USS Ford Carrier Strike Group expected to deploy to Europe for a scheduled deployment. Merck is still popping. That was earlier. Could be a drug approval, but again, this is just one of those medical value plays. Oh, maybe. Is that what it is? Because remember the Amazon stablecoin news? That's what killed them earlier in the week. So I don't know if that's follow-up or if it's something related to like antitrust. But then watch, if AXP goes down, it could be broader. Could be, I think it could be related to the stablecoins because crypto is going up at the same time that those are going down. Ooh, 13 people killed in central Mexico during shootout with organized crime, authorities say. Ooh, Visa. Coin is ripping. That's what I said. So watch out. I think the ones that are still up, AXP and all, I'm not going to play it. I even put that on the stream alert. I just think, again, it looks interesting and you're seeing how it's moving. But this could either be broad or it could just be related, again, antitrust or something specific, maybe even stable coins. MRK. Market is closed tomorrow, yes. And then Labu on the high, biotechs. SPY slowly working its way down. Bro, coin. So yeah, that volume, even as all those started to come down, coin just started going nuts. You're driving down I-295 and somebody just threw a whole bunch of money.
Just money flying all over the highway? How much are we talking? I mean, don't get hurt. You might be in the middle of a bank robbery. So, too, be careful. Market is closed tomorrow for Juneteenth. Back to regular stream. Well, YouTube hasn't fixed it all, but I found a way to operate, so there'll just be no videos on the channel. So you have to be here live to get the content. Otherwise, until YouTube fixes their system, I'm going to keep being annoying. And you should write a letter to the White House, but yeah, they're stopping us from archiving the market, unfortunately. Hey, baby, happy birthday. It's crazy. It is. It's as of late. It hasn't always been a national holiday, but now it is. I don't know if coin is reacting. This could be stable coin news. It could be related to something there, but like with crypto and credit cards. But credit card companies started dropping, and then coins started going crazy. Any important news? Nah, just no escalation. That's why we're running up. Just being that weird move of nothing getting dramatically worse overseas. And then now, we're waiting for Jerome Powell and the SEP. YouTube stopping me? No, they're not. Just people get mad. You know, they got mad at my Pledge of Allegiance. They got mad at the philo. Those are the first changes that we made. And then people get mad at my politics. They get mad when I try to report in real time on everything from Israel to Iran, and they would go back to my videos and report them. And YouTube's automated system is flawed, and I proved it. They even admitted it, but they still allow people to report the videos, and then it flags your content, and then it gives you a channel strike. So we're at risk of getting completely banned because we did not break the rules, and now YouTube allows people to go back 6 years ago and report them. So what I did to fix it was just remove every single video on my channel, so now there's nothing to report. And I will go live, but afterwards there just will be nothing for you guys to watch if you miss it, because YouTube does not, they don't want to protect that type of content, and they're leaving the door wide open for people abusing the system. So yeah, just get a long term. Amen. Amen. I mean, oh yeah, it is Euro close. Stand up, do a push up. Woo! Whoever went through the video. Well, it's not. That's what I'm saying. Like, the system is flawed. You don't even have to do that much time. You could go get a bot. You could go in your browser, have a ChatGPT browser bot, have it go automatically report, and it's a game of roulette. That's it. I have 2,000 videos. One of them is gonna hit a computer target if you just say the wrong word, and then they know it's a black hole, and they know they're not gonna help. The human reviewers don't even look at it, and then boom, you're trapped. So it's sad. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I've documented every day of the stock market, as you see here today, minute by minute, real-time news as it comes in. And it's just like, damn. So that you can't do that on YouTube, because if I leave those videos up, it's literally harming us. So either way, though, I'm super happy because now nothing on the channel. I mean, fuck it. You can't report me.
Woo! We did it, y'all. We did it. Yeah, Visa, good work, baby. Canada? No, China will maintain communication with Oman. Chancellor Merz hope for an agreement with US-EU tariff in coming days. So that's good. Tesla on the high now. Coin's still going. People are stupid. It's okay. Trust me. That's why I'm excited. I even forgive them. You know, there's a Bible story about like unknown people who cause trouble, and it tells you to forgive them, and I will. So amen. I was already praying about it, bro. I already said, God, prepare me to forgive them. I don't want to, but I'm very grateful because this whole year, bro, and people like pushing and pushing and pushing, bro, it has awoken a whole nother beast out of me. I've made so much money. I am locked in. I'm focused. And now this whole thing, bro, just in the last couple of days, I've already created a lot of things. I have a lot, so I have like 10 other steps to show you guys. I'm ready. And that's why I'm at the bottom of it, bro. Everyone's forgiven. And I'm grateful for what this has brought out. And I know it's going to lead us to a good place. So enjoy it and get a long term. That's the mission. That is the mission. The U.S. Embassy is organizing evacuation of citizens wishing to leave Israel. Now do a push-up, bro. Stand up. You got Tesla, Visa, Coin. Those are all moving. I think we have merch. I don't know if it's available. But stretch, baby. Oh, dude. All right, I got a good workout. Bro, if you have like a looped resistance band, wrap it around your foot and then do like lunges laying down. Like do like the knee drivers, and then you like extend your pinky toe with the resistance band, bro. Oh my gosh, it's the greatest stretch I've ever done in my life, bro. You have no idea. I think it could be related to that stablecoin shit, but I don't know. I haven't seen anything, nothing on the wire, but there's been a lot of moves while the SPY is chilling. All right, I need to do these workouts. I'll play this in the background. Give you guys
with the legislation. By the way, I believe U.S. TikTok is going to be sold or shut down. The legislation is very clear, and something's going to give here. And I said earlier, and I have no proof of this, but I just have a gut feel this is the last extension. Something's going to happen during this 90 days.
So Frank, sorry to interrupt you. So you basically opened the door to a third path, which we discussed less, which is that the president could indeed decide, you know what, I don't want to go with either bidder, and I will shut down US TikTok, or TikTok in the US. Just explain, how you've been transparent. The contact with the administration's been limited in this period, but that seems a possibility.
Yeah, I think it is a third possibility, and this is, again, I've said from the beginning, I think when push comes to shove, or when this process has come to a conclusion, TikTok will be sold without the algorithm. But you're quite right, Ed. It may be shut down on the U.S. side, and or China may just not allow it to be sold. These are all distinct possibilities. So there is uncertainty here. But look, Project Liberty is continuing to build the technology, onboard users, and create this alternative internet, which we think is we need now. The bottom line is we have an internet that's broken, but nobody's not going to use it until there's an alternative. So our goal is to build that alternative, and then actually migrate users and by the way, build new apps in this new world and to create user base there. So who would not, I mean, given the choice of an internet that surveils you, scrapes your data, and it basically exploits you, versus an internet where you're permissioning the use of your data, you get paid for your data if it's a commercial use case that it's used for, and you're in charge of you again. You're at the center. Right now, we have an internet where the platforms are at the center. Okay. We're all just commodities. We need an internet where we're at the center, we have agency again, we're in charge, and we're respected, quite frankly.
Frank McCourt Jr., Project Liberty, one of the bidders as well, of course, for US TikTok. Thank you very much. Now, coming up, the US's first crypto piece of regulation has been passed by the Senate. White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs joins us to talk about the impact of that stablecoin legislation. That's next. This is Bloomberg Tech.
I've never heard. That's weird. Project Liberty? So yeah, they complain, it seems like, about what I do, but I don't know if it's bipartisan. Very interesting. Are they crowdfunding the bid for TikTok? Interesting. Interesting. Kellogg's on the low. Kellanova. Whoa. Check Kellogg's. So it's already kind of went up. It was down 3. They probably jacked the premiums already. Yep. But watch, Kellanova, that's big. Unfortunately, though, that could be fake because it already did the little bounce after hitting 3%. And Visa on the low still, too. Yay. And then App on the low. High ticker started to calm down, though. You guys see it. We chilled out. Kind of around the time Trump stopped the talking. And here we are. Tesla, Intel on the high. And then what is this? Mars unlikely to offer remedies during EU regulatory preliminary review. Yeah, they opened full-scale investigation in a $36 billion bid for Kellanova. That's the headline. So literally, Department of Justice or EU Antitrust is going at... That's escalation even globally. That's not even America. So full-scale bid or investigation into the Mars acquisition, or the Kellanova acquisition of Mars. No coin news, but we did notice credit cards started dropping. Visa and MasterCard, they really dumped. And then coins started running up. It makes me think that there is, what's it called? A stable coin news, but nothing has actually came out yet. Restoration on the high. Dude, did you guys know? Bro, do you guys know Restoration Hardware has a restaurant? I went with my girlfriend and it was the funniest shit ever. Cause like, you would order shit and it was like good. But then even if I wanted to get disappointed, cause my girl was like, oh, this doesn't taste good. And I'm like, it's a furniture store. What did you expect? So that you can't even be mad, bro. No, it's super fancy and it has a nice view, but then you can't get disappointed because it's like, it's a furniture store. But why are you mad? Because I ate food at a furniture place. That's not IKEA, because IKEA is cheap if you eat the meatballs at IKEA and they're good. You know what I'm saying? But no. Oh, but no, it's all fancy. But yeah, they have a restaurant. Restoration hardware restaurant, bro. It's crazy. There's great decorations, I might add. Massive explosion rocks Tehran following Israeli airstrikes. Is oil moving? So oil's doing that little pin again. But yeah, another set of airstrikes. I'll have the nightstand Noki, please. Yeah, bro, it's crazy. It's nice though. They always put them with like nice views. It's a good vibe. But then it's just like, it's a furniture store, bro. What the fuck am I doing here? Oscar keeps going again. Spy. I'm gonna keep an eye on oil here. We're getting more explosion headlines, but then again, you've already seen it chill out. Kellanova about to go down again. EU regulators, antitrust news. Iran slams Trump. No official ever asked to grovel at White House. Blast threat against Supreme Leader is cowardly. It's so weird. Why is everybody forgotten, though, that Iran was just saying they were going to clap Donald Trump? Do you guys not remember that? Around the election and then right after? And they were like, we are going to get you, Donald. Donald, you will pay the price, Donald. Heavily and swiftly, Donald. We are coming for you, Donald. You don't remember that? That's why. And now they call him a coward. I'm like, y'all just threatened him, bro. Donald. How dare you, Donald? Israel insinuating that? No, there was a report. Remember, they were saying, or at least Donald Trump at election time kept bringing up, because they kept saying they were going to attack him at like inauguration and all these other things. So even then, the Iran Supreme Leader, they don't like Donald Trump. Does anybody know why? You guys don't remember? Y'all don't remember what Donald Trump did? Oh, come on, bro. Come on. Come on. Who said that? The Iranians. Go look it up. Exactly. Soleimani. I just don't think people know the history. Yeah, bro. He killed Soleimani. Do you know Soleimani had a very big influence in that country, and then even the fight against Israel for them? It was major. Yeah, and then he killed him, and then he disrespected him, and that's when Iran was like, fuck Donald Trump. And then they really got mad at Donald. And then ironically, at the time, the Democrats were like, how dare you, Donald? Why did you do that, Donald? But yeah. He died like a dog. That's who it was. That was what, 2018, 2019? That was the first time you were like, oh my gosh, World War III, Iran. That's where like Iran and Donald Trump don't like each other. They got mad at that. Then you go back to the Israel-Iran stuff. So, yeah, wild. Third U.S. aircraft carrier will be deployed near Israel soon. What the fuck? And then Air India Chairman Chandrasekaran on plane crash. There were no red flags or maintenance issues. Had a clean engine line history. Times Now interview. Oh no, El Baghdadi. El Baghdadi. He died like a dog. That's what I was saying. There's multiple. Yeah, that Baghdadi was the died like a dog. Abu Bakr. There's so many. But that's why I was saying the way Donald Trump did it and greenlit all that stuff, they got really mad at him for a long time. So no more YouTube Houthis? Does that mean we could have more fancier graphs and talk about economic topics? Well, yeah, I never stopped, but bring them out, baby. But you just got to be here when we talk about it. All of your Iranian colleagues want the regime to fall. Well, yeah, because they don't live there. That's why you know them. Most of the people who do not live in Iran and are Iranian, they're down with the freedom, dog. But here's the deal. Although I remember I was telling you, like, Donald Trump clearly, like, I think he wants the, like, regime change thing, and, like, nobody really wants another war. And, like, yeah, you'd want a regime change, but, like, that's not easy. You understand that? Do you guys not remember Iraq? Do you not, like, dude, it's not good. So a regime change kills a lot of people, takes a lot of time, random people pop up in place, and then it has a lot of suffering. So it's not as if, like regime change isn't even an easy answer. Are you guys, and again, I'm not saying this as in the sense of I support, Supreme Leader. No, I don't. But I am aware of the fact that, everything that we are calling for greatly uproots a lot of people's lives. You know what I'm saying? And we're all little armchair spectators, but when it's all said and done, it would be nice if we could have peace all over the world to a better degree, because these little discussions and, the next actions, they come with a cost for both people involved, not involved, and then, again, the people directly affected, and then the innocent citizens. And some of them aren't innocent. And I know someone's going to say that, but, there are people who are. And, like, think about it, dude. A regime change and that type of displacement and craziness and getting everything, bro, it's not easy. So I say that to just highlight. There's no real easy. This is a fucked up scenario. That's why I hate all wars. That's why it's wild that we get this deep into them, and people do, and then I'm like, dude, this is all bad. No matter which way you turn, it's either we get dragged into a war, or now you have a bunch of fucking people calling for a toppling of a government without really thinking through what the fuck that means for everybody, both the region as well as the people. So, yeah, welcome to 2025, baby. It costs a lot of money, Habibi. We don't care about money. Jerome! Yalla, Habibi, yalla. No money, don't worry. You get Democrat, you get a Janet Yellen. Don't money, no problem, no worry. Stablecoin bill would create demand for US dollars. Bull, I saw eToro on the high too. Then Oscar Health is at 18, bro. I was at like $12 or something when it was on the watch list, or 15. I mean, SPY did come up a little bit. Coin again. Does Iran have the capability and legal authority to stop ships from passing through? I don't think they have the legal authority. They're just right there. They may or may not have the capability. Nobody truly knows. But they could start firing missiles. And then if a couple missiles start landing in that area, insurance costs go up, people pull back, and then it just causes disruption. You see what I'm saying? That's the real risk. But I don't think they have any legal authority. And then capability, that's a question mark. But, you know, they could cause a couple of fires. Why do you think the Houthis are so annoying, both in YouTube and in real life? Because that's what the Houthis are doing. They're just shooting these little makeshift rockets, and then fucking Iran and other places are giving them like heavy machinery, and then they're just causing conflict in this area, which makes it more unstable, and then it already raises prices and other things. So if Iran started doing that, they're right there. You start firing missiles over there, bro, that's it. It's done. That no one's going to want to fly. No one's going to want to put a ship through the Strait of Hormuz, and then people are going to slow down. Costs go up, and then wait till a ship gets blown up. Then that's a whole nother story. So yeah, that's why that's the real risk. But so far is like Israel did attack some energy infrastructure, and that's kind of like the red line. But for now, they haven't retaliated. But if you start seeing energy infrastructures start getting hit, then yeah, Strait of Hormuz is next. Iranian, we did not send any negotiating delegation to Oman. One of the Ukrainian kids I helped get a long-term save and bought Roblox at 30. Let's go, baby! See, bro, that's what y'all, like, liberals, that's what you should be doing. Eric lives in Ukraine, and then he helps the Ukrainian children invest. Are you kidding me? Y'all would have a way better effect on the world than reporting me for telling you we should have built up Ukraine instead of telling them to fight. But that's another war topic I didn't disagree with, or I didn't agree with. I love that story. That's amazing, bro. That's good work. Amen. He's like, I'm going to go buy more Robux with it. Tell him don't. Tell him to keep holding. Sachs says diffusion rule would have set back AI industry. Oil pop. Okay. So remember, guys, the headlines you already know. You heard the explosions 20 minutes ago. Iran's making comments, and then you're going to start randomly doing it. You think a Shah government in Iran is better for the people? I think if you want to have these political conversations, you should get your ass a membership. But in reality, it doesn't matter what I think. I just don't support any war. I will never support a war. It's all murder. Both sides. Every side. But I'm grateful for the troops and Americans, and you should never take away their honor. Although my naive pacifism is rooted in peace, I could never take the honor for those who have given up so much for their nations and countries, and with good intentions, you know, they gave their lives on the line. But my opinion doesn't matter with another country. But what does matter is I don't support any wars, because you see how fucked up all of this conversation is. And if you really understand what it, like, the consequences, it's truly, like, it's wild. We pick sides for murder. And then there's Mavis, like clockwork. Right when I say my pacifism, there's babies right away. So no, doesn't matter. My stance is the same. You see, I'm surprised. You guys will get fatigued by it eventually. That's how the hippies. That's what happened in the 70s. You'll see. You're gonna keep having these conversations, and I hope my voice rings in your head, When you remind, like, look, it's a trap, bro. It's a trap every time. It's a trap. Coinbase Global up 10. U.S. should be concerned about Huawei. They're 1 to 2 years behind U.S. chip tech. SPY is coming down while oil is popping, but then oil chilled out. AU, alright. What time is it? Dude, it's only 9. Alright, well, in an hour, I guess 11 we get the release, but then in an hour, I guess hour and a half, we could start previewing it. But again, all you got to do is just go to the SEP. GDP, inflation, that's all that's going to be there. Not necessarily the terminal rate. AMD will be worth $500 billion. They said that on the event day. And then they had the Microsoft. Google's coming down. That's been dumping all day. And then Uber. Hot dog. Uber just went from leader to lagger. Yeah, bro. They already jacked up the place. There's a couple of penny ones, but they're not going to hit. Natural gas numbers. Dude, they're just jacking up the spreads already. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, bro. Something's going on with Uber. This one's big. Whoa. Stupid. Alright. I got shitty 2-cent one. I literally spent $6. But that's shitty. They jacked up those spreads way too much. Oh, for New York. Yeah. Oh, nice. No, I got them for 1 cent. But they're so far, they're not going to hit. I know they won't. That's just a big move, but then they jacked up the near the monies way too much. It was literally unplayable. Yeah, UNH. I said keep that one on watch from the morning. That one looked very interesting, but it didn't trigger any volume signals. No, not good news for Uber. Dude, I'm telling you, Waymo is crazy. I made a video in this fucking little demon car. Bro, bro, the Waymo is ridiculous. It works, bro. As much as I want to be a boomer with my receding hairline and be like, yeah, you're wrecking the electric vehicle. Fuck up. We're not going to do that. Yeah, you can't drive it. You need a driver. Everybody, with dignity. Come on. As much as I want to, bro. No. This shit fucking works, bro. Self-driving in the fucking Waymo. It's disgusting. And I don't know if you know the metrics. They went from 25,000 rides a month to once it started ramping up, the same vehicles are doing 250,000 rides a month. So the weird part is the pricing. Sometimes it's more expensive, but that's it. You don't think you could trust it? Believe me, I wouldn't trust it either. The only way you're going to get into a Waymo is if a hot girl is like, oh my gosh, I want to try that. That's the only way you're getting in it. Because that's the only thing that got me to do it. I vowed to never enter it. And then my girl is like, let's try it. Oh, that looks so cute. Oh, I'm like, oh, fuck. And then, you know what I'm saying? I can't look like a bitch. Like, I gotta, like, you know what I'm saying? Listen, my girl, bro. She know, you see me, I'll step up to Google. I'll step up to anybody, bro. But now I'm like, oh, fuck, this little vehicle that looked like a Game Boy. Ah, fuck. So, yeah, and I caved, bro. I caved so hard. You have no idea, bro. You have no idea, and it was terrifying. But, yeah, it's real, bro. And then after one time, I just used it. Bro, it's real. So that's why, and like it's scalable. That's what I don't like. That's why I think some of these other guys, yeah, bro, it's scalable, bro. It's terrifying, but it's real. I'm telling you, it's wicked. Waymos are nice, but here's the deal. I'm gonna put you guys on game, okay? Are you ready? If you ever go in a Waymo, I don't know if it's like a liberal thing, because I assume they're a little less, you know? They're missing a couple pieces. But every Waymo I went into with Arizona, why did these motherfuckers turn off the air conditioning? Fucking idiots. So just if you enter a Waymo, they're nice cars. But if that AC's not on, it is the mustiest thing you have ever been in. It is a fucking autopilot hotbox of just nastiness. Okay? So when you get into that Waymo, right away, turn up the AC. Okay? And just let's air that bitch out. Because it's disgusting. But other than that, that was my only complaint. Besides the open container in the vehicle. You know, that was another complaint. But, you know, we could look past that. So, yeah. Oh, circle. Dude, the plays aren't up. The plays are cut in half from when I sold them on this high. But they're still up, but not that same 500%. Waymo is awesome. I was impressed. Like I'm saying, it works. I'm sorry, Elon. I didn't mean to. My bad, Elon. I know. I felt like I cheated on Elon. But at the end of the day, it was... It's a real technology, you guys. I'm telling you. Like, as much as I wanted to be a boomer about it, and as much as I didn't want to do it, it's real, bro. It's like cars are driving people around. You are close to automation. Like, it is one step closer. It's scalable. The numbers, all, like, it's actually crazy, and it is already here. It's not like, you know how I would always tell you guys, you know when the next big thing is already there, right? Like when we bought Uber, it was already around. That's what I'm talking about, bro. This thing is brand new and it's coming, but like it's here already, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's here. It's no exaggeration. It's here. Go to San Francisco, go to Arizona, it's already in United States and people are buying it. I have a Waymo app on my phone and I hailed several rides with it already. That's why I'm like, no, bro, this is crazy. You swore to yourself you'll never have a boomer mentality. I feel you. I always like having an open mind. But like when it comes to like AI and automation, I mean this respectfully. And I want you guys to truly understand my mind so you could understand the education. It's going to be funny what I'm about to say, but I truly believe this. I don't want to be a boomer, and I want to have an open mind towards tech. But when it comes to AI and automation, I am waiting for a lot more people to die first. Okay? I know, it's dark, it sounds terrible, forgive me, but I'm being genuine about it. I know, welcome, I read the Bible, there's a lot of death in the Bible too. Okay? So I don't want to hear it. But in reality, that's the thing that's where I was like, I figured I would get into a Waymo. I think they're going to have automated planes one day, and I'll get on it. After all these dumb fucks get on it first during beta testing, and then they got to work out the kinks. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what's going to happen. I know it sounds terrible, but even Bill Gross said this too. Remember, we heard one of the other guys do it. So yeah, that's my only thing. But then, like I'm saying, in this Waymo situation, that opportunity stumbled upon me way too fast. And then, yeah, bro. So yeah, I'll let the guinea pigs go first, but I ain't getting on that shit till later. And then I'll invest on it once it's safe. That's when you know. Once the guinea pigs go through and then they go public, then we invest. And then you'll know. And then we could start using it. But yeah, that's kind of my view on it. You said him seems strong, eh? Not as strong with him's hard mitts. Take back date night. One little chew, way better sex. You're under the age of 30 and have a weak pee-pee. Hims. Oh, CRISPR, takeover. How you gonna let me run up a joke and still stop it? It's already up 7.8 though. I'm gonna make fun of the Hims fan base to 0, okay? You cornballs. Dude, I saw a kid taking hard mints in the gym. It's better for blood flow. I'm like, you fucking idiot, bro. Oh my gosh. That's it. So, I don't know, man. Do your thing. But yeah, take back date night. That's not a sponsored post. Bro, the amount of like under 30-year-olds I've seen brag about erectile dysfunction. I'm like, dude, guys, that's not good. You know that, bro? I wake up excited as hell every morning. What is wrong with you? What? Go drink water. Go exercise. Okay, I will stop, Hims boys. I'm gonna stop. I'll let y'all live. I'll let y'all live another day, bro. Go fucking go to the gym, bro. Go take a lap. Oh, dude. What does Alex Jones have to say about this? Alex! Oh, man. Circles going up again. Yeah, watch CRISPR. Remember, was it Lyle? No. Editas is another, but remember, Eli Lilly bought the other gene editor the other day. I've been hearing a lot about gene editing companies, so CRISPR, I don't know if it's opinion or not, but it's already up 7. Should inject them. Enrico! Yalla! Thank you, my friend. And good morning. A lot of memberships today. Well, do you guys want me to tell you? I will tell you. So, I am going to keep the chat on members only, because nobody has time for that host shit. But I will no longer go private on Philo or Pledge of Allegiance anymore. Why? Because I don't have to. I don't think you guys genuinely realize that I was getting bullied by it. I'm happy about it. I'm not mad anymore. Like I'm saying, I hope you genuinely can realize, you guys, that I'm a human and I do get frustrated at times. And like the other day, bro, it was very frustrating. You know, I know some of you, bro, you've been held accountable for things you didn't do, and you've got in trouble for something that you didn't do. That's probably one of the most frustrating things, bro. You know, let a demon lie on you. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, bro, in the moment, it is very frustrating, and you try to find ways. But like I told you, I want answers. I like to seek out answers. You know what I'm saying? And I found an answer, and that's why I'm happy. So, you know, I hope you could forgive me as I will forgive many others. I don't really apologize about too much, but at the end of the day, we could have Pledge of Allegiance and we could have Philo, because guess what? Nobody could punish me for it. And if you guys, that's why I'm saying, those of you who brought up the paywall and all of that, I wish that you would support me instead of fighting me. I wish that you would see what we have done for thousands and millions of people instead of being so short-sighted about it. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, for real, bro, like, people were attacking us for it, and there was nothing we could do about it with your hands tied. Do you know how frustrating that is? So, like I'm saying, I have an answer now. That's why I'm so happy, because there's no videos. You can't do shit. So now I'm going to talk about Jesus. I'm going to praise my Lord. I'll praise my veterans, and you can all hear it. Be my guest, because now no one can punish the other 40,000 people a day who come here to listen, okay? So I hope y'all can respect it. But yeah, that's the good news. But I don't think I'm going to open up the chat because y'all still got a lot of wild shit to say from my email to Twitter, for crying out loud. But either way, I'm glad, and I think it's a good advancement. And again, reach out to YouTube, reach out to the White House, help me out here. But again, we're just trying to get law interns, bro. That's all. Yes, I created well over thousands of homeowners. You know that in the last 5 years, before real estate got what's the word I'm looking for? Unaccessible for many. We've created thousands, bro. Thousands of long term. So that's all we want to do. And y'all should do it. Save some money. And yeah, it's good, bro. It's good, bro. I hope it makes you happy. I am comforted. You know, it sucks, and we have to take it feels like you take a loss and you have to limit yourself with no videos, but man, praise the Lord. I feel free, and I'm glad. And that's what I'm saying. I would love to tell you about the veterans. I'd love to tell you about my beliefs. I'd love to share everything with all of you like I have for half a decade. It's just unfortunate when YouTube allows a small portion of people to ruin it for everybody, and you can't do anything about it. But now I feel like we can. So, amen. But yeah, there's no philo today, I don't think, because of Powell. So, U.S. official to Al Jazeera, U.S. forces have taken maximum security measures. Uber owns a small stake of Waymo, I think. But Google is the one that owns Waymo fully. That's a Google product. Waymo is Google. I do think Uber is invested in them. You're one of those, baby. Good, bro. Amen. You got your friends to buy a long term. Amen, bro. And y'all see it. I heard homeboy just say, and I know we've disagreed, and he lives in Ukraine, and he helped the kids in Ukraine get a long term, bro. Do you realize how beautiful that is? Amen, bro. I think that's changed more lives than any bumper sticker. So, amen, bro. And I'm glad, and I hope y'all live this on, because like I'm telling you, y'all see it. I was saying it before YouTube was even acting like this, bro. The long term is going to be a dying breed. People are going to forget about it. I'm telling you. I'm grateful that I grew up in a time where that knowledge was still relevant, but I think it's always going to be relevant. It's just not going to be as popular. So y'all get a long term, bro, and take care of your family, take care of yourself, and secure your future. Yes, today is Fed Day. Indeed. Indeed. BKE. All right, man, we're just chilling now. I'm gonna keep our oil up. Honda has a partnership with Waymo. Hyundai. Jay Powell, everybody thinks he's going to hide behind the war. So, like I said yesterday, I think he's going to have a I told you so attitude in reference to not raising rates. But right now, the market is virtually pricing in no change on the SEP in terms of rates, which is fascinating because this is a big day and you are going to get a lot of guidance from the Fed. But, yeah, it's this one's not supposed to do much, and it did that 2 Fed meetings ago. But head on a swivel. If something big happens, you'll know. But generally, I think we're just going to get a little bit more information, and then Powell's going to hide behind the uncertainty. then this time he can. That's what I'm saying. Every other Fed meeting, yeah, you could trip out about tariffs. The data wasn't there. Like, it didn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? But now, with something that's rised up oil 50% in 2 weeks, now Powell could confidently be like, well, it's uncertain, as he always has during, these types of conflicts. So, but other than that, nothing else should really change. But if it does, that's why we should be very perceptive and aware right when the thing comes out, because if it does change, I don't think the market's ready for it. But in a weird way, I kind of believe the market today. I kind of do agree that we're not going to really get too much. But then again, anytime I really believe that, I usually get surprised. So I'm excited. We'll see. But 2 hours, I think, give or take, 9, 10, 11. Is it? Yeah, I got like hour 45. U.S. official B-2 bombers have been headed to the Middle East. See, get oil ripping. I'm telling you, oil, but then again, we saw it yesterday too. That's how I hit those oil plays. The headlines come in and then it lags. But you have to wait till like everyone's, because you don't know it's real or not. And again, Iran lies a lot. Israel, it's fog of war. So you might hear something and then it may not react and then it may react later, but you'll know something's really popping off when oil starts to go. That's what they did yesterday. That's what gets people worried, and they, the risk is high. So oil should be sensitive. Spies moving. Where came down? XLV. That's what I was saying for the long term, bro. I want new prices. Like Pepsi might hit a new price right now, but all the names we've been targeting, they've been up and then now they're slightly melting down again. I did not see Lulu. No. That's at a new price. But then I want Nike. But that could be attractive. Like we said, fundamentally, they're about the same. But that's good. I like new prices. Those are the ones that I get attracted by. Again, when we struck on new prices. Pizza was a new price. NVO, $58. That was a new price. So I want a good high quality name we've already liked, but hey man, we still diamond hunting. We're just diamond waiting. Stack the cash. CRK, what's that? Comstock and then LYV. I wanted around 100. I like Nike, but this is what I was telling you though, because remember 2 weeks ago, everybody wanted it at like $67 or $65, and that's why I was like, bro, why would we buy it? So at the you save 10%. That's a lot. That's a decent amount, bro. So that's what I like about this. And then if we do get any more volatility, if summer's not as good, at least we stacked up the cash. So that's awesome. Kava. I like the restaurant now. but I still don't like the stock. Because they have similar metrics to Sweet Greens. That's what I don't like. And then Sweet Greens is doing terrible. That's what I'm saying. Once the positioning runs out on this and Hims, you guys are fucked unless the numbers come up. So I'm not gonna lie, bro. I like Kava's food. After finally trying it, I was pretty impressed with it. Even though it's like Zoe's Kitchen remake and it took forever, I was like, okay, I could see the appeal. I could see why people are liking it, but I don't think it's like a real Chipotle competitor. Oh, wow, Visa. Okay, leg number 2 on Visa. Some of you hit that off of the first one, so GG's. Way to lock in. But yeah, like I was saying, Kava's food is good. I like it. I appreciate it. After being, I've never been, and I was like, why the fuck? It's expensive. It's not cheap. It's not cheap, but it is what it is. Healthy food. It's competitive. It's in the same price range as Chipotle or anything else you would buy like that in California. But like I'm saying, it has very similar metrics to very big underperformers. It's all hype. So you could like the company. Maybe be my guest if you really believe in it. Then you want it down on the year, but still very high. That's all you. But just like when Sweet Greens came down, I would consider it at the lowest price possible. So like I said, remember, Sweet Greens was crazy. Then it failed. And then I tried it. I was like, wow, this is good. Then it goes up to $45, and then it's right back down. But like I'm saying, fundamentally, restaurants, margin, cash flow, it's very similar to Kava. But that's why I'm like, I like Kava, though. I like both of them. But I don't think I'd be a buyer at a crazy. I'd let it either, if they succeed without me, I hope you guys do good. But I'm not going to be a buyer at that price. But if it does come down, I would love to. I would love to consider a good high growth food company. My favorite right now is Sweet Greens, but I'm not buying them yet. I need a 50% off, and I'm in. Yeah, Better Buzz. Better Buzz isn't public. They'll do good if they go public. I like Better Buzz. I feel like Better Buzz is a SoCal thing, right? I don't know if I've seen it outside of SoCal. Caffeine spot. Yeah, coffee, I guess. Frozen pizza. Hey, man. Just count the calories, bro. Macros. Tesla, VST on the high, Iron on the high. And then Visa's still getting worked. Iron, pop in 1.5, SPY coming down, Procter & Gamble too. The new wave oxygen thing. I've never done that. Have you done the oxygen masks? I've seen them in Vegas. I'm like, I'm not putting on a mask in Vegas that everybody... Ugh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Better Buzz it's like a SoCal coffee shop. It's got traction like 5-6 years ago, and it's been expanding. But it's really good. It's super expensive. It's not cheap, but it's just good. I don't know. It feels like Starbucks, but it's different. Anyone doing good on day trading? Yes. The people who don't talk. So the people who talk about day trading usually aren't doing good. That's why they have to flex and we have to ban them. So most of the people who are silent, following the rules, taking advantage, they're probably hitting like crazy. So please read the rules and get with it, or maybe put less comments. But I don't even want to correct you anymore, or anybody, because you guys use the corrections of me trying to help out the community as justification to why I should be unfairly treated. So yeah, but do your thing, and that's just my take on it. The people making money don't talk about it, and if you should do that like that. That's a good way to do it and stop influencing people and get a long term. Woo! Visa, bro. See, that was a hitter if you were here. I know some of them got it. Owe you from yesterday. Well, you ain't owe me shit, dog. Oh, I love you. God bless you, bro. He said, I owe you, man. We owe God. That's it. I just finger to the sky. Is it a Visa downgrade? It might. That's what I said. I think it might be stablecoin related, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, you missed some moves. General, no real pop-off in Iran. So you got your little rally up and oil chilled out. Circle, a couple names had some big days, but other than that, we're waiting for Powell. And then no, I don't have news on Visa. We caught it when it was only down 1%. I put out a stream alert, but like I said, it could either be stablecoin. All the others like AXP were moving. But I said I didn't want to play it, but Visa was the hitter. Visa and MasterCard. Senior Iranian official, any direct intervention on the front line will be met with an unprecedented threat to enemy ships. Hot dog. Well, just remember, we haven't had a declaration of war. Like I'm telling you, that is a objective, like, catalyst that you could follow. So, like, Strait of Hormuz, if they attack it in the beginning, then the declaration's coming. You get what I'm saying? And then vice versa. So, but that is probably going to be the next step. Again, this is just my opinion, but that is how I would view it personally. But for now, that's why you keep getting these drop and pops in the market, and then oil's like slowly going up. You know what I'm saying? So there it is. Oh, 2,000 dops. The gate is closing. You are what you command. Oh, amen, bro. That gives me goosebumps. Woo! You were blocked by someone for saying? I'm about to block you for bringing up someone else. Have you tweeted YouTube? Have you wrote a letter? Have you done anything? But then you're telling me about others. Amazing, brother. Amazing. I am what the Lord commands. Amen. But yeah, go write your letters. Missiles launched from Iran towards Israel. Get up, USO. Meeting, so enjoy it, baby. Enjoy it. I think you'll be backed by Powell, but even then, if Powell isn't, if it is what it's expected to be, just enjoy your meeting. we might just swing back and forth. It's good though. We're already coming back down. I don't know how much I was saying we'd have cushion here in the morning. Well, we're getting closer. 12:30 already. What? Hour and a half now till Powell? Just under that. NNE on the high. Oh, is Uber still down? Just harvest plenty. Workers are. All right. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'm gonna go get a carbo. We gotta start stretching, bro. I'm getting excited. Powell.
Maybe it's Europe, where we've seen
Follow
plenty of their own sort of fiscal developments and political developments this year as well. But I think one interesting thing to watch is, so far this year, a lot of this has been the fast money. This has been the hedge funds, the CTAs, and that's important. But I think what we're all really watching for now is, will pension funds, will sovereign wealth funds, will the real slow-moving sort of money that moves like an aircraft carrier, very slowly but very impactfully, will that start to move? And that's sort of at the point we're at now.
And what happens when we reach those deal deadlines? All right, thank you so much, Carter Johnson, Bloomberg FX and rates reporter. Tensions still high in the Middle East. President Trump saying Iran has reached out to him to discuss de-escalation. Let's bring in Terry Haynes, founder of Pangea Policy, to discuss more on global geopolitics. So Terry, yesterday it was every moment could have brought a headline. We were almost waiting for President Trump after his national security meeting to come out and, address the nation in some capacity. He didn't. What's the plan, do you think?
Good to be with you, Vonnie. I think the best answer is I'm not sure what the plan is. We've been told this morning by the president that we're in for a big week, and more action might come soon here. But what I will say is that you've got a situation for markets that's not like the other situations. The markets tend to treat conflicts over the past few years, particularly in the Middle East, as kind of dot plot geopolitical moments. This is not like those. This is existence of a nation versus existence of a regime, and I think the mistake markets make fundamentally is assuming that these are two rational actors that'll come to some sort of rational conclusion. You hear an awful lot of talk like that. When you have an existential situation like this, an overused word but true here, what you have is a situation where both sides will consider irrational decisions. So that's why this is particularly a difficult situation and will be for the foreseeable future going forward.
Trump told reporters this morning, I only want one thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I'm not looking long term. It doesn't sound like he's as amped up to join a war or get as involved as he perhaps was in the early hours of yesterday or when he came back from the G7 all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, markets have some clarity, but there's an awful lot of no clarity here. The clarity is from the president is you'll see something in the next week, a very big week, so markets will assume that there's some sort of action. But there's an awful lot of no clarity here that influences a decision and probably makes it very difficult for the president to be precise about this stuff. And they include, questions like, can Israel go it alone? Are U.S. assets yet fully deployed around the region? Are you sure you know where all the nuclear sites are? I mean, if you're going to hit Fordo and Isfahan and wherever else, but there's maybe something else you don't know about. Are you sure that when you hit these things, there's only the radioactivity that is released will be contained? Are you sure Iran won't booby trap them? Are you sure that they won't respond in some sort of a way that is particularly damaging? So they're going to take a little bit of time to lock a lot of those things down before they proceed, whether or not that's Israel proceeding or the United States proceeding.
And then there's China, Terry. We finally heard from China. China seems to be trying to also throw a little bit of cold water on the whole situation. Is China influential in any of these theaters?
China could be influential if it chose. The difficulty here is that the uncertainty in the Middle East, greater uncertainty in the Middle East, is China views as benefiting itself. So you have a situation where China and what I view as its client state Russia are both trying to be helpful, but helpfulness in this context means treating both combatants equally. And when you have a situation where the existence of one of those combatants is in the direct line of fire, and the United States backs that combatant, I think any overtures by China or Russia aren't going to be very successful.
You know, we could discuss options that Israel has and options that Iran has all day long, but basically sort of one of the very sort of difficult ones that Iran would take would be to close the Strait of Hormuz. Now, it's not off the table, clearly, but what would it take for Iran to do that?
Well, they've done it before, and what you would have is a situation where they could use their navy, they could use military, they could even mine the strait if they chose to. All of those come with a lot of costs. I mean, they come as obviously huge economic costs to oil and energy worldwide. They also come with kind of regional geopolitical costs. This is not a course of action that's going to be favored by the rest of the nations in the Gulf region, so it's highly risky, and we already have a lot of assets deployed, and it's well known that we have a lot of assets deployed just south of the strait as well. So the greater instability of the potential for Iranian or even proxies going up against the United States Navy is a real concern there as well.
All right, Terry, thank you so much. We'll obviously bring everybody all of the lines as they cross. That is Terry Haynes, founder of Pangea Policy. Coming up, as I mentioned, Keras
honestly, he brought up something that's the only thing. Dude, it's weird. I just saw a Marko Kolanovic tweet, and I kind of agree with it, because he was just saying, like, the fact that no planes were shot down over Iran kind of just highlights the lack of defense. But what that guy just said about them booby trapping the nuclear facilities, that might be a risk. Because that would be I don't know, bro. Iran this is very odd still. Because they've talked a big game for a very long time, but it's not like, I don't know if you guys see it. Like, it's not, this is every other time it's been more like, they've seemed equally met, but this time Iran is just kind of got them all by surprise. You think they might be done talking? Well, we'll see, but that's like, even yesterday though, they were saying a lot. They've been saying a lot. I know, I kind of start to believe it. I'm saying, I don't think we truly know what Iran has or doesn't have. That's why, like, maybe this is all part of the game, but for now, there is like an apparent, like, image that they're kind of weak right now. So we'll see. Sirens sound in Tel Aviv and many other areas. Central Israel. So watch. Keep note right here. There was another one over here. And then just see, because then if it does start to react, that headline right now might lead to the next oil move in like 10 minutes. A huge missile was launched from Iran. Speculation it was the Khorramshahr 4 missile for the first time. But last night they said they launched another one for the first, like it was a new generation one, but it never hit. So let's see. I guess you just you believe it when you see it. When it comes to this, for now. Oh shit! Is that? I don't know if this is a new video. So in the nature of reporting it to you, I cannot confirm that this is real. Because like I'm saying, I'm used to seeing videos that are hella old, and then people post them, and then they say it's new. But look at this. This looks like this SpaceX shit. Was it 2 minutes ago? They're saying a huge missile. This missile was launched from Iran. That's a ballistic, bro. That's an ICBM. Only that's what makes that view. So yeah, that only has 470 views. That's coming out now. So we'll see. Yeah, bro, there was one in San Diego the other night. Did you guys see it? There was a SpaceX rocket. You saw the exact same thing in your California, Arizona sky. Maritime agencies advised to avoid Iranian waters on their way to Hormuz. Reuters. So look, like I'm telling you, the headline came in here. I just showed you people sending this little missile video. We don't know if it's real or not yet. But the next move on oil will probably be because of that. Fiserv on the low. Fiserv dumping down 2.2. That could be something. FI. I don't have news on it. There's only one good contract. Oh, no, there's another one. Oh, there's another. All right, yeah, the contracts aren't moving. There's some decent ones. I'll leave it for you. I'm feeling generous. I already did good today. I don't want to give it back till Powell. Okay, those tripled. I saw you take it. Good work.
I'm so proud. I get to watch you guys snake the chain. If I snaked it, you wouldn't have, but it's fun to watch you.
Okay, now it came down. Oh, now it came up. It's good. Yeah, coin keeps just going, bro. Caris Life Sciences? What is this? That's the CAI. It has AI in the name and IPO?
Aberrations that would indicate that a certain drug would work better for that particular patient, or they should stay away from that drug. And then we make a recommendation to the doctor, and then the doctor selects which drug they want to apply. But as we get more and more data, our data set gets larger and larger and larger in the cloud. We have over 500,000 patients now with whole exome, whole transcriptome, and with all the treatment data and all the claims data. And so we could go in there using AI and mine them and find new subsets to that population. Like we just came out with one for triple negative breast cancer, that 15% of the population, if they go on a particular treatment as opposed to what standard of care would be, it triples their overall survival from 1 year to 3 years.
Pretty fascinating stuff. Now, you sold your previous company about 20 years ago to Caremark. That was a $7.5 billion deal. So you definitely know how to run a business and how to make a successful exit. I'm curious as to how you approached founding and running this business, having had that previous experience.
Well, you know, I had the freedom to choose whatever I wanted to get into. And so I thought, trying to help people in molecular science, I was confident that there was going to be a molecular revolution at some point through technology. And so personalized medicine is a way that we can really help people. So directionally, that was the decision. I know Bloomberg interviewed me in 2018, and we were considering an IPO at the time, and I told her, the interviewer, that I met or exceeded every single quarter I was public for 8 years. And so I know the street's used to that. So I'm not going to go public until I feel that confidence back. And that's where we are now. So we're very confident.
And yet, David, you've said in the past that you entered this business without an actual business model. Have you since made a business model for yourself?
We have. We have.
What a follow-up.
In a funny way, we call it the Trojan horse strategy, which is we do one thing that we can get paid for while we're actually looking for something else.
I love it. Well, what is that one thing you're getting paid for then?
Well, if we get paid for the profiling, both in tissue and in blood. So we've ported whole exome, whole transcriptome, which means every gene, DNA and RNA, in both tissue and blood. And blood creates huge opportunities to move into all different disease states.
So who are your clients and what do they pay you? How is it measured?
Well, our clients are really the patient. I mean, we're a very patient-focused company. We always will be. And so we have what we call the mom rule, where we treat every patient as we would treat our own mom. My mom died of multiple myeloma in 2003, and that's kind of where that came from. So we're patient-focused. So that's who we're working for. And then the doctors will order the test, and then we bill third-party payers.
Sure, and very sorry to hear about your mom. Maybe it is having some kind of a ripple effect for the good of humanity down the road. But curious as to who is buying that profiling information.
Well, we provide it to the doctor, and then we bill third parties, insurance companies, Medicare,
Then we scam
United
the
Healthcare,
medical,
Aetna, Cigna,
American
Humana,
medical system.
etc.
Navigating
There are a
the
lot of
American
companies in this
healthcare
space now, David. How do you
system.
differentiate yourself? Is it a war for talent? Is it finding a niche that somebody else hasn't already occupied?
Well, no one runs all the genes. We're the only company in the world that's ever done that, and we've been doing it since 2019. So we now have this massive database that no one else can catch or touch. And even if they started now, they'd have to wait for it to mature to see what happened to the patients. So it's becoming proprietary, and I don't know how anyone else is going to be able to stay in the business.
David, you've raised this money now. Will you give us a detailed breakdown on how you plan to use it?
We'll probably just pay down our debt for right now. We're going to be cash flowing very soon, profitable company. So we have about $400 million in debt. We'll probably just pay the debt down.
So you pay the debt down, and when do you anticipate being profitable?
This year.
This year?
Yeah.
And you're going to have to get back on with those earnings calls. Are you going to try and sort of court analysts and maybe court the street as well?
I'll have to wait and see. Have to wait and see. But we intend to be able to be consistent with our earnings.
All right. Well, David, I hope that you'll come on after some of those earnings calls. We really appreciate your time. That is David Dean Halbert, founder, chairman, and CEO of Keris Life Sciences. Went public at $21 and is trading at much beyond that right now. Coming up, we go live to the Federal Reserve as we await today's interest rate decision. That's just over an hour from now. This is Bloomberg.
Yeah, so in like about 30, 40 minutes, I'm going to do a preview. I mean, there's a lot. Again, when it comes to Powell today, there's some people talking a lot, some people simplifying it. So like we could get really deep into it if you want, but I also do kind of believe that we're not really expecting too much. So yeah, we will see. I mean, yeah, he said he wanted an IPO, but he said he wasn't confident. And then they were like, do you have a business model? I love that. That was a great follow-up. So like, you previously said you had no business model. That's good. We like your confidence, but previously you said you had no fucking clue about what you are doing. Does that still remain? Do you still remain as you stated, I am fucking clueless? Do you still believe you are fucking clueless? Okay, good to know. Good to know. Wow. Awesome. Awesome. Am I what? Okay. Yeah, you're bouncing a little bit. Remember I was telling you, watch oil, though. That's all I really care about. Oil, and then we're going to work our way into Powell. Like I said, I got a preview for you. There's a lot of data we could go over, but either way, that'll be it. Oh, I got to save these. I got to save pretty pictures. All of it. Oh, I forgot about that. There was a big change. Remember last time they like altered the statement? So yeah. Let me see. Let me get all of this stuff saved for you. Just so we could run through it. I'm already start setting up. But like, yeah, in 30 minutes, we're really going to begin our Fed preview for those who are interested. So that's going to be fun. We don't know what the Visa MasterCard thing is now. Yeah, so Israel Army radio, citing military source, we detected the launch of 8 missiles from Iran towards Israel. So it's getting a little bit more confirmed, you guys. So remember, look at oil. We were saying, right? It was like right around here. 81.45. You're up 30 cents on oil. But essentially, there's getting more confirmation about that missile that was just fired. That big one. They're targeting greater Tel Aviv areas were intercepted.
thinking of going to YouTube, bro, I had this talk the other day with somebody because I want to send somebody there to talk to. I want to talk to him. I just want to sit down and talk to him, bro. Because, like, that's the thing. We're trying to be reasonable. And we're not going to sue him. We can't. Like, dude, you know what? This is what my lawyer told me. You know my lawyer? That's why I pay him a lot of fucking money. You know what he told me? Steve will do it. He was like, bro, Steve will do it tried to sue Google. He even had the fucking president and was on the plane with the president. He said, you're not doing shit, bro. He said, and that's what I was like, bro, I'm not trying to beef with anybody, but I do want to sit, like, I just want to talk. Like, why? Like, you know what I'm saying, bro? We ain't trying to cause problems, bro. I literally, anybody who's witnessed my journey, you have watched me get radicalized step by step by all of this unfair treatment. That's why I'm like, come on, bro. So that's why. And it's just like, dude, we're not trying to be weird. We're trying to, like, come on, dude. Stop this bullshit, bro. We trying to help motherfuckers out. Like, let's be real. I know, that's what he was saying. Then they fucked up his channel, and then he tried. So that's why they said, I'm not trying to sue anybody. And then that's it. You got radicalized. I'd like to think I'm not radicalized, but, like, let's be real. Dude, the first 3 years on YouTube, I never endorsed any politics, and I would shut it down. Let's be real. How many of you witnessed that here? You know damn well. And it was literally every month at a time. Then I kept getting banned. I kept getting unfair treatment. I tried to follow the rules. And then before you know it, it's like, bro, it doesn't matter what the fuck I do. Y'all are targeting like me and my people for no damn reason. And, like, dude, that's why I'm like, do you want, like, I'm trying to operate in a very integral way, trying to ride the line. Because, again, I want people to get a long term. That's all I've set out to do, and I've done it. You know what I'm saying? And then, yeah, bro. And it's just like it didn't matter. It didn't matter. And, like, they thought I was telling you about COVID to, like, I wasn't trying to get political. We made fucking $500,000 off of $20, like, or $200. Like, we were trying to help people, bro. And that's what we've done from day one, bro. And then that's why I was like, come on, man. So, yeah, call it what you want. But it was very, like, just little by little, bro. They've just been poking. And that's why I'm like, bro, I don't know if they're aware of it or not, and they might not be. So I'm not trying to have a problem, but I'm not going to sit here and, you know, take all this and not draw attention to it. But at the end of the day, we found answers, and I'm very glad. So, yalla. I'm not trying to go against the grain. I want them. I think we could find a very amicable solution. It's not that crazy. That's it. Like, you know, this is, if anybody, I think we can. So either way, God bless the cult, baby. Get a law term. Oh, I gotta save all this preview shit, bro. I got a lot for you. That's it. I just get tempted to rant on Powell Day. You know I love my Powell days. So yeah, I got a lot of preview shit, bro. We could go deep, we could go shallow, but above all else, the big event is today. And then it's weird because there's just as equal. I think it's more likely we do nothing today, but just given the situation, it's kind of a powder keg. I don't know if it will get ignited, though. That's what I'm saying. I think the fuel is there, but I don't think the spark is. You got a free membership. Amen. Well, even then, like I told you guys earlier, if you missed it, the beauty is that although I will not be able to keep videos on this channel because YouTube keeps allowing people to abuse it, you won't have an archive of videos, but now I don't need to go private during Philo or Pledge of Allegiance because now no one could report me for talking about the troops or Jesus. So kind of a win-win. I don't know. I like it. I think that makes me excited for all of you who felt a little heartbroken about that, because that wasn't my goal. So I'm glad. I hope that helps. But you will still need members for the chat until we make a little bit more progress. You know what I'm saying? Once we get more progress on this, once we get more progress on this dumb shit, I would love to welcome all of you back for free without a paywall. That has always been the main goal and intention. So as you see, we're just responding to this dumb shit. The plays will not come back, no. If anything, the plays are identified as harmful and dangerous by YouTube. Literally. Ming Chi gave Apple iPhone foldable updates? Watch it. We might not even be able to have the watch list, because I did it last night and I did it live and then I had to delete it. But we might just not do the watch list until we get this, until we could keep videos up, because it's half of you didn't even get alerted to it. But I might as well just make the watch list and then I'll tell you about it in the morning. So we'll find a way to do that. But for now, like I'm saying, bro, I will graciously and gladly, I'll take the punches, and that's why I've asked you guys just ride with me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to hurt anybody, bro. I'm just operating in a really weird set of rules that change and then get applied very differently. So, you know, well, we'll figure it out. But until then, though, at least no pledge, no philo private, just because, again, no one could ban me for it, bro. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't do anything. So, yalla, yalla, yalla. Gun lock. MKE? I don't know. Is that a stock? Or are you saying MRK? I don't know what you're saying, big dog. Are you writing? I'm writing a physical one. I haven't sent it yet, and I already did the digital one. I'm having my girlfriend to go and drop it off at the post office for me. But yeah, so do that. That's what I'm saying, man. If you would, I would love to bring back plays in a non-members only chat and everything else, bro. And like I'm saying, I've been responding, bro, and trying my best. So do me a favor and write a letter to the White House. Reach out to Google, and yeah, I think you see the plan. Semis ripping. Is Intel still up? I gotta keep an eye on oil, bro. So odd, because like even without Powell, I feel like the market would have held like this. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it still would have been like, Do I feel like a politician? No, not yet. I'm getting there. What should be in your letter? I think you should not let me influence you, and you should write your true, genuine impact this channel has had on your life and what you have witnessed in terms of fair or unfair. And that's it. Or you don't even have to put that. Put whatever you want. I don't want to influence it. But because like I told you, bro, I have people and they say, why would you do this? Why are you choosing to go against Google? Why are you picking this? And I was like, bro, number one, Chad, let me remind you, I've been told they will crush you. My brother, they would have crushed me already. Okay, that's number one. All right, number two, this is gonna be my political ad for when I do get into politics. I mean, like, they told me I couldn't do it. And then we're going to take on Google and we're going to fucking win. And I'm not trying to hurt Google. I just want them to fucking be normal. Go back to stop being evil. Be fair. Let them free. Let them be educated. That's it. And then I'll get into politics, because then this will be a great ad. Exactly. Like Ralph Nader. I fought Google. You see that? You see what I'm saying? Now we could talk politics. And then you're going to remember this. You're going to be like, wow. He did fight Google. He was insane. And then they silenced him and he was never heard of again. Nah, man. See, I got to work on the random, like, jokes because that might hurt my political career. But that is natural. That is natural. I have bad ADD and a lot of things go through my mind. But it equates to really good stock shit because we could juggle a lot. Meta, yeah. Well, Meta, I mean, they all are kind of bad, bro. You know, is what it is. You'd vote for me if I campaigned with the Elmo voice? Dog, in like 30 years, bro, that might be the standard for politics. Like, you realize the next political base right now, they are obsessed with gooning and talking about it. Do you understand? So in 30 years, a candidate who talks like Elmo might be a viable political candidate. I'm not even kidding you. So what are you telling me? Like, that's like serious, it's scarily true, bro. Okay? I hope you know that. They'd be like, why not Elmo? They'd be like, this is historic, Elmo. Oh my God. I'm like, oh, jeez, bro. This is fucked. I have a lot of projection materials. All right, you guys want to nerd out for Fed Day? I want to, but like I don't want to nerd out so much where like you get so excited and then nothing fucking happens. Do you understand? Because I think that could happen. But then again, every time I think nothing happens, something happens. Because I already got a decent amount. Okay. PayPal dying. Yo, check Visa. This has to be stablecoin shit now. All the plays already jacked up. Be careful. Bro, all of these aren't working today. Like, you could get them if it continues, but they're already jacking them up so expensive. You can't get the same cheapies that we were sniping the other day. Still not too much premium, but PayPal, big candle, introduces Coinbase payments for commerce platforms. So that's why PayPal's down. So yeah, I'm not playing it, but again, you guys are here. They doubled though. Fuck. That hit. It hit, bro. That doubled up after doubling up. So technically, it made 400%, but you will have only made 100%. You see what I'm saying? I'm ignoring the 300. After I see it move 300, I'm not touching it. But then it's going 100% from the late move. You get what I'm saying? So some of you are taking it. I'm literally watching you on the chain right now. But yeah, I'm not grabbing them. So you could profit off of the news and you could profit off being early, but just be careful. Like I'm saying, they're jacking up the Ubers today, all of them. Oh, Trump is on the White House lawn. Trump on Iran, lots of intelligent. I'm looking for the Trump thing.
you sure that was it? It could be the other one. Because remember, that lawn thing was earlier. I do see another one. Yeah, dude, PayPal is getting wrecked on that. Coinbase news. Coinbase. Oh, dude, those went 500%. Whew! Oh, I didn't touch them, but if you got them, you were here first. Says he ended remarks. Dude, Coinbase has got in on everything. Like, low-key, man. Lately, stable coins, consumer payments. I mean, aren't we green on Coinbase in the long term now? So, yeah, that did wake it up. So now, like I'm saying, the plays already went up that 200%. I didn't want it, and then it went up another 100%. And then now, total, it just went up another 2, so it's like 500-600% total. And then you could have still made 400% by being late. So that one actually had follow through. So that one was a hitter.
Yeah. If you don't mind, there's a battery in my bag where those umbrellas are at Stakeout.
You hear that? Sounded like Kennedy.
In the green bag. On a cart where the Stakeout is, where that umbrella is, all the way a camera battery in the green and black bag.
The real estate exam, if you don't study, it's pretty difficult because there's state and then like local and then federal. So there's 2 parts, national and state. So, but if you don't study, I've seen a lot of people fail. But if you study and like you actually give a shit, I mean, it's relatively easy, I would say. Shop adding coin payments unconfirmed. So yeah, that Trump thing, Shopify's popping off of that. All right, we got 17 minutes. I'm going to save. I have analyst comments, and then I got pretty much. We're going to go over soft data, hard data. Then I have the projected statement. Then we're going to go over the actual SEP. And then I have I have a couple projections on what it could look like today. But then again, I don't want to bias you too much. Okay? So we'll see. Can we peacefully protest? Maybe. Let's see if we could get a hold of them, how we're doing. Because like I'm saying, bro, I ain't trying to be mad at them. I ain't trying to cause disruption. I ain't trying to rile up anybody, but I do want to draw attention to this, and I do want a good fix. So the goal is just to get a hold of somebody for now. And, let's keep chugging along, and maybe that will be in the cards. But ideally, I hope that we could do something without having to be all crazy. We do get the SCP today, baby. Said peaceful. Where are the cinder blocks? What the fuck? Boeing on the low. 12 U.S. F-22s are heading towards Jordan. Another one. So again, was it 82.40? 81.40. Yeah, you guys look at that. So oil's up almost $1 from those missile launches. You guys see that? And it's been going slow. And then Robinhood's popping up right now too. Whoa, a lot of people just bought more PayPal ones. And then SYM, NNE, Coinbase is still going. That's the real winner, bro. I think it's all because the Genius Act, bro. It makes sense. Visa, MasterCard, all this stablecoin shit. That was my first idea, but yeah, I think it's slowly starting to happen. Not glad? No, bro. I'm glad. I'm very glad. So I said, bro, I appreciate the catfish. You guys remember the catfish philo? You know what? I'm going to give you the catfish philo right now. Let me see if I can find it on my phone. So I could I already know it off top, but yeah. And then you know what? Let me get that little philo, and then we can start getting into a preview. Does that sound good? So let me get you some religious indoctrination, and then we could talk about some political indoctrination. Isn't that fun? So follow me on Instagram at the Trader Fraternity, Real Cult News on Twitter, and I'll be RB.
It is a big question, and to hear him say no, I wouldn't support that, I think is also very telling.
Rick, how, if the White House decides to act, should this be rolled out? Does the president need to address the American people in prime time? Is that old-fashioned? To what extent do the American people need to be prepared for this?
Well, we do know Donald Trump likes these big moments in a presidency. The symbolism of the Oval Office, the Resolute Desk, is not lost on this president. That being said, I would think it would be always after the fact. I mean, these are operations that are best left in the secret. No sense in telegraphing our punch to Iran. So I wouldn't anticipate the president forecasting his intent to strike Iran, to degrade his ability to manufacture a bomb, and until after the fact. And then I do think there is an opening at that point to say, okay, now let's figure out what happens next, because it may not need much more attention militarily in Iran if we do indeed use some of our unique capability to destroy these facilities.
Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano with analysis. as we wait for a decision from President Trump. Bloomberg Politics contributors, many thanks to both of you for your insights as we turn our attention coming up to the Federal Reserve. Walking up now in less than an hour to the announcement on interest rates. We'll be joined ahead here in Washington by Kitty Richards at the Groundwork Collaborative. Stay with us.
What does it mean to be rich? It's not just about the places you can go, but also
Oh, yeah, that's what it is? Yeah, where you could go. Okay. I guess it's not just about that. All right, well, I still wanted to set up, but then the commercial, I still haven't found it. I haven't not found it yet. Amex didn't drop with Visa. No, that was the one that didn't lag. So, or that was the one that did lag, but then it didn't react. SPY looks calm, and you gotta. Again, we've been getting the dollar up on oil since the missile launches. You're even getting another move on there. Mr. Brunson. What do you mean rich, huh? Money make you a rich man? Oscar, that was a good one, bro. I really look forward to seeing if that becomes like big in the healthcare space, because they have been fascinating. Is PayPal a dead stock? No. So be careful. This is where I think a lot of people make the mistake, you guys. The price of a stock could tell you a lot of things, but it doesn't really reflect the business, okay? Just really keep that in mind, because PayPal is actually everywhere, you guys. It reminds me of just a lot of things. There's oil. Israeli reports command center met with Trump and presented him military options in the Iranian context. I don't think that's it. It's coming out now, but remember, you just had a dollar buildup with all the other missiles and interceptions. You know what I'm saying? So you are hearing they're putting out this Israel thing. Israel reporters saying they presented Trump with military plans or options. But like I'm telling you, I do think the other shit was kind of moving it up earlier. Nike pushing back the Kim Kardashian line because of delays. I don't know if they intercepted all of them. We don't know. That's what I'm saying. You'll see missiles. You don't know if they're lying. Even you don't know if Israel is being truthful about the interceptions. We don't know. So welcome to conflict. Just, you guys remember Russia, Ukraine in the early days. So this one has a lot more long-standing history and drama, but still pretty intense. But you really just genuinely don't know. It's sadly one of those, I'll see it when I believe it. Yeah, Circle keeps going up. Again, that's part of the crypto stablecoins. Nike's going down on the Skims thing. They didn't even
I think it's at the same price when that skim stuff came out. Okay, SPY dropping a little more. Preparing. Yeah, we had that again. Remember, we had all of these earlier. Barclays reportedly among the firms expressing interest in acquiring TSB Bank. PayPal again, if you hit those. Oh my goodness. And then BTU. Yeah, the PayPals are going back up again. Dude, my goodness. Merc is still up too, but yeah, bro, we chilling. Are you ready though? You got 30 minutes. All right. Redfin, fat again. Fitch says fiscal outlook remains challenging despite near-term revenue boosts. Expects deficits to remain high in coming years because do not expect to be significant additional fiscal policy changes. You're reading the updates at Paris Air Show. Airbus got multiple new orders. Has Boeing revealed their number? They're supposed to reveal orders and numbers, but sadly, you had like more announcements at the Qatar thing. Qatar. All right. I will be right back. I'm almost ready, though. That other one got
that high rates are squeezing American families. They're making housing less affordable, both through higher mortgage rates and through less building. There are real reasons to think that the Fed should be considering moving rates down at a more rapid pace. But there's also so much uncertainty created by things like the tariffs. Yeah. And, you know, we're seeing war in Iran cause energy prices to go up. That can filter through to inflation. It's a really difficult situation.
Liberation Day was the game changer then, in your view, and that's what's keeping the Fed's attention away from some nice CPI reports that we can talk about all day long. They're concerned about looming inflation coming from tariffs.
I think that's right. You know, inflation from tariffs, some of the Fed governors have talked about that as being transient, a word that we have heard in the past. But I do think that it's a real concern. And also, I think that there are concerns about the massive budget bill moving through the Senate now, what that would do to pressure on interest rates.
What does the Fed think about reconciliation? How do you read the tea leaves on this?
I think it's hard for me to say how the Fed will view it. You know, typical Fed policymakers are concerned about a $5 trillion increase to the budget deficit, especially to pay for something that is not going to create economic growth and stability, like tax cuts for the very wealthiest. Yeah. There are also real problems for workers in this bill. If the Medicaid cuts currently contemplated by the Senate bill go into effect, that's going to be millions of workers losing their health insurance, having to pay more. It's going to drive costs up. That's also a problem for the labor market. So I think the Fed is they have said they're in a wait-and-see approach. We'll wait and see if that's what they say at the press conference today. But there is so much going on that I think it puts the Fed in a position of feeling most comfortable just standing pat.
Interesting. Jay Powell's an institutionalist, right? Does he take the CBO at its word when we start talking about additions to debt and deficit?
I think that the Fed understands the pressures, if you're talking about the different policy baselines that are out there.
Well, it's become a parlor game around here. The CBO is the only one who doesn't know what's going on because there's no dynamic scoring and they're not factoring in the tariff revenue. This is what we hear every day on this show.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the parlor game around the tariff revenue is the Trump administration claiming that they are going to raise a lot in tariffs and yet somehow prices are not going to go up and we're not going to see any of that impact the American economy or American workers.
Yeah. What's the dot plot going to tell us today? Let's get to some actual news.
I'll be interested to see what the dot plot tells us today. We're following what Fed governors are saying.
They're going to crank this down to one cut? Is that the idea?
I think that most of what we've seen is a wait-and-see approach, and they continue to wait and see, and things continue to be pushed off. I will be really interested to see what they say about the later quarters of this year. Now, that is also when we expect to see the impact of the tariffs in both inflation and the labor market.
Jay Powell is preparing to meet the press right now. Bloomberg's Michael McKee is over there. He's got a bunch of questions. They're going to throw him off. What will be his posture? What will be his tone? Any different than the last meeting? There's so many questions he can't answer.
I would assume that we're going to see a very similar approach to the last meeting. And also, as you said, Jay Powell is an institutionalist. I think that it is important to him and the other Fed governors to not be seen as overly reactive to
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, there's a couple of headlines. White House Chief of Staff Wiles told the Senate GOP to pass the tax bill next week. Omani source denies the report that there was an arrival of Iranian delegation. An Israeli army says attacks are focused on Western Iran. Oh, yeah. So, Chad, I got a quick philo for you. I know the market's coming down. And like I said, now that we don't have any videos on the channel, I think we can we don't have to make the Pledge of Allegiance in Jesus private, because like I was telling you guys, I know some of you were bothered by it, but I genuinely hope you realize, like, dude, people were using that against us, man, and I'm glad we have a solution. So it is Fed Day. I'm not gonna bog you down too much with philo, because again, I mean, today is a very big day. We have watched and documented every single Jerome Powell since about 2018. Even before that, I have videos documenting Janet Yellen too. But whole point is, it's a big day today. So I thought I would just give you a little positive message that I hope that you could take with you. And I hope it encourages you, man, okay? So I know the market's going down. Don't worry. We're waiting for Powell. I got a good preview that we're going to get into after all of this. But very simply, my friends, very, very simply, the catfish. Oh. So the whole point of this, man, is you should be grateful of the challenges and struggles during life. Why? Because it keeps you fresh, bro. Do you guys realize that? Oh, I hope y'all feel me on this, but here's the analogy. Did you know, like salmon, when they go and they get salmon, they fish it in Alaska and other places, and then they ship it all across the world. That's how you get salmon on your plate. But believe it or not, if you just took like a tank of these fish, put them in the tank and then transported them, and it's just a big tank of all salmon, by the time it arrives at its destination and then you cook it, believe it or not, the fish isn't fresh. It doesn't taste good. It actually tastes stale. Believe it or not. So do you know what they actually do when they ship salmon?
they put a catfish in the tank. Because that means during the whole journey of transporting that salmon, the catfish is chasing the salmon. So what ends up happening is that during that whole trip, instead of sitting there stale, the salmon is getting chased around by the catfish, so that when it arrives to its destination, it actually comes out fresh. My brother, that is an analogy for life. That's why some of you, and I'm telling you all this, if you don't genuinely believe it, I mean it, bro. I am so grateful for these opportunities. I really am. You know, it's nice when things go right. It's nice when things go good, but, oh, bro, I always love a good catfish. I always love a good, something to wake you up. Disrupt the rhythm a little bit and get you moving. Because like I'm saying, bro, I feel like it is very motivating. It keeps you swimming. You're a whole different person when you're chilling, relaxing, versus having to fight and move and stay alive. It's just different, bro. I don't know. Can you relate? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if you can relate, my friend. So you tell me. But when it's all said and done, I think this is a very simple analogy. And I do, like I said, man, I do hope that it encourages you. And I don't know what any of y'all are dealing with. You know what I'm dealing with. But at the end of the day, bro, this applies universally. And before, I even fall to frustration, bro. And I already told you that. So like I'm telling you, man, just keep in mind that before you get frustrated, before all that, and yeah, shit sucks sometimes, and you do got to deal with things, but, just remind yourself, it keeps you fresh, baby. It keeps you alive, and it would be nice to not be chased, but that chase is the reason why you gonna be fresh, bro. Oh, yeah, I hope y'all feel me. So, on that note, that's just all I have for you for Philo. It's crazy. We had to even make that private because people get mad. You know what I'm saying? Ooh. So, other than that, though, I do have Jerome Powell preview for you. So, there's a lot. Again, even the SPY is going down. I'm not really tripping. Whoa. Okay, I read that wrong. But it says, we will strike Iranian nuclear weapon missiles and military headquarters. I read that as nuclear strike. I said, what? So yeah, Israel Netanyahu just said right now that he will strike nuclear weapons, Iranians' nuclear weapons. Interesting. All right, we'll see. But like I'm saying, even if the market moves around a lot, I'm not really tripping on it because I do think Jerome Powell, I was even telling you, run up and then we get a little cushion. I was just saying, like, worst case, if anything really did happen, you'd probably just be at the low end of anything. So yeah, baby, game time. So that being said, let's talk about the reality of today. So it's Jerome Powell and the summary of economic projections. And this is what I was saying to everybody just even last week, bro. SEP is important. If you guys don't know, every 3 months, you see that little star? Every 3 months, the Fed releases their rate decision, but then they also include projection materials. This is the so-called dot plot, and it pretty much tells you what the Fed thinks is going to happen with the GDP, the economy, and then ultimately, everybody cares about rates. So let me give you something very simple. Pop quiz. How many rate cuts are priced in by the Fed as of the last meeting? Does anybody know? How many rate cuts is the market and the Fed both expecting? There was a launch earlier, but we haven't seen anything. Wait, is that my carbo? The answer is 2. So you are going to need to pay attention to that, because that number is what's going to dictate today. 3.9 is 2 rate cuts. Yeah. So it hasn't gone lower, hasn't gone higher. Actually, I even heard people say, I think it was Goldman, they were saying that the Fed not changing this, they think it was a setup to just kind of shift the narrative to respond to the data. And that makes sense. I don't know if you guys recall, Powell and the Fed haven't really changed much over the last 9 months. What have they been doing? A lot has been going on, but Powell has committed to this wait and see. And then you're getting, say, look at the data, look at the jobs, look at GDP, look at the tariffs even, right? So that's why it's been the same amount of rate cuts, and the market is getting really used to it. And that's why, so keep in mind, even though today's a big day, I'm going to just tell you right now, this number, if this changes and you get a higher or lower number, that could have a really big effect. But believe it or not, no one is expecting this to change. It should still remain 2 rate cuts by the end of the year. That is the narrative that the Fed used for the last 9 months, and it allowed it to work already. So other than that, all I really care about, GDP and then PCE. That's it. That's going to tell you what the Fed thinks about the summer. So watch out for that. That's going to be the first one. And now I got to get to the pictures. Is that it? Okay, hold on, it's not loading. If it's the same, are we bullish? That'll depend on the other factors. So there's a lot of combinations today, right? So let's say SEP and the Fed terminal, let's say that doesn't move. But then, like I'm telling you, this is what I'm going to be picking apart right away. GDP and then inflation. So same rate, high inflation, you're going to come out with a different outcome. Same rate, low inflation, low GDP, you're going to come out with a different outcome. Same rate, high GDP, high inflation, you're going to come out with a different outcome. And that is what you want to look out for. You want to pay attention today. This is what Goldman will be looking at, the hawkish and the dovish dots. I will show you when I get to the video or the actual example of it, and then you'll kind of see what I'm talking about there. But when it's all said and done, there's several outcomes, but what I'm saying, I wouldn't care too much about the rates. If it does change, though, people are already expecting that it won't change, and that will be the first big surprise if the terminal does change. Other than that, if the Fed is saying hot or cooling economy, that's going to tell you what bullish or dovish, right? Same thing with inflation. What do they think for the next 3 months, hawkish or not? And that way, people are going to pick it apart, because if you make a big claim or move on GDP or inflation, but don't expect the terminal to move, that should scratch your head. Or even more, if you expect inflation or GDP to move in a large, above 1 standard deviation, well, what are you saying then about the economy then? Hold on. Because then that indicates a whole different plan of action and what you can expect in the future. So there's a couple of outcomes that could occur, but we'll pick it apart. But if everything's generally the same within December, within the last month, then it's just going to be a game of, again, all of this. And let me tell you that's a great segue. What's the reality of what's going to happen today, boys and gals? It's happened the last couple of times, and it's probably going to happen again today. This has kind of been the dynamic as the Fed has been playing this wait-and-see approach. What is going to happen? I don't know if I could frame the question a little better. Well, maybe nothing, but hear me out. You're going to get the release. Tell me if this sounds familiar. You're going to get the release. You'll get the statement. then you'll get the SCP. All of it is going to read hawkish. And then Powell is going to come in as the balancing act of the dove. Does that sound familiar? Where every time recently, the statement and then talking about inflation and tariffs, remember we've discussed this, where it's going to be hard to sound bullish on paper, right? And then you're putting it down, and if they want to get you data in a projection that makes you really think, pen it down hawkish, talk about it dovish. That is kind of what we've seen over the last 9 months. So maybe we see that again today. But like I'm saying, with everything, don't box yourself in. Certainty is going to be the only killer. So that being said now, let's go to the first one. Here is your projected change today. So like I was saying, you guys remember what happened last meeting. It wasn't a SCP, but do you remember they actually made big changes to the statement? They started it off with although swings. We only seen that a couple of times in history. They really changed it, and they started talking about economic activity, said it was at a solid pace, they said the labor market's good, and then pretty much they started talking about everything else and how the economic outlook and the uncertainty has further increased, right? That all read very hawkish, and then by the end of it, pal, everyone's like, nothing's really changed. So you might get that, but even then, look today, from Goldman, nobody expects a change. So right now, people are expecting they take out in recent months. Economic outlook remains high. That just solidifies the same hawkishness. So I wouldn't call that more hawkish, but I would say that's kind of borderlining, the general theme of all of what it is. So we will see, but there is that. So that's the good part. Statement comes out at 2 p.m. The statement itself is probably not going to have a big change. If it does, that could be another surprise. But if it doesn't, you should already be going straight to the SCP. Yo, Guild. Hi. Prime Minister. I don't see any news on that one yet. Oh, my. Dude, they keep jacking these up today. They're quick. So, yeah, there's a couple of cheap ones. That's a decent pop, but I'm not touching. Dude, they're all jacked up like 300%. I don't even have time. Very interesting. FDA of Yetstugo, first and twice yearly injectable for prevention of HIV as a pre-exposure prophylaxis. Pete Hegseth stated that Pentagon has presented Trump with a range of military options regarding the ongoing conflict. So Israel reported that, but now Hegseth is saying it. So, that's number one. And now, are you ready for this? So, don't let this fuck you up. I have a projection for the SCP. Believe it or not. This is from Goldman. So, Goldman thinks that the SCP is going to say 1.5 on GDP. Last one, it was 1.7. So, they think it's going to go down. Then they think that unemployment is going to go up a little. I don't think it will. I think we've seen a couple of indicators, but labor hasn't moved enough. And I think that's Powell's last card that he's going to want to pull. But like I'm saying, though, if unemployment goes higher, that's going to be a hawkish dot, essentially. You get what I'm saying? And then if GDP goes lower, that's a hawkish dot. That's what I'm saying. The statement in all of it might really, it might read a certain way. So, and then inflation, they actually think it'll go higher, which again, it has been going down. So, ironically enough, all of Goldman, they think it's going to read a little hawkish. And this doesn't make sense, though, right here. And that's the next one. Are you ready for this? What are you looking at? Let's see. This is hard data versus soft data. And Goldman has been documenting. Yeah, Guild went crazy on that. Dude, Guild's still going. Honestly, some of those plays haven't moved yet, but they already jacked them up. That's why it didn't move. They jack up the spread so much, it just goes crazy. But then you already bought the high end. I didn't touch them. So yeah, hard data and soft data. That's the interesting part, because now it just kind of goes to show, like, the soft data and a lot of things have gotten worse, but it doesn't. I don't think it could justify too big of a swing, but they're still gonna read a certain way. So long story short, people are putting up that chart because the question is, what is Powell's attitude gonna be, given that hard data in the last 6 months has gotten bad, even from the last SEP, or the soft data has gotten bad. The hard data has slightly moved, but it has not been something there. But then that's why most people are saying, if that's the same lag and the same slowness between hard and soft data, Powell and the Fed are probably going to use this war and the uncertainty as cover to pretty much do nothing and say nothing. So watch out for that. And then finally, here is your last projection. These are the dot plots. So pretty much when you guys go to the SEP, it'll give you these multiple dot plots and what they expect. This is pretty much Goldman. They're highlighting where the changes, where they think 1 or 2 dots will move. But this, I hate this chart. You know why? Because what should this chart be showing you? This chart is showing you something, and this is why today, maybe people don't really care about it too much. It all just depends on what they announce, but what is this chart really saying? You've seen this before. About 9 months, a year ago, on one of these SEPs, you witnessed what I'm showing you right now. What is it? Not conflict, not rate cuts. This is why people were saying this is like kind of been a setup. And I don't mean that in like a negative way. It just seems like the Fed in advance, they knew how to use the dot plot to support this wait and see and then just let the data buy them time. Because it's ridiculous, bro. You don't get it? It just goes to show how 1 dot, 2 dots at max could change everything. Do you guys get that? So you move this dot, you move 2 dots from here to here, you change everything. Right? You take 2 of the dots, 1 of the dots here, move it down, changes everything. Do you get the idea? Remember, it wasn't too long ago and we looked at it and we were like, what the fuck? The whole SCP changed, but it was only off of 1 dot. Yeah, FCell, NNE, and SMR partnership. FCell's the shitty one, but that one's moved more. It does kind of look like a rocket ship. You're right. That's a dot plot projection. But yeah, so that's kind of the issue where it's just like everyone's saying pay attention to the hawkish dots or not.
But like, dude, the whole idea is that 1 or 2 dot changes, that could gradually adjust and give them that extra margin or cushion. So if there is going to, even then, like I'm telling you, if there is going to be a big change on the dot plot, it could happen with 1 or 2 people. But then again, if it only happens because of 1 or 2 people, people are still going to look at it a certain way and say, well, so today's going to be a wild one. And then, yeah, you still got to juggle all of the war stuff in the background. So that being said, baby, I hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll be here live when it comes out. I'll give you these updates in real time. And yeah, get ready for it. And then if there is a surprise, just pay attention to bonds, the dollar, and some other things. But yeah, we're right back above VWAP now. And then it comes out in 5 minutes, actually. So we are looking good, bro. 5 minutes. You think Josh is banning members so they can renew their subscription? Nah. That's why I just ban you guys, because you're kind of annoying with the rules and shit. And like, we could take this really seriously. And then I don't know who's trolling me, because as you see, I get clearly singled out and attacked for certain things. So, no, it's not about money, bro. I think it's pretty easy. It's principle, my friend, principle. But yeah, I do appreciate the memberships though, so thank you. Well, get ready, bro. We only got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Thank you. I hope it helps, but like I said, man, I'm very excited for today, but I hope all this info doesn't, like, fuck you over. Just because, like, we could look into it deep, but if nothing happens, nothing's going to happen, you know, and we've definitely done that before. But then at the same time, it's like nobody's expecting anything, so it's ripe for people to get caught off guard right now. So we will see. Iran's cyber defense thwarted large-scale attack on its banking network. Dark pools hitting with size billions. Well, what if he comes in with the dovish surprise? So if he does say rate cuts, then it's a game changer. But yeah, are you guys ready for this, bro? It comes out very soon. I'll put the wire up so you'll get the statements out. But yeah, you guys realize you're here. This is it, bro. So I do still have analyst comments, but I don't think they matter as much for now. We'll get to them afterwards. But yeah, bro, this is it. On how many times they'll say dated? Oh, we have no idea, bro. We have no idea. I don't even know. All right, you got 2 minutes. Get ready. So again, if you go to the Fed website, all you're going to do is refresh. It's going to say projection materials. So we'll see if the statement changes, but right away, that is what I would be going for. All right, minute and 30. Ooh! Let's go. I got to put up oil though, and then watch bonds, and then you know what? We'll get an Apple up or a Nvidia. Let's get a big S&P driver. Fed may hint at 50 basis points in September, and then July off the table, says Stan chart. People are getting hella bullish right now. Interesting. Good luck, baby. All right, 1 minute. Good luck, boys. Locked and loaded, and remember, you will get juice right when this comes out, and then we got to pay attention to the press conference. Remember, it could read hawkish, then he comes in dovish. Don't forget about that. Bum, 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 bum. 30 seconds. Okay, 15. Fight for it. Could affect the defense. 3, 2, 1. We're off. Boop! Oh, it's already ripping. They kept rates the same. See funds rate at 3.9. Dot plot didn't change. GDP to 1.4 from 1.7. That's the projection I show. And then core went higher. So look, it's all priced in. You know why? That number is exactly the projection I showed you. Where the fuck is it? Why did they move it? Oh, yeah. All right, look. Yeah. So remember I was just showing you guys that number? So again, I showed you this in advance, might I add. This was that Goldman projection. Remember? They said 1.5, came in at 1.4. So a little lower on GDP. Unemployment went up like they predicted. And then PCE went up to 3 as predicted. And then rate cuts the same. So it's exactly just slightly worse GDP than what was there. But yeah, low-key, it's already a dud. I haven't even read this statement yet. But it's already, like, people... Again, I just showed you the exact dot plot ahead of it. So most people, I would argue, are ready for... Yeah, there's 1 or 2 dots change, bro. Stupid. Look at, and then you got your little rocket ship. Yeah, that's crazy. So projection hit, bro. It was the same. So I don't think it'll get people too off guard. Let me read this statement, but... Yeah, rate cuts the same. Economy, you know, generally follows the vibe of what we did. I do think the unemployment and inflation ticking up is a little hawkish, but I don't think it's anything more or less than what we have been exposed to through hard or soft data or even messaging from the Fed, to be honest with you. All those swings, yeah, nothing changed. Continue to expand. Uncertainty about economic outlook has diminished. Wait, hold on. I think that's bullish. I'm gonna double check that wasn't on the last one. Please hold. It might have been. Yeah. So look, that's a big change. I like it. I think that's where your bull is coming from. Even though the market's coming down, that's interesting. Powell might sound, I don't know if he's going to sound more hawkish or dovish, but look at this. So this is from today. They say uncertainty about the economic outlook has diminished, but remains elevated. So remains elevated, but it has diminished since last time. Last time, they said uncertainty has increased, and then that's it. So they walked back the uncertainty from last time, but then acknowledged that it was higher than March, but lower than now, if that makes any sense. So that's a little bit of a dovish change there. That might be the only change on the statement. And then you got the new guy on there. I don't think anything in terms of bonds or like QT. Remember, he's going to hint at QT. That will always be a dove, but yeah. So I think the SCP read a little more hawkish, but kind of what was expected. The statement reads a little more dovish, and now
It's up to Powell, but I don't think the story's changed much, bro. Fortunately, unfortunately, depending on how you want to read that. So yeah, now we wait 30 minutes, and then we get him. I'll read you some analyst comments here. And then Iranian Guard, the Sajil Ultra Heavy Long Range 2-stage missile was fired. Please hold. I got a phone call. BRB.
The side distractions we have from the president. Line up those distractions forward for Jerome Powell.
Well, I think right now, look, the economy's in a pretty good place. The labor market is at or close to full employment. Inflation has been coming down this year. I think right now the third factor is the uncertainty about the tariffs, probably also on fiscal. I do think that if we had not had the overshoot in inflation in the last several years, then we would probably be already signaling a rate cut at this meeting. So I think there is some history dependence here as well, Tom.
Bob, what's your take on this in terms of what we were expecting, which is one rate cut getting priced in, one of them getting priced out, and what we did see, which is a sort of stagflationary mix of a downgrade to growth and an increase in inflation, but not as much as we were expecting. What's your take? Are you surprised?
I am surprised. I'm surprised they left in 2 cuts this year. Obviously, they're paying a lot of attention to the housing market and to the labor market. Both of those show signs of potentially cracking. Yeah, President Trump weighing in earlier on the Fed today at a press conference. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Maybe I should go to the Fed. Am I allowed to appoint myself, Doug? I don't know. Am I allowed to appoint myself at the Fed? I do a much better job than these people. So anyway, we should be 2 points lower.
Rich, how much do you think this is actually weighing on what we're hearing or what we're potentially going to hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell later today? This idea that there are a lot of people in markets saying that rates should be lower, and you also have the president increasing the pressure.
I don't think it's so much. Look, Jay Powell has a lot of experience with criticism from the White House, and so I don't think that's going to be a factor at all. But look, the inflation data has come in better than a lot of folks, probably even the Fed, expected. We are seeing some slowing in the labor market. You know, Lisa, I think a factor now is they're also having to deal with what is a fully employed economy given what's going on with immigration right now. So we're going to have probably some slowdown in the labor force from that. Engaging that is an additional.
All right, thank you. All right. So I already got a couple of feeds up. I'm going to keep one, but this is weird. We already have the podium, bro. I think everybody was waiting for Powell. This is kind of crazy. So there's already a feed with it. Bonds are moving around. I'm trying to get you guys the fastest one, but pretty much in 25 minutes, stage number 2 is going to happen. All right. That one's a loud one. And then I got the Fed one. It's great. A lot of people are restreaming the Fed, though. So there's some reporters with cameras in there, but then today a lot of them are restreams of the Fed, ironically enough. Man, this is going to be great. If Trump is in a well, new announcement, I appointed myself. Good to see you again. Great to see you again. Hello. I'd be like, no, bro. This is terrible. All right. Well, good luck. Like I'm telling you, you had that little dovish change, slightly more hawkish, but again, even in advance, I can't believe that projection I had was that accurate, but it played in line. But nothing changed with rate cuts, none of that stuff.
fossil finance. And then oil is going up here. So SPY is sadly practically unchanged. Like I'm telling you, the way it kind of came out was just very, very odd. But other than that, I think we're going to get another follow-up just in terms of his attitude. So what you should be on the lookout now for is how he sounds. Because, again, that statement change is a little bit more dovish. So you want to see, is he going to keep up that attitude? It was only 1 or 2 dots that changed. So you got a lower SEP, and the SEP reads more hawkish. But might I add, that was only 2 members that changed their votes, essentially. So it's not as if this was a whole committee-wide shift to, oh my gosh, higher inflation, worse employment, lower GDP. You know what I'm saying? Well, what? What are you zooming out for, bro? Don't get me scared like that. Why are you looking at the door? Okay, that's good, though. So this is a fast feed, then. This one's going to be legit. We got the Fed one. All right, well, we'll see. I've never seen a security guard. You know that? I think because Powell, maybe the heightened Powell risk. I've never seen a security guard. Ever in my life. What is this, bro? They got Powell on lockdown today, bro. All right, SPY. Dude, the bonds just flipped, though. And like I was telling you, oil's starting to run up. Unfortunately, nothing has changed. I mean, even from the rate cut odds and all of that, you know, the Fed just kind of confirming uncertainty is still elevated, but lower than a couple months ago. And then anything you've witnessed on soft to hard data about GDP, employment, the jobs one's a little bit of a head scratcher, but all of that is, I would argue you have been exposed to everything a lot. The dots changed slightly, but it was only about 2 members that changed. It's actually crazy. I'm back? Yeah, man. I've been back, the whole point, so don't be confused. The sad reality, though, until YouTube fixes this problem that allows people to, like, abuse the system, I just won't have any videos on, you know? So actually, let me use this time for all of you here, man. I'm very grateful that you guys are here for Powell, and I do hope that over the years, all of this info has truly helped you. You know, and we got some good info, and I already just showed you the projections in advance, you know. But if you don't know what's going on, YouTube keeps punishing my channel because people are disagreeing with stuff that I say, and they're going back to my videos from 6 years ago, and they're reporting it because we talk about so much stuff, and then the algo automatically triggers it and flags it, and then we get in trouble. So that's why I have removed every video off of this channel so that we cannot be reported. So if you guys want to help out, please help us. Contact Google, write a letter to the White House, or at the very least, you should know we are going to be live every day, but there just will not be any recaps because YouTube has not allowed us a safe place. So if any of you are confused about that, I think now is a great time to clear that up. But I'm glad you're here. So, and yeah, and I'm glad I could give you guys all the Powell info. But that is what is happening right now, if you are confused. Is that Timur? That's kind of how my hair looks, but curlier, and then I'd have a giant bald spot in the back, like right in the center. You know what I'm saying? The surprise is that I will no longer do members only
for the morning Pledge of Allegiance or philo. Why? Because now I don't have any videos on my channel, and people cannot report me for talking about Jesus or the veterans. So yeah, that's the big announcement. So even though we had to give up some other things, we gained some other ones back. So I like it. I'm excited. You're sure writing a letter will go far? Well, evolving. You remember I banned you because you were harassing and being weird with like my language. I remember who you are. I don't know if you realize it says everything about you on the back end, so this is even more awkward. But other than that, I will tell you, brother, I think it will have a change, and that's why I'm willing to do it. So you could help out if you want, or you could keep watching and talking shit. But now you can't report me because you're a hater. But you could feel free to listen, But you're very close to me banning you so I could get that membership again. But then again, just like my experience with YouTube, they gave me a warning and I stopped engaging. I give a lot of you guys warnings and I try to even remove you, and then you guys come back and then you'll pay me money and then you'll do all this game stuff. So I ain't trying to fuck with you, bro. I ain't trying to waste your time. I'm the best in the world at Powell, and I've shown it, and that's what I'm here for, okay? So let me do that, get a long term, and yeah, just do what you need to do, bro. But at the very least, y'all can't hold that shit over my head anymore. So I'm glad and honored. Amen, amen. I think this is the fastest feed. We got 15 more minutes, but notice the market on a SCP day, bro. Eerily chill. But then again, that's what the other one did, now that I think about it. So, we'll find out, bro. We will find out. Amen, bro. That's what I'm saying. I think a lot of people have done well this year. So if you guys aren't aware, you don't have to get caught up in the noise. If you really listen to honest reporting that's accurate to the situation, I think you guys will all realize the opportunity. So again, all of our YouTube accounts are anywhere from 15 to 22% this year. And again, all we did was buy the dip perfectly. So it's all on this channel too. That one I kept up, the post tab. So yeah, get a long term, bro. And it is a good feeling. You save, you be responsible, let your portfolio be part of your life and grow it responsibly. It's going to do good, and you'll have a down payment, and you will become one of the 1,000 other Chad homeowners in here. Woo! I'm getting excited. I was already excitement than dud, but I'm excited. What's he gonna do? 1,001. Your boy bought that crib. Let's go, baby. Oh, that's good, bro. I love it. Love to hear it. Gold could be running off that. Yeah. Remember, Fed just said they expect inflation to go up, unemployment to go up, and GDP to go down. You could argue that's bullish for gold. But again, I want to see Powell's attitude. Like I'm saying, one part was bullish, the rest of it was more hawkish, but somewhat expected. And then I don't think it, again, we've been exposed to all of it. And that's where I think this starts to get very, very interesting. Come on. U.S. Embassy personnel have begun to depart Israel.
Oh, it's the same one. All right, this is it, though. This is going to be the fastest one. Yeah, oil's again, that one headline, bro. It's moved up $1 and some. Tomorrow is Juneteenth, so yeah, the market is closed tomorrow, so be careful with any weeklies. And then, yeah, as remember, Powell is going to take this to the bell, or like it's going to end with either 45 minutes left, 30, or like 15 minutes left in the day. It all depends on how long he goes for. So be mindful that after this, and then there's nothing tomorrow, and then you will have European equities and other places open, so you'll still get some headlines and shit. But other than that, just like kind of plan around that, you know. And that's why it's like I'm not really expecting anything crazy, and the SCP has already set us up for something neutral. But like I'm telling you, I could already notice the pull apart. You have 2-3 members creating the hawkishness, then you have the statement adding bullish but not going full bull and keeping uncertainty. So Powell could go any way. He might do both. Powell might start off hawkish and then finish it dovish, or start out dove and then end it hawkish with a couple of comments. And then remember, quantitative tightening. If you hear QT, if you hear the plan on the runoff and all of that, that could be very, very bullish. But look, the bonds don't like it. If I could argue anything, it would be the bonds don't like the SCP and what it's implying about the economy. That could lead you to think higher yields. Remember I was telling you that? Rates stay the same, but then inflation higher, jobs higher, and then economy lower. That would mean less rate cuts. You get what I'm saying? So that's why you could watch bond yields climb right now. But clearly, everybody is still waiting for Jerome. Escondido. Got the pre-written statement. Yeah, we actually did. I can't believe it. I don't know if you guys were here before. That was the first time in my history where I gave you a projection ahead of the SCP that fucking hit. Dude, that was crazy. So yeah, we got the pre-written everything. There was some changes, but I'm very shocked that this chart that I showed you guys about 30 minutes prior, I'm shocked that it was very accurate. Again, this number was off by 0.1 and everything else was in line almost perfectly. So, but then that's why I'm arguing this isn't that shocking, because I was able to give you that before the report even came out. So that means, you know, the street knows it. This isn't like new shit. So very, very interesting. Coin is on there's been a lot of crypto consumer stablecoin shit that's been very bullish. All right, man, where are we at? 8 minutes, boys. 8 minutes. Oh, man. Yeah, coin is going insane. Nah, dude, that's crazy. Even at the 300 level. Yeah, that's huge, bro. But, yeah, they've got a lot of news today. That's stablecoin, the Walmart, and then the Genius bill passing. That's all of it. Wheat is due to weather. So there's even a couple farmers in the chat who have talked about it. We literally, there's just bad wheat harvest due to rain. Man, again, watch UNH in any of those.
Weeble again. Weeble eToro. Eyes on Futu as well if you think there's going to be a China follow-up in that space. But it could be all related to the Genius Act and all this other stuff. Amazing, boys. Amazing. I'm blown away that projection was legit, dude. That is, we've never done that before, guys. You know how big the SEP is? So that's good. I'm going to tap into that source. Because if we could get that, bro, ahead, are you kidding me? So imagine how good we've done. But this meeting didn't matter, though. So maybe that's why it was so accurate. Because this meeting doesn't really, it's not giving that vibe. But bonds are going lower. So again, SEP, the economic indicators on the SEP all got worse. All would support no rate cuts, okay? So that's why I'm assuming the bonds are doing this, but nothing has really changed majorly. So keep that in mind. All right, 5 minutes. Do you feel it? I feel it. I feel the market. There's tension, bro. Palatable tension. So it's palatable, brother. Palatable. Oh my goodness. Fuck, dude. This is great. I feel it too. So here's what you should be thinking right now. We already got the projections. Like I'm telling you, you should know where the data is leaning right now. Take a look at the bonds. But what you should be thinking, we got to really pick apart Powell. I'm assuming he's not going to say shit. Hear me out, bro. This is just what I do. I listen. We all do. You've been with me for years, bro. But the fact of the matter is, lock in.
Please raise your hand, and Michelle Smith will be standing where I am now.
Hold on, I'm listening.
When you're called on, please
5-minute warning.
the microphone to be passed to you. There will be one on each side of the room. Also, please take a moment to silence phones, laptops, and any other electronic devices that might make noise. I'll be back shortly with the 2-minute warning.
Okay, get ready for the 2-minute warning. That was 5-minute warning. But like I'm telling you, I'm going to be really listening like a hawk today. But there's a good chance nothing fucking happens. Do you understand? So I need you locked in and involved, but you can't be gripping on and don't force yourself into a bad play that's not there. You get what I'm saying? Because like this is big, it's SEP. There's room for him to go dovish or hawkish based on how the statement and SEP read in tandem. He could go either way or he could go nowhere. So that's you. All you got to do is figure out the attitude right now. And then again, he talks quantitative tightening. He talks any other broader signal that could throw out everything out the window and give you a carrot to follow. I will call that out. But if that doesn't show up, bro, then nothing, Habibi. Nothing, Habibi. So yeah, we'll see. We will see. This is amazing. Yeah, it could be a pigeon. That's a good way to put it. If we could get real dove or hawk out of Powell, I think you're going to get a move. But if he comes out as a pigeon and you can't tell, then it doesn't. Then there you go. It's already set in stone in writing. They want wait and see. They don't want you to move off of this shit. Why are those circles up almost 1,000%? You mother. Jeez. Palatable pigeons. Yes, some would call it that. You could call it that. Call it whatever you need, baby. Game time. All right. Okay, 2 minutes. 2-minute warning should be coming in. Oh, the old ones went green too? Oh, dude, I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me. Dump them. Those are up 70%, and then we still have the free 800%ers. Yeah, I'm dumping those. I'm out 60, 70.
2 minutes? Oh, dude. Yeah, you guys, be very careful today. Dude, they learned from me. Oil's ripping right now. But, bro, this is on a 40-second delay, and this is the fastest feed in the world right now. Oh, no way. So I'll compare it when the Fed goes live, but currently this is the fastest feed. And I just timed the lady. And I'm on a small delay. But, dude, that's a 40-second delay, bro. That's fucked up. So, yeah, be careful. That means those reporters got a minute on you. Not only do they have their embargoes ready, but, yeah, bro, I've never seen it that long either, bro. That's almost a minute. That is much larger than any delay I've ever used. That's crazy. That's a minute, dude. Ha! Yo, what? Alrighty. Okay, I got one more feed up. Fed feed is live. So let's see which one's faster. Like I said, I've already back tested all of these. This one's the Fed. That's why Fed's monopolizing it. Okay, we're live.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great deal.
Microsoft planning thousands of job cuts aimed at salespeople.
Objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. We believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Following growth of 2.5% last year, GDP was reported to have edged down in the first quarter, reflecting swings in net exports that were driven by businesses bringing in imports ahead of potential tariffs.
Again, he's not going to say anything until he starts
this
saying
unusual swing has complicated GDP measurement.
Otherwise, none of this is new.
Private domestic final purchases, or PDFP, as we call them, which excludes net exports, inventory investment, and government spending, grew at a solid 2.5% rate. Within PDFP, growth of consumer spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles rebounded from weakness in the fourth quarter. Surveys of households and businesses, however, report a decline in sentiment over recent months and elevated uncertainty about the economic outlook.
This is him explaining that statement.
Largely reflecting trade policy concerns.
This is him putting
words. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending
but
and
still
investment.
Elevated.
In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.4% this year and 1.6% next year, somewhat slower than projected in March. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 135,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate, at 4.2%, remains low and has stayed in a narrow range for the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment.
See, that's weird.
The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures.
Look, that's what highlights how only
the
two
median
dots
projection
changed
for the unemployment rate
I think
in the
Powell
S&P
is letting you know he doesn't.
4.5%
He's
at
lower.
the end of this
The
year
other two
and next,
crackheads
a
aren't.
bit higher than projected in March. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022,
Okay, Powell acknowledging
but remains
hard
somewhat
data.
elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal.
Walking it back a little.
Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in May, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up over recent months, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Respondents to surveys of consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters point to tariffs as the driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation this year is 3%, somewhat higher than projected in March. The median inflation projection falls to 2.4% in 2026 and 2.1% in 2027. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet.
Okay, that's
good. We will
good.
continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming
Someone's
data,
gonna ask him a question.
the evolving
You wanna
outlook,
elaborate?
and the balance of risks.
Again, lower the balance sheet. That's quantitative
Changes
tightening.
to trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. The effects of tariffs will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level. Expectations of that level, and thus of the related economic effects, reached a peak in April and have since declined. Even so, increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It's also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices,
double-ended it.
and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored.
He ain't telling you shit.
Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level
He just said, well,
from
it could be
becoming an
this, it could
ongoing
be
inflation
that. He
problem.
just double-ended it. That's why
As we act to meet that
oh.
obligation, we will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans.
That's where he's going to use oil.
We
We're
may
gonna talk
find
about price
ourselves in the
stability and
challenging
the war on
scenario
oil.
in which our dual mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. In our
He's doing a
SEP,
lot of back and forth
FOMC
today.
participants wrote
He's
down their
doing a lot of
individual
dovish,
assessments
a
of
lot
an
of hawkish,
appropriate
all in the
path
same
for the
sentence,
federal funds
every
rate
topic.
based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.9% at the end of this year, the same as projected in March. The median projection declines to 3.6% at the end of next year and to 3.4% at the end of 2027, a little higher than the March
those
projection.
circles are insane. They're up 1,500%.
These individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, and as I've noted, uncertainty is unusually elevated. And of course, these projections are not a committee plan or decision. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on issues related to assessing the risks and uncertainties that are relevant for monetary policy and the potential implications for policy, strategy, and communications. Our review includes outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference that we held last month. We are open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up any modifications to our statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy by late summer. After that, we will consider enhancements to our suite of communications
I
tools,
sold the circle
including the
2,000%. My stream
The Fed
alerts
has been
isn't
assigned
working,
2
so
goals for
I hope you
monetary
hear me.
policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2%
Okay, he's
goal.
about to end it. I sold the circle 2,000%. My stream alerts isn't working.
Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission, and we at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Game time.
Nah, he is both right now. Pigeon for now.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. To what extent has the more limited impact from tariffs at this stage on inflation changed your view on what the ultimate economic fallout will be from these policies and the timing of when they will materialize in the data?
So we've had 3 months of favorable inflation readings since the high readings of January and February, and that's, of course, highly welcome news. Part of that just is that services, core services, both housing services and non-housing services, have really been grinding down toward levels that are consistent with 2% inflation. So that's the good news. We've had goods inflation just moving up a bit, and of course we expect, as you point out, we do expect to see more of that over the course of the summer. It takes some time for tariffs to work their way through the chain of distribution to the end consumer. A good example of that would be goods being sold at retailers today may have been imported several months ago before tariffs were imposed. So we're beginning to see some effects, and we do expect to see more of them over coming months. We do also see price increases in some of the relevant categories like personal computers and audiovisual equipment and things like that that are attributable to tariff increases. In addition, we look at surveys of businesses, and there are many of those, and you do see a range of things, but many companies do expect to put all or some or all of the effect of tariffs through to the next person in the chain, and ultimately to the consumer. Today, the amount of the amount of the tariff effects, the size of the tariff effects, their duration and the time it will take are all highly uncertain. So that is why we think the appropriate thing to do is to hold where we are as we learn more. And we think our policy stance is in a good place where we're well positioned to react to incoming developments.
So in terms of how we should interpret the rate cuts penciled into the SEP, is this reflecting that there's this expectation that underlying inflation will just stay well enough contained that allows the committee to eventually move ahead with those cuts? Or is it about responding to a deterioration in economic activity, let's say? I mean, how should we make sense of the forecast?
So if you look at the forecast, you will see that people do generally expect inflation to move up and then to come back down. But we can't just assume that. Of course, we don't know that. And our job is to make sure, one of our jobs is to make sure that a one-time increase in inflation doesn't turn into an inflation problem. And that, again, that will depend on the size of the effects, how long it takes for them to come in, and ultimately on keeping inflation expectations anchored.
Hi, and thanks, Chair Powell. Howard Schneider with Reuters. If you look at the rate path starting in December to today and adjust it over the full time horizon you've got there, you've taken about a quarter point per year out of your projected path, and you end at a higher rate at end 2027 than you would have in the prior forecast. Is that a result of a sense that tariffs will lead to more persistent inflation? Is it a result of reassessments of where your short-term neutral rate is? Why are you on a slower path now?
So I would focus most on the nearer term as you get out to the.
He said again. It was a comment on
years. It's hard for anybody to know where the economy is going. You didn't see people moving their longer term.
They're just moving off.
He's
still double-ending both sides of every question
at this meeting.
One hawkish, one dovish.
And those things are probably slow moving. So I think if you look at what's happening here since March, this is since March, right? You see a little slower growth, just a tiny tick up, a 1/10 tick up in unemployment, and you see inflation moving up 0.3. And by the way, it was a similar move from the December SEP to the March. So that's what you see. You see the effects of tariffs. I think we learned in April, after the March meeting, that substantially higher tariffs were likely. And then since then, the estimates of where the tariffs will be have actually moved back down, although still at an elevated level. So we're adapting in real time. And what you see is an accumulation of individual assessments.
You say in the statement that risks have diminished on that front, but the July 9th, drop dead date for all the Liberation Day tariffs is still out there and unresolved. You've got now exchange of missiles between two Middle East adversaries with a possible U.S. involvement. How can you justify saying that risks have diminished?
So what we said was that uncertainty uncertainty about the economic outlook has diminished but remains elevated. Many surveys.
That was that line that I pointed out.
So and that's That's actually a line from the Teal book, which you can see in 5 years. Remember to check that.
Maybe the world will be over.
No, but if you think about it, tariff uncertainty really peaked in April, and since then has come down. That's really what that's just acknowledging. It's diminished, but still elevated. That it's uncertainty. So I think that's an accurate statement.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. There is an argument out there in favor of cutting rates more immediately. Inflation has continued to cool and is back to roughly 2% despite the tariffs. And I guess I also wanted to ask about, cracks in the job market with gross hiring slowing, concentrated in just a few industries. We've seen some housing data, including this morning, that has been pretty weak. Do you see any concerns that the economy is weakening and that is a reason to cut rates going forward?
So we do of course monitor all those things. I think if you look at the overall picture, what you're seeing is 4.2% unemployment and an economy that's growing at a rate hard to know given the unusual flows in the first quarter, but it appears to be 1.5%, 2%, maybe a little better than that. Sentiment has come up off of its very low levels. It's still depressed. So you can point to things. The housing market is a longer run problem and also a short run problem. I don't think it's indicative of basically the situation is we have a longer run shortage of housing, and we also have high rates right now. I think the best thing we can do for the housing market is to restore price stability in a sustainable way and create a strong labor market, and that's the best thing we can do for the housing market. You asked about the job market. Again, look at labor force participation, look at wages, look at job creation. They're all at healthy levels now. I would say you can see perhaps a very, very slow continued cooling, but nothing that's troubling at this time. But we watch it very, very carefully. So overall, again, the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to economic
Gary's
developments.
about to pump gold next. Watch.
We'll be watching the data carefully.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, just quickly on, given that there are concerns inflation will rise, but there is the alternate scenario that tariffs would create demand destruction and slow growth sufficiently, and that would perhaps keep a bit of a lid on inflation.
He didn't say anything.
Do you see
Him just saying sentiment was
odds
still
of that
low.
scenario?
Market took it
What
down.
kind of
He
odds do
went
you
up
see
for
of
no
that
reason.
scenario coming true, and how many months of cool inflation would you need to see before concluding that maybe that lower inflation scenario is taking place?
So this is very much the conversation we had today and yesterday. There are many, many different scenarios, many combinations of scenarios where inflation does or doesn't prove out to be at the levels we think, and where the labor market does or doesn't soften. And I think what you see people doing is looking ahead at a time of very high uncertainty and writing down what they think the most likely case is. No one holds these rate paths with a great deal of conviction, and everyone would agree that they're all going to be data dependent, and that you can make a case for any of the rate paths, I think, that you see in the SEP. And we do this once a quarter. It's a hard thing to do particularly at this time, but it does reflect. If you see somebody writing down a rate path that involves cuts, that's them saying, yes, I think we will get to a place, more likely than not, where cuts will be appropriate. And it could be a joint probability of a number of possible outcomes. Again, remember how much uncertainty we face, though.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I wonder if you could describe for us some of those scenarios. How do you get to a place? I'm noticing that the uncertainty levels in your forecasts are very high. How do you get to a place where you have the confidence in the outlook for, say, inflation and or growth or the unemployment rate? How many months does it take, and what do you want to see in the data to get to that level of confidence to actually reduce rates off the restrictive level?
So it's very, very hard to say when that will happen. We know that the time will come. It could come quickly. It could not come quickly. As long as the economy is solid, though, as long as we're seeing the kind of labor market that we have and reasonably decent growth and inflation moving down, we feel like the right thing to do
this is where he says
is to be where
confidence,
we
but he
are,
won't say it.
where our policy stance is, and just learn more. And in particular, we feel like we're going to learn a great deal more over the summer on tariffs. We hadn't expected them to show up much by now, and they haven't. And we will see whether, to the extent to which they do over coming months. And I think that's going to inform our thinking, for one thing. In addition, we'll see how the labor market progresses. So at some point it will become clear. I can't tell you exactly when that will be. And meanwhile, we'll be watching the labor market very carefully for signs of weakness and strength, and tariffs for signs of what's going to happen there. And of course, there are many developments ahead. Even in the near term, developments are expected on tariffs. So I think we don't yet know with any confidence where they will settle out. We have an estimate, and it's I think all estimates are now pretty close together, but it's again highly uncertain.
When you say estimate of the impact of tariffs on the core PCE, is that what it is? And could you share that?
What you start with is what's the effective tariff rate overall, and people are managing to that. But the pass-through of tariffs to consumer price inflation is a whole process that's very uncertain. As you know, there are many parties in that chain. There's the manufacturer, the exporter, the importer, the retailer, and the consumer. And each one of those is going to be trying not to be the one to pay for the tariff. But together, they will all pay for it together, or maybe one party will pay it all. But that process is very hard to predict. And we haven't been through a situation like this. And I think we have to be humble about our ability to forecast it. So that's why we need to see some actual data to have to make better decisions. We'd like to get some more data. And again, in the meantime, we can do that because the economy remains in solid condition.
I could believe everything else you've never seen before, but you've seen tariffs. Literally, you were the Fed chair.
Of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, I guess I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit more the divergence we see in the dot plot, particularly around the 2025 rate projections. I realize this is, you have one group of officials that are putting down no cuts, another that are putting down more than one.
There you go, Timmy. Ask them.
And again, recognizing that could be difficult to summarize, but is it a matter of people having a different outlook or a different reaction function, a different commitment to defending against another inflation mistake?
No.
How did that
Come on, you have the question. Drive it home.
Play out over the last 2 days?
So you're right. This is often the case. We have a pretty healthy diversity of views on the committee. We did have strong support for today's decision and broad agreement that our policy stance does leave us in a good place. But I would point to two factors, and you mentioned them. The first is just that parties have a diversity of forecasts, and they do align with where their dots are. So if you have a higher inflation forecast, you're going to be less likely to be writing down, more cuts. But remember, as we see more data, we're going to learn more about where inflation is headed, and that means when it is time to look at resuming our normalization process, the differences you see should be smaller because we'll have seen actual data. Right now, it's just a forecast in a very foggy time. So that's the first part, is forecast. Secondly, people can look at the same data and they can evaluate the risks differently, as you know. And that includes, the risk of higher inflation, the risk that it'll be more persistent, the risk that the labor market will weaken. People are going to have different assessments of that risk. So you put that in there too. So those are the two ways that the two things I think that drive these things. Remember though, as I mentioned earlier, with uncertainty as elevated as it is, no one holds these rate paths with a lot of conviction. So that's really where it is. It's a function of those things. And I think as the data come in, you should see those differences diminish.
If I could follow up, you've said the policy is in a good place and that it's modestly restrictive. Given all the uncertainty you just talked about, tariff levels, uncertainty around the pass-through, is it price increases versus margin compression, some of the softness that Chris talked about in labor and housing, why wouldn't it be better to have rates at a more neutral setting as the economy heads into this period of very high uncertainty?
So if you just look backward at the data, that's what you would say, but that's not. We have to be forward-looking, and the thing that every forecaster, every outside forecaster, and the Fed is saying is that we expect a meaningful amount of inflation to arrive in coming months, and we have to take that into account. So I think a backward-looking look would lead you to a neutral stance, but we can't. We have to look at that, and because the economy is still solid, we can take the time to actually see what's going to happen. There's a range of possibilities on how large the inflation effects and the other effects are going to be. So we'll make smarter and better decisions
all just
if we
higher
just
for
wait
longer,
a couple
wait
of
and
months or
see.
however long it takes to get a sense
He's not saying shit.
of really what is going to be the pass-through of inflation and what's going to be the effects on spending and on hiring and all those things.
Mr. McKee.
Okay, Mark usually
Michael
likes
McKee
Mr.
from
McKee's
Bloomberg Radio and
questions.
Television. Your friend down at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue continues to lob insults in your direction.
Oh, come on,
and
Michael,
I'm
you're
wondering,
better than that.
given now that the Supreme Court has maybe carved out the Fed from
No way, we're
some
ending
of the
on
legal
the fucking, is he gonna get
implications
fired
of that,
question.
whether this is just noise that the markets and everybody
No, bro,
should
he's gone.
ignore
He's not getting
until
fired.
your term
We
is
replace
up,
him in
or
February.
whether you worry
Save
that
half a
it could
trillion a year in
lead to
interest.
more pressure on confidence on Wall
easy.
Street, on consumers about
This
the
is easy.
outlook for the economy.
Look, from my standpoint, it's not complicated.
From my
What
standpoint, it's a
everyone
dumbass
on the
question, Mr.
FOMC
McKee.
wants is a good, solid American economy with strong labor market
he's not even
and
talking
price
about the
stability. That's what we want. We think our policy is well positioned.
I think the market just there's
right
no
now
there's
to-
nothing
to
in this.
deliver
you guys.
that and to be able to
That's it.
respond in a
Powell,
timely
just
way
take
as the
Powell
data
off
lead us
the board,
around.
Brent.
The economy's
You get what
been
I'm saying?
resilient,
Trump,
and part of that is our stance.
War,
And,
policy,
again,
but
we think
Powell
we're,
and the
we're in a
Fed are
good
not
place
on the table
that,
right now, bro.
to
They're
respond
waiting
to
to see.
significant economic
They're
developments.
sticking to
That's
this
what matters.
plan.
That is what matters
That's what
to
I'm
us.
getting out of it.
Pretty much that's all that matters to us.
I need to ask, assuming you are not reappointed, would you stay on
not
as
gonna be
governor
reappointed.
when your term
You
as
don't need to
chair
ask
ends?
I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about this.
That's crazy. Mike McKee burned his question.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
I'm telling you, Mike McKee usually always
I guess
makes
with
it rip.
workplace raids,
And he's like, "Are you going to get
increasing,
fired?
Picking up
What do you
significantly.
do?
What kind of
White
effect
House.
would that have on the labor market
Sorry,
in the short
is
term?
what picking up?
Workplace raids.
So you're asking immigration.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't want to speculate.
You're asking
One way to
immigration.
get at that from an economic standpoint, we of course don't comment on immigration policy. It's not ours to make or comment on. But what you see is an unemployment rate that has been really solid and at a low level, not really increasing. It's been in a good range and well within the range of mainstream estimates of maximum employment. And that means, like, part of that is that labor demand and labor supply are kind of moving down at the same rate. Labor demand is softening. You see that in job creation, but it's still kind of at a healthy level. And labor supply
Dude, I don't know what's
is
going on.
diminishing because
My side is
the
kicking out like 1,000
immigration
and
numbers that
2,000
we
of
see
y'all every, like,
are
5
much
minutes.
lower
I
than
have
they
no
were.
idea
So
what's
those two factors, supply and demand, that's what has kept the unemployment rate in a reasonably stable place.
Okay, thanks. The other thing I wanted to follow up on is if you could elaborate on the potential changes to the SEP that you suggested were part of the framework review. I think.
Dumping on everyone realizing you're
So
a pigeon.
the framework review really has two tracks, right? The first track is our policy framework that is reflected in the consensus statement. And we've said that we would finish that and announce it by the end of the summer. So we're well along in that process. We've had the meetings that we need to have, and we're now going to be going
signaling
into,
this end of summer.
into
I will tell
discussions
you that.
about
Is Boeing bad news? I have
specific
that up
changes
there.
to language.
I'll double check right now.
That's the framework.
I already had
part of it.
Boeing up. It was moving.
The second part of it is our
Chad's saying bad
communications
news on
tools
there.
and practices. Pardon me. And that part comes next. Okay, that's what we're going to do in the meetings this fall. Actually, what we did at this
entering
meeting,
cockpit.
though, is we sort of
Something
prepared the
NTSB,
ground
spy
for
at
that.
a low.
We had a meeting where we talked at a
Powell's
high
not
level
saying
about a
anything.
number
I think
of
market
ideas.
tantrum
The
a little
SEP is
bit.
part of it.
But not even he's just not saying anything.
Many
Pigeon.
other ideas. It's sort of how do we think our communications can be improved?
That's not
There are
a
a
sound
number
a
of
pigeon
ideas.
makes.
People offered a really, it was a great conversation. Number of ideas, but we're going to look at those with staff briefing and a lot of thought in the fall. And I would say when it comes to changing communications, I would only support things really that only implement things that have very broad support. And also, you want to be really careful because I think our communications are pretty well received. They're not broken. So more is not necessarily better, but better is better. So we're going to be looking at ways to do things that will improve the clarity of what we do for the benefit of the public.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady, CBS News. You're famously known as the guy that makes decision based on data instead of speculation. You
Okay,
said
going
today
down.
the inflation data is
That's
in a
a new
good
low.
place. We don't know how tariffs are going
Sorry,
to
guys,
impact
it's not off
prices going
anything.
forward. That's uncertain. But I've got to go back to the last time that you cut rates in December. and there was still the what if of tariffs. So what made you feel comfortable cutting then when inflation was higher than where it is today and you didn't cut today?
Well, the forecast for inflation in December was
So it was literally right when he said nobody holds a lot of
core
conviction.
PCE for
That's what I'm saying.
2025. The
And we're like, so what
forecast
the
was
fuck is the point of
2.5%, which was a good inflation forecast. I think what we've learned is that, and this was long before we had any idea of what the actual policies would be. We've learned that the tariffs are going to be substantially larger than forecasters generally thought. And, you know, we don't, our forecasts are generally not particularly different from those of other, you know, well-resourced forecasting operations. So what we learned, and particularly in April, was that very substantially larger tariffs were coming and that would mean higher inflation. That's what happened. And so you saw 2.5% forecast in December, you saw 2.8% in March, and you see 3.1% now. So it's 0.6 higher
And
inflation
tell them
for
what inflation did.
2025, and that's a big part of the change, and that's due to the effects of the tariffs that are, you know, we don't know where they're going to land, but it's pretty apparent they're going to land
That doesn't make
higher
sense.
than outside forecasters were really guessing at the end of last year.
My follow-up to that, I think consumers, right, we're looking for relief on rates when it comes to mortgages, car loans. Small businesses want to take out more manageable loans. When you look at the cumulative inflation over the past 5 years, prices have risen over 20%. It's been a rough road. So what is the tipping point then for the wait and see approach in terms of how much it's going to help versus when it hurts the American consumer?
Yeah, look at the wire.
Well, I mean, we're trying to restore
This
price.
all
Best
boils
thing we
down
can do
just
for
to
the
uncertainty,
public that we serve
no
is restore
weight on
price
the dot
stability.
plot, and then this
If we can-
headline right
and
here.
we will restore price
That's all what
stability,
you're
meaning
getting.
2%
It's not new,
inflation
but it's
on a
just like the
durable,
vibe.
sustainable basis. That, and also maximum employment. If we restore those things, that's the best thing, and that is our goal. The best thing we can do
The
for
market
American
does it every
people,
time, though.
for
Once he said
households and businesses,
sprinkling
that
doubt
is
on the SEP
ultimate thing that we can
and the
deliver.
forecasting
and they can
function
make
and how
their
much you can
decisions
rely on it.
without having to think about inflation all the time. So in the meantime, we have to keep rates high to get
Listen,
inflation all
that's
the
not
way
good.
down. They're not very high. Let's be
have to
honest.
keep rates
I
high.
would say
Have to.
policy is modestly
That
or
market's not gonna like
moderately,
that.
probably modestly now
But it's already
restrictive.
dropped
If you
all
look
of
at
it
the
on- this is all
economy,
the same vibe.
it's not performing as though it were performing under very strict monetary policy, very restrictive monetary policy. So I would say probably modestly restrictive. And so what it will take is confidence that inflation is coming down. Now, I would say without tariffs, that confidence would be building, because if you see what's happening with non-housing services and housing
So he's
services,
saying if
which
there
are
wasn't
they're
tariffs, it'd
two
be
big
perfect.
pieces other than goods.
Wait.
Those are coming down really nicely now. So
Tell us
I
you'll
think
cut
we have
rates
to
if
learn
there
a little
wasn't
more
tariffs.
about
Is that
tariffs.
what
I
you're
don't
trying to
know.
say?
I don't know what the right way for us to react will be. I think it's hard to know with any confidence how we should react
There's
until we
confidence.
see really the size of the effects, and then we can start to make a better judgment. So that's what
Oh,
we're
the
doing. And I think
crackheads
we
are
can-
gonna interpret it like
We can take
that.
the time to do that because unemployment is 4.2%. Wages are moving up. Real wages are moving up at a healthy clip now. And inflation is, 2.3% headline
I think the
inflation
crackheads are gonna
over a
take it as
12-month basis. So it's a good economy and a solid economy with decent growth.
Because now take all of what he said, and he's just like, without all of the reliability of the
Thank you, Chair Powell.
SEPs, like if there
So
wasn't tariffs,
You're saying that uncertainty has come
fill in
down,
the blank.
economy is moving at a solid pace, inflation has come down over the past 3 months, and this is all moving in the right direction. So are you indicating here that
Michael
Americans
McKee
should
is like, why did I
expect
ask
some
that
sort of
stupid-ass
economic
question?
pain in the second
He's
half
like, I
of the
should
year?
have used it, man.
I'm not
saw the look
saying
on
that
his
at all. From our standpoint,
fuck you,
what I
Michael.
can say is that
Michael
the U.S.
Bloomberg.
economy is in solid shape. Inflation has come down. The unemployment rate remains at 4.2%. As I mentioned, real wages are moving up. It's a good job creation is at a healthy level. Unemployment, again, as I said, low. Labor force participation in a good place. So, and what we're waiting for to reduce rates is to understand what will happen with really the tariff inflation. And there's a lot of uncertainty about that. Every forecaster you can name who is a professional forecaster with adequate resources and forecasts for a living is forecasting a pretty significant. Everyone that I know is forecasting
He's
a
adding
meaningful
so many
increase in
qualifiers
inflation
to rule
in
me
coming
out of the
months
running.
from tariffs because someone has to pay for the
Hey,
tariffs.
one of the
And it will
forecasters
be
who
someone
doesn't believe
that
in
chain
Jesus
that I mentioned
Christ
between the
on YouTube.com
manufacturer,
/ stock market,
the exporter,
they all
the
said
importer,
this.
the retailer, ultimately somebody putting it into a good of some kind or just the consumer buying it. and all through that chain,
Everyone that I
people
know,
will be
I don't
trying
know,
not to
Josh,
be the
I don't
ones
know
who
that.
pick up the cost. But
That little
ultimately,
Egyptian boy.
the cost of the tariff has to be paid, and some of it will fall on the end consumer. We know that because that's what businesses say. That's what the data say from past. So we know that's coming, and we just want to see a little bit of that before we make judgments prematurely.
All right, bro, you got like 10,000 more people
You spent
watching
years
you
ago
than
talking
me.
about
That's
how
fine.
you're data dependent.
They're only
and be a little
watching
more
me
direct
because
on
of
this.
you, so I guess
you know,
you win.
now you're making decisions looking forward.
And the Fed,
Doesn't
come
the
on,
data
bro,
you're
hit me
seeing
with
today
another 50 and
indicate
put
there
the
should be a
GLD,
rate cut?
dog.
No,
Let's
I
go.
mean, you're-
I love it. I love it. How
Monetary
do you
policy
feel about
has to be
silver, Gary?
forward-looking. That is elementary. You've got to be looking at, I always talk about the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We say that over and over and over again, right? So it's always forward-looking. If you know, at the very beginning of the pandemic, we cut rates to zero immediately. Nothing had happened. We just knew that it was going to be really bad, right? So we took very aggressive forward-looking because we knew things were going to be unusually difficult.
Okay.
So, of course, this is
fill in
something
the
we
blank
sort
on this
of
is
know
bearish.
is coming. We just don't know the size of it. And again, the economy seems to be in solid shape. So the labor market's not crying out for a rate cut.
Tariffs will bring. But we don't know
Businesses,
the size.
were in a bit of shock after April 2, but you see business sentiment. You talk to business people now. There's a very different feeling
again,
now
market
that people
took
are
it,
working their way
bottomed
through
out
this,
on it, and then
they
that's it.
understand how they're going to go, and it feels much more
That
positive
fill
and
in the blank,
constructive
you're up on it.
than it did 3 months ago.
The
let's
positive
say.
one.
So, again,
Where he pretty
we
much
think that our
implied that
current
without
stance of monetary
tariffs, he
policy
would
is
have
in a good
already. He
place.
didn't say it. It's all you all had to fucking imply that. But he didn't say it,
Thank
but
you.
he
I'm
said
Anna
it.
Moakley with Bloomberg. Chair Powell, in
just saw it
February,
in
you
real
told
time if
Congress
you're
that
here.
the Fed is,
So
quote,
that was 2 points
overworked,
almost.
maybe not overstaffed. Then in a memo to staff in May announcing a deferred resignation program at the Fed, you said you wanted to ensure that the Fed was, quote, right-sized. Those two statements appear to be at odds with one another. Could you explain what changed in the roughly 3 months between those statements?
Don't get
that made you
hustled.
decide
None of
that
the out of the
staff
money's
levels at
moved.
the Fed should decline?
There's no play on
I
it.
don't see
Go
them
for
at all
individuals.
as intention.
Because I was
so
looking. I
was
wanted to buy
asked,
one,
Is the
but
Fed
I said,
overstaffed?
nah, it's scammy.
And I said no.
It didn't move.
And I
2
sort of
points
said,
out
as
of the
a
money's
pun,
not moving,
overworked,
guys.
but not overstaffed. People do work extremely hard at the Fed, and I know they work hard at Bloomberg too. So, but we do. We
Oh,
work
yeah?
hard. And but I would say this.
Yeah, they
so
work real
we are
hard at
careful
silencing
stewards
Josh.
of public resources,
The fuck
and
they
sometimes
do.
you need to show that. So there have been several times
got
in our
at least
history, modern history, where the
1%
Fed
of
has
the
said, you know
Bloomberg
what, we're going
employees
to
in
do
here.
a buyout. We're gonna show the public. We're going to demonstrate that we are
And I love you
good
guys. You know
stewards
that.
of
I
public
love all of you,
resources.
for
So
real. Hey,
we
I'm
thought,
just-
and I thought
amen.
that this is a time when we can, we grow at about, our headcount has grown at about 1% a year. So over the course of a couple of years, we're doing a careful scrub of the board and all the reserve banks, and we're going to find 10% of employees who can do
no
something
idea what the
else,
fuck they're doing.
where we can streamline our operations, and we think we can get there in a couple of years. We think we can do that, and we think this is without taking risk to carrying out our critical missions. So this is something you do very carefully, thoughtfully, and you do it, again, respecting that we have critical missions to carry out. I've had experience, a lot of experience in my prior careers, with headcount reductions and things like that, and this is how you do it professionally. You do it carefully, thoughtfully, with a lot of planning,
Ooh.
and you do it over a period of
That's
time.
a diss towards
I
Trump.
think the Fed will be fine. I think
You
no
gotta
one
be
will
smart
notice
to get
any
it, though.
decline
So
in our
Trump
ability
might
to
not
carry
even
out our
know you got
missions.
dissed.
And I think it's just us wanting to demonstrate to the public
But
that
he
we
dissed
are
him.
actually good stewards of their resources. We're effectively wiping out 10 years of headcount growth with this. So, I mean, we wanted to show that, that we're good stewards.
How is progress on reducing headcount going so far? Are you on track to meet the goal?
We're just at the very beginning. As you know, we're doing a buyout program. We're gonna hit that goal. I think many organizations find that they can do this. You don't want to do it every year or anything, but you can do it at intervals, and you wind up not interfering with your ability to perform your jobs.
Chair Powell, Claire Jones from
we're
the
getting
Financial
close. It's either
Times.
gonna end
As you're
soon
no
or this
doubt
one's gonna
aware,
go
the
long.
Senate Finance Committee has tabled its version of the reconciliation bill this week, and I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about the tenor of the debate at the FOMC over the past few days on fiscal policy and the degree to which that influenced people's projections for 2026 and beyond? Thank you.
Yeah, so she's throwing me off with like the Pelosi
we don't sit around and
question.
debate or really
She's asking
discuss.
about the bill
we take
policy.
fiscal policy as fully exogenous, and so
exogenous
we
is
actually,
a Pokemon.
Really didn't talk about the bill or the contents of it. It's still evolving. When it gets closer, it's
interesting.
Remember
terrible,
also we have a very, very large
sense.
economy, and that the effects will be
AKA
at the margin.
the Fed is not forecasting anything related to the spending
I
bill.
expect that they may already be in, but they will be in by the next
So
meeting.
they're only
We'll make an
looking at
estimate.
economy,
But
jobs,
it's not a major thing. It's
GDP.
nothing that we discuss.
They're not factoring in government
It may have been
spending.
mentioned a couple
Ironic.
of times, but as something that's coming in.
Ironic.
But
Weird.
I think the outcome is, we don't know the outcome yet there, so hard to be real specific.
Yeah, that's weird. But like normal, but like now when I say it out loud.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil
Okay,
Owen
SPY
with
coming
Axios.
down.
There've
The
been
only
some
bullet was
cutbacks
an
in
implication
economic
of what
statistics
Powell was
collection in the
saying,
last
but
few weeks.
nothing
Worries
verbatim.
that long-running problems around funding and response rates may be getting worse. How much is this concern on your radar? How much confidence do you have that the gauges you're watching to assess the economy are reliable right now?
Two things. One, the data we get right now, we can do our jobs. I'm not concerned that we can't do our jobs. That's not the point. The point really is that we are starting to see, layoffs and important gatherers of data are saying that they're having to cut back on the size of their surveys. That's going to lead to more volatility in the surveys. I think we should take a step back and, from our standpoint,
You just
and I
said
think
the
the
labor
standpoint
market
of
might start
businesses
to
and
slow
governments
down.
and everyone,
Keep that in mind for the next
having
non-farms.
really good data on the state of the economy at any given time is a huge public good. It helps. It not just doesn't help the Fed. It helps the government. It helps Congress. It helps the executive branch. More importantly, really, it helps businesses. They need to know what's going on in the economy. The United States has been a leader for many, many years in this whole project of measuring and understanding what's happening in our very large and dynamic economy. And I hate to see us cutting back on that, because it is a real benefit to the general public that people in all kinds of jobs have the best possible understanding of what's happening in the economy and hence what's likely to happen. It's very hard to measure what's going on in the U.S. economy. If you read, there was a book called, it's really remarkable how many things you need to understand to estimate U.S. GDP. Very, very difficult, and it's so important that we get it right. I just would say it's not a place to I would want to keep investing in that, for the good of the general public.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. So you're conducting this monetary policy strategy framework review, but next year we're supposed to have a new Fed chair, and I'm wondering if that affects at all the way that you're approaching this.
Nah, bro,
How do you
playing like you
ensure
already
that
lost
this
the job.
framework
You
will
already
actually be
did.
durable?
Next.
The framework document goes back to 2012, and it's the committee's document. It's not like we're going to invent a brand new way to do things. It's been an evolving document, so it shouldn't depend on who the chair is at all. It should depend on what's happening in the economy and what the committee wants to do. So, yeah, it isn't really tied to any particular chair. And we used to renew it every year. Now we do it every 5 years. So, but I don't think I've never heard anyone raise this issue that a new chair might want to come in and go in a completely different direction. I really don't think that's right. But but that's not going to be up to me to decide.
Is that
No,
affecting
he
at
is.
all who
No,
you're consulting with?
not
It's
at
going
all.
to be a new
Not
chair,
in
and he's
any
going to
way.
cut rates to save us $500 billion a year. It's not rocket science. Stop capping.
Thank you. Chair Powell, Matt Egan from CNN. Relatively low gas prices
CNN,
this
we
year
don't
have
like
helped
you.
drive down inflation in recent reports, but that trend is starting to reverse given the crisis in the Middle East.
There you go.
How
Oil
are you
question.
thinking about how the
Price
Israel-Iran conflict will impact the economy, especially inflation, and what lessons were learned during the 2022 period when another conflict,
Trump
the
quote. He
Russia-Ukraine
said he's
war,
meeting in an
sent oil
hour
and
with
gas
Iran,
prices skyrocketing?
Israel. I don't know what that
So
means.
of course we're watching.
No, dude, this
like
is
everybody
oil,
else
bro.
is,
This
what's
is
going on. I
oil.
really
This
don't
is
have any
war
comment on
headlines.
that.
It's not Powell.
possible that
Welcome to the
we'll see
fastest
higher
news, baby.
energy prices. What's tended to happen is when there's turmoil in the Middle East, you may see a spike in energy prices.
This
that
is
tends
crazy.
to
You got a
come down.
Trump comment while Powell's
Those
talking
things
about
don't
it at the same time.
generally tend to have lasting effects on inflation, although, of course, in the 1970s, they famously did.
This is
because you had a
tripping me out.
series of very, very large shocks.
Dude,
But,
this is very weird.
we
You have
haven't seen
Powell
anything like
and
that-
Trump talking
like that
oil
now.
and Middle
The U.S.
East
economy is
at the
far less
exact same
dependent on
time.
foreign
No
oil,
exaggeration.
than it was back in the 1970s. So, but there.
Yeah, so
Quick
oil is
follow-up.
moving.
I
Dude,
just got to ask you
that
about
was
artificial
wild.
intelligence. Some technology executives have recently been warning that AI could wipe out a large chunk of
I don't know which one's
entry-level
causing what. I
jobs
can't.
and significantly
I'm sorry.
increase the unemployment rate.
This is too
I'm
weird.
wondering how concerned you are, if at all, about the threat that AI poses to employment.
So this is the question. The question really is, will
Yeah, he said
AI be
doesn't
more
tend to have
augmenting
lasting
labor or
effects.
replacing labor?
So, yeah.
And I wouldn't.
He's
I-
not-
I-
he's
we all see
downplaying it,
those
but then Trump
announcements,
said
including
something
one
else.
today.
Iran
I
wants to
wouldn't,
come to the White House.
Overread.
Well, there you go.
A couple of data points, because AI should be creating jobs at the same time. It may be replacing, maybe doing both. Anyone who's done any work with AI will have been a little bit stunned at how capable it is, and it's just a different thing.
All right.
I think
Just
this
look
is
for
something
cheap
that
oil
certainly
puts
has
if you want to play the
transformational potential.
volatility. Otherwise,
and probably
just
we're in the
wait
very early
till you
stages
get more
of it.
clarity, 'cause
they-
that was
they
fucking
say
weird, bro.
What you're
But
seeing
yeah,
now compared to what you'll
Trump
see in 2
is
years
touting an Iran meeting,
going to be very
and
different.
then
and even
Powell
more
said the
effective. So
effects are not
I think it's really hard to
long-lasting.
know. That, of course, there are
So he
optimists who
downplayed
feel
it.
like it's
Powell
going to make
and
everybody
Trump is bringing up good
much
news.
more, much more
Or
productive.
theoretically good news. You
And there
have
are
to
those
apply.
who think it's going to replace an awful lot of jobs right across the income spectrum. White collar, blue collar, and everything. So I just don't know. We don't have a house view on that. But this is going to
Asked
be a
if
very
the
important
regime
question.
could fall. He
for
says
some time.
anything could happen.
Greg.
Jeez, bro.
Thank you. Greg Rapp from MarketWatch.
Yeah, bro, that's
I
crazy.
was wondering if you could
That was
step
weird.
back a little bit, Chair Powell. There's a spate of articles and a lot of op-eds now in the newspapers saying that
circle
the
plays
U.S.
above
economy
2,000,
and the
baby,
global
GG.
economy is going through this
I got you.
profound change, akin to the end of the Bretton Woods era in the 1970s. And don't you owe
My
the
favorite
American
topic.
people some sort of explanation for what we're going through? I mean, I noticed earlier this month when you talked about Bretton Woods a little bit, and you said that Bretton Woods, the Fed staff had to change how the dollar, movements of the dollar was impacting the economy. Are we going through something like that now? That, are you
Very
having to
great
change
question.
how you do monetary policy? Is it
And I'm
that
very
fundamental a
well-versed in it.
change underway?
Let's see what he said.
It's certainly a time of real change. From a geopolitical standpoint, from a trade standpoint, from an immigration standpoint.
I got
You see
Trump
this
headline.
not just here, but everywhere. So there's quite a lot
I wanna hear this,
going
though.
on.
I'll read it to you
It doesn't change the way we do monetary policy in the near term. I mean, but and it doesn't change our objectives or what we need to do. And these things are not really our issues. They're really issues for elected governments. All of those issues are really for elected governments. But there's no question it's a time of real change, and very hard to see where that goes. Will it be? There have been many things written about how it's going to be a more inflationary time. That's possible. It's not guaranteed. AI could cut in the very other direction. AI could make
Yeah.
people much more productive
like it.
and push in the other direction. I don't know though.
He's
So
not
but
giving
you're
us a- he
right,
said
but
it's a-
honestly, our focus is a much more practical one, and that is how do we keep inflation low and employment high in the near
I'm
term.
not trying to change
That's
the
really what we're about.
monetary system. I like the question. Answer is yeah, but Trump said meeting in Situation Room, no final decision. Israel's doing well. Discussed
Chairman
Iran with
Powell,
Pakistan.
Mark Hamrick with Bankrate.
Trump.
What is the view about the growing amount of slack in the job market, including the softening in payrolls, the forecast of a modest rise in the unemployment rate, and the ability of workers to demand wage hikes or not in this environment where you have inflation surging?
You don't really see unemployment going up. You don't see increased slack, really. I mean, at the margin, remember, you're at 4.2% unemployment. That was for many, many years, that was a extremely low level. It happens to have come up off of an even lower level as we came out of the pandemic. We were as low as 3.4%, but 4.2% is probably at the low end of estimates of the longer run, sustainable level of natural rate of unemployment. So I guess I wouldn't agree with that. And also, in terms of wages, real wages after inflation have been moving up sort of more than was consistent with 2% inflation. They're still moving up at a healthy clip, and I think much more consistent with 2% inflation given a reasonable assessment of trend productivity. So it's a pretty good labor market. You're right that the level of job creation has come down, but so has the supply of workers, the change in the supply, the new supply. So you've seen the unemployment rate remain pretty stable at 4.2. It's been as high as 4.3, but those are good numbers. So it's a pretty good labor market. There's a more concerning thing is they're not a lot of layoffs,
Wall
but they're
Street's
not
starting
a
to
lot
pump
of
his little comment
job
on
creation.
AI.
The number, if you're out
and
of work,
inflation.
it's hard to
And
find a
not
job.
saying that
but
it's one set course.
Very few
I was
people are being
bullish,
laid
but
off at this
I don't
point.
know how
so
bullish, but they're
that's
talking about it.
That's an equilibrium we watch very, very carefully, because if there were to be significant layoffs and the job finding rate were to remain this low, you would have an increase in unemployment fairly quickly. But that hasn't happened. It really hasn't happened. The U.S. economy has defied all kinds of forecasts for it to weaken, really, over the last 3 years. And it's been remarkable to see just again and again when people think it's going to weaken. Now, eventually it will, but we don't see signs of that now.
Go to Jean for the last question.
All right, last one.
Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with MNI Market News. There's been a lot of talk about cuts. I wanted to ask you, why do you think there are no forecasts for rates to rise or even to stay where they are next year, given that the projection for inflation is to rise to 3%, and there's a lot of there's some skepticism over whether those price hikes will be a one-time event?
So there are a number of people on the committee who wrote down no cuts this year, but some cuts next year. So, I think, people are writing down their most likely path, right? They're not saying there's zero possibility of other things. Really, think of it as the least unlikely path in a situation like this where uncertainty is very high. I think, again, people write down their rate paths, and they do not have like a really high conviction that this is exactly what's going to happen over the next 2 years. No one feels that way about their rate path. They feel like, what am I going to write down? I mean, what would you write down? It's not easy to do that with confidence. So I would just say it that way. We don't rule things in or out. Certainly a hike is not the base case at all. It's not something people are writing down. But in the meantime, we do the best we can with these forecasts, and I think they're representative of the different forecasts and different reaction functions that people on the committee have. So thank you very much. Thanks.
Donald Trump here soon. He's talking, so oh no. Trump, when asked about Mideast, I don't want to get involved, he says. I think Iran is a few weeks away from a nuclear weapon. I believe they would use the nuclear weapon if they had one. Okay. Just because U.S. can destroy Fordo doesn't mean we will. Yeah, I don't know. He's trying to walk it back, but then he's also agreeing with Israel. So I don't know. It's very... But again, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen, though. So there's a lot to say from, but this was nothing, bro. And again, that bullish one, the only bull comment, I did call it out for you there because he pretty much just he was talking uncertainty. He was talking about how, well, we don't know. We don't and everybody was getting the vibe. Pigeon, he's not dovish. He's not bullish. He's telling you the good and the bad. It's the same exact thing. It's very stale if you really think about it. And this is why we were talking ahead of it where I'm like, you could argue this was the plan from the beginning to just set up the dot plots like this so it allows them to stay in this higher for longer as they say, well, we'll wait to see what the data does. But pretty much it was that last question there. And he was not the last final one, but right around 1 o'clock or 2. And then he was like, yeah, well, without the tariffs, he didn't say it, but he pretty much was saying without tariffs, and he started talking about the economy and jobs. He was saying that things would be, essentially implying that we would be cutting rates like they already did in September. So that's where the market took it. And then though, the crazy part was right here, 15-13. It was actually the big pop because literally it was Trump and Powell at the exact same time talking about the exact same thing. So, yeah, and you have a bunch of Trump comments coming in now saying they could have a deal. So, like I'm saying, we're going to hear him. He's talking somewhere, and then you'll probably have him go live. But it was crazy. They were both talking Iran, oil, and energy and all of that at the same exact time, and then oil tweaked out, and then Donald Trump is still talking about it. But it was a nothing burger, man. So I hope you guys see we prepared, we put in the work. I got all of that projection I showed you ahead of time. That was very accurate, but dude, nothing changed. Like I'm telling you, most of the projections had everything that happened. Powell took every opportunity and did all of that. Tucker Carlson called and apologized the other day. I'm sorry, Tucker, that Iranian question, I didn't. It's okay, Tucker. Can you shout out the phone? Just give the phones a shout out. Thank you. So, yeah, but either way, bro, that was, I think you're going to get a little bit more from Trump and back to it. But as you guys see, that was nothing. That was absolutely nothing. I mean, do I believe we got info? Yeah. I think Powell was hinting at the summer, and he's not too worried about the war. I think they used it as cover, but he didn't really explicitly say that he was worried. And then there was one more element. They don't give up about the damn spending bill, which I thought was interesting too. That's just the old Trump headlines coming out. Deal could have happened. I would have preferred an agreement. Yeah, Fordo, all of that. So, yeah, we're going to hear Trump very soon. But, yeah, there's only 30 minutes left in the day. You guys realize that? I know. Time has flown, my friend. Time has flown. But that was, I'm telling that oil question at the same time, that blew my mind. I think that was very, very trippy. I've never seen that before, both of them talking about the same thing. But, yeah, I was ready, and we were ripe for a surprise, but... Dude, nothing was fucking. Oh yeah, here's Trump.
Badly worded
yeah,
statement
nothing
by
was.
him, and obviously, I let him know that.
On the southern
There's
border,
nothing
you
changed.
had record low numbers for the month of May. 95 apprehensions, 0 releases, compared to that of the previous administration exactly a year ago. More than 60,000 releases. What do you attribute that success to?
I like you. Who are you with?
Turning Point USA, sir.
Well, they're very good.
I like
Turning
you.
Point. Charlie, very good. That's what I call a good question, fellas. 1 out of 10, John. 1 out of 10, but that's a really good question.
Really good. Take notes.
No, we had record good numbers
Here,
on the board.
throw a pen at Howard.
And people are
Give
coming
them
in, but they have
pens.
to come in
Tell them
legally.
to write it
like
down.
Some of these guys behind me, they have to come in
It
legally.
helps with
And if they come in
memorization.
legally, we want
Tell
them. They have to
them.
say
That's
they
how you
love
ask a question.
America, they love our country. And if they can't say that, we don't want them. Thank you very much. Very nice. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press.
That's it?
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you very much. Thanks.
He's wearing a
Pulitzer
different
Prize.
toupee.
Hey, Doug, take a good picture.
Thank you, guys.
Pulitzer Prize winner.
That's a good pic. Come here, use the filter. Have you seen these
Thank you,
filters?
Thank you, everybody.
And you could do a puppy face. I know, look at that. There you go, get a good one. Get a good one. Stand tall, just to the side. That's what you gotta do. And we're gone. If Israel does a good job, we will not need to fight, says Trump. Well. So, yeah, he's gone both ways, but not bad. But other than that, Chattadonia, I hope your morning day is good. The market's about to close. All of that anticipation, all of the war headlines to go absolutely nowhere. Again, you're right at where we opened. Big Fed Day, man. Once every 3 months here for the SEP, but that was pigeon is the new term. I like that, pigeon. You know, not a dove, not a hawk. Every question he played both. And again, a lot of implications, but that's the cover, bro. Everything you want bullish or bearish, you have to assume it. Because he's not explicitly stating it. The Fed, the dot plot, how it's organized, the 1 or 2 dots, it is just not making and having that effect. So, yeah, we will see where it takes us. But Chattadonia, deal with the market here. You got about 30 minutes left, and it's dump. Again, this could be, like I'm telling you, Trump is talking about the war. We just heard it. And again, he said he doesn't want to be involved, but then he's no decisions been made, all of that. So at the end of the day, that is the secondary effect, and market may go right back to that. So we will see what happens. But Chattadonia, let me go to the bathroom or just get a carbo.
So the conclusion is, it is not surprising that the Fed is beginning to worry about the mandate being torn in the opposite direction, because inflation higher says that should be hiking, GDP growth lower says that should be cutting. So that's why at the moment they stay put. And the conclusion therefore is that he didn't really give much other than say we will likely be cutting, and that's what's in their dot plot. But the conclusion is this is a very difficult situation for them when there's both, as he said, meaningful expectations of upward pressure on inflation and at the same time a revision down in GDP growth.
Torsten, he alluded to their data capture, which is perhaps showing a more resilient GDP, a better, stronger America. Steve Raschuta at Mizuho is heated about this, that we could see GDP better. Is that in any probability for you?
Well, I think that when it comes to a particular trade, forgive the picture here, but the pig is coming through the python. Someone needs to pay for the tax increase on imports. Tariffs have gone up, and if companies are not passing this on to consumers, let's say that inflation does not go up as much as we would have expected, then the conclusion is, well, then earnings will simply be going down more, because this tax increase means, of course, that it will begin to see some downward pressure on GDP and potentially some more downward pressure on earnings. So that's another way of saying we saw effective tariff rates go up from 3% in January to now 18% today, and that effect will still be playing out. And he said very clearly he does expect a meaningful increase in inflation over the coming months. So combining that with, he said, we could also see a cooling down in the labor market. It does mean that just maybe inflation will not go up so much, but the consequence of that will be, well, then we will instead see tariffs coming through instead through lower GDP growth and a bigger hit to earnings.
And he expects to see some data on that front in the upcoming months. Right now, let's bring back in Bloomberg's Michael McKee. If you are just joining us, we did just conclude the Fed's press conference where, Mike, you put him on the spot there with the political question. I don't know that he loved answering it. We were all glad that you asked it. What was your takeaway from the press conference in terms of what you felt was the most new information that we gleaned?
Oh, dude, he looks so sad. Look at they have to encourage him.
Fairly obvious here.
I see it in your eyes, bro. He wanted to ask a real question.
But I think the line that you want to look at is how many times Jay Powell said nobody on the committee has a lot of conviction about these forecasts. In other words, this is all going to change, and we had to write down something, so we did. So don't take us seriously in terms of the number of rate cuts. Don't take us seriously in terms of the forecast. It's the best we can do at the moment, but we know this is all going to be different. So I would translate that into don't invest on the idea that the Fed is going to be doing 2 rate cuts by the end of the year.
Michael McKee, thank you so much for being with us. And Stephanie, we were kind of laughing around the table when he said, we just kind of turned to each other and say, what did you write down?
I
don't know. I'm kind of throwing a dart at the dartboard, but it does feel like they are trying to message something to markets. And do you think that this is saying, ultimately, we understand our dual mandate and we are going to respond potentially to a weaker jobs picture?
I think it's saying there are risks to both sides of our mandate. We don't know if it's going to be on the inflation or the growth side. And at this point, we're in wait and see mode. I think the ultimate destination will be that the economy holds up okay. Inflation does pick up. I totally agree with Torsten's comments. If it doesn't pick up, that's almost a bad sign because that's going to come from company margins. But at the end of the day, we'll come through this okay, and then the focus will be on 2026 for markets, which is an economy that's just fine.
Your core ability is the math and the dynamics of our math. The toughest math is productivity. Is productivity still in play? Is there a total factor productivity right now that we underestimate?
Yeah, I think that's certainly the case. And
that was interesting, the AI question, because do you guys remember what I was telling you about? Even with like this whole, I was asking you the other day. I was like, how much do you guys believe in AI? Because it really is a big bet. in terms of productivity and the other back end, especially with the deficit spending and all that stuff. But he did bring it up, and he did say it could cut the other way. But then again, he is the guy. The other part of that AI plan requires low rates because, again, that's why. Why do you guys think? I think that question is a waste. Like, I think it's pretty obvious right now. Jerome Powell is leaving in February. I don't think, they want you to have drama and they want you to think it's about him getting firing. No, Donald Trump has already realized that he's not going to risk it. There's no point of firing Powell when you could just replace him in 6 months. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, it's really clear, especially when now, even if you like Powell, his decisions and his control right now, it's literally over $1 trillion a year in interest. That for even a short period of time, you can adjust it like everybody else to fix the problem and make it easier to handle. But he's not even willing to do that. That's why I'm saying I think it's very obvious they're not going to have Powell. Trump is going to put in a Dovey guy is going to cut, save the interest, and then that's it. But, like, I feel like this isn't even a debate anymore because, again, I do think Powell is good, but that's about it. Is it 11 months? I thought his term expired February 2026. So I guess that would be, what, 8 months? 8 months total? Feels like 6 months, but I guess February adds that extra 2. So, but we're closer than we are further. Or I guess you're like a little bit there. But that's why I'm like, it's not even like why. It sucks that it costs you this money. But then again, the other administrations have already spent money too. Like, there's a lot of money that's already been spent. So you could handle Powell till then. It's May. I think that's when he'll be there, but you're going to get the new appointment by February. So May will probably be when he leaves. But then February, you'll know who is going to be coming in for the 3 months leading into May. So, is he going to force it normal? What do you mean? The interest rates or what? I think just for a little bit, because it's what Donald Trump said. You could literally just cut rates for a little bit. Cut it by 2% for a little. Go refinance, do whatever you need to, issue some cheap debt for a little bit. And then if inflation does come back, raise them up again. And if not, keep them low and go even lower. And then there you go. But because again, it's not, you may like or not like Donald Trump, but in reality, we are talking about trillions of dollars a year just in interest. And like I'm saying, if you're willing to make a minor adjustment that you could kind of warrant through hard data and other stuff, it could save you a lot of money as a country and help add stability to the bond market and ease some of these other problems. But, then again, the Fed doesn't want to be, in Powell's defense, I don't think, because I don't think the Fed wants to keep moving and they want to hold credibility. But then again, then they shouldn't have touched it in September. But here we are. So it's a very interesting one. But when it's all said and done, it cuts multiple ways. But I think it all ends with no more Powell. And save yourself a lot of it's just so much money to save. That's why I'm like, this is easy. I don't even think you got to overthink it. So here we are. But Chad Adonia, dude, we only got like 20 minutes left. That's Circle. So like I said, I don't know why my stream alerts stopped going up. But yeah. So, but I sold out of this Circle. Wait, is it working? No. Yeah, dude, I don't know why it went down. But yeah, that 2,000%, bro, is crazy. Market is closed tomorrow. Oh, yeah. See, that's why I said be careful on those. That's why I sold it. I sold it at 2,000%. I think you could have made more, but, dude, tomorrow is closed, and then that's it. Any of your contracts, you're going to wake up on expiration date. You don't think people have money to spend? I mean, I'm not going to lie. I feel like this is kind of random, but I've seen a lot of celebrities go broke recently, or they're going broke. So, like, even me, like, that's why I have to charge for the memberships, like you guys said. Where is that fool? I need to ban him so he signs up with that $5, but he'll come back around. Either way, but yeah, I have been hearing that. Oh, yeah, where is the Zen music? I forgot, brother. My bad. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, stock market is closed tomorrow. Juneteenth. Shout out to Joe Biden. He instituted that national holiday. Pizza, pizza. Ah, 18,000. I know. I think our peak, we've had more than 18,000 people at another time, but on Fed Day, I think our peak is 14,000. So that was pretty cool. At the end of the day, though, it's like, you know, with all this stuff with YouTube, there's a reason people come here for Powell. I mean, Powell, I think you guys have seen the analysis, and even today, bro, I can't believe it. I'm even shocked myself. I can't believe I showed you a SEP projection that was like 95% accurate or so. Like, literally, it was off by 0.1. I can't believe it, bro. So that, and I hope it does highlight all of that, and I'm very, very glad to, and it is my joy. Okay, it is my joy. So it's good. And if you guys want to help out, follow on Twitter and help bug YouTube, because I had to remove every single video from this channel because YouTube was allowing people to go back to my first ever live streams, report them, and even if we didn't break the rules, their system would flag it and our channel would get a strike. So yeah, man, help us out. Write a letter to the White House. They said it's not possible, and they also said I'll ban them for $5, but you know, I believe in a lot, man. You know, they also told me the stock market was impossible when I was 14 years old. So here we are today. Same thing with crypto. Same thing with this live stream when we only had 50 viewers. So I love all of you, and thank you for your help, baby. But you only have 20 more minutes, man. I don't know if y'all know that or not. So yalla. 18,000 is a lot. Well, we have a lot of members. We have over 7,000 members. I don't know if you're aware of that. That's why it's weird when our videos get limited, because sometimes we have more members than they will allow in the live stream. So that's another thing. What else is there? You know, my YouTube's notifications. Do you know how many people have their all notifications turned on that it says on my dashboard? Over 78,000 people, but I don't think they get the notification every day. So either way, God is good, baby. Finger to the sky. So help me out, and I would love to help you guys out. And either way, bro, we got a lot of work, and save 10% and get a long term, baby. You know, this information, I hope the people who need it use it, because in my years of doing this, I have seen that the people who don't need it and the people who already have money, they're the ones that are really like using the info. And I don't mind, because I know the info that I provide is quality, and I hope today was more evidence of that. But at the end of the day, when we started off the long term, bro, like, this was for people making minimum wage. Literally $200 a month, dude. $300 a month, and now you got a down payment. You got 30K, you know. So I really do hope that all of you, if you really do have ambitious goals and you grew up in a situation like I did. Again, I'm a son of immigrants. My parents came from Egypt. I don't know. They never told me about stocks. They told me it was gambling. Ironically, so does YouTube. But that's what my parents told me. But there is a way. There's a way to monetize the market appropriately, like many of the richest people who have walked this earth have done. So I really hope y'all take advantage of it, those who actually need it. Because again, I see the rest of you who are running it up, man, and I'm happy for you. But just don't forget, bro, we should help those who actually need it. And that's why we are here. Amen. Amen. Amen, baby. I'm still holding my cash. I'm waiting for the long term. I'm waiting. Yeah, may the Lord provide, dog. I told you, dog. I said the diamond on its way, bro. I just gotta wait. That's it. Amen. Amen. The big event in July is July and the spending bill. That's it. Will I ever post the videos? Yeah, once YouTube is a safe space, bro. That's it. That's why I would love to talk to them. I would love for them to fix this. We don't have to make it a big deal. We don't have to have a fucking uprising, but I do want something fair. You know what I'm saying? For everybody. And it'll help people. And it's objectively good and beneficial. And clearly we are being targeted. You know what I'm saying? So once it's a safe space, I would love to return everything back to the community. No paywall, no nothing. And, let it flow, baby. And I truly hope you all get law terms, everything. But until then, until YouTube is a safe space, I'm not running. I'm not going anywhere else, but I want that changed. And you could help me. So let's get it. And watch, I'm going to say I told you so when we do it, too. So God willing, though. God willing. Amen. But the day's almost over, guys. You only got 15 minutes, so we didn't go nowhere. Long road to nowhere, bro. So, yeah, we'll see. Start your own streaming platform. Why? You guys have a lot of good ideas, but y'all haven't. I had an idea the other day. You want me to share it with you? But it's okay. You guys know I'm crazy, right? After all of these years, you've realized there is a level of cuckoo, right? Which is God is good, baby. Amen. I believe. And I hope you believe. Because you know what the other idea, what thought came into my head? It was like, you could do this, you could do that. What if we do this? What if we do that? What if we do this? What if we do that? Right? All these ideas. And then it came to me. And I was like, why not just one of these Chads becomes a billionaire? And I think one of y'all is just going to buy out Google one day. Yeah, but I'm on a different track with my mind right now. I don't know if y'all feel me, but that's what I believe. You see, I think y'all thinking too small. You know that? Y'all wake the fuck up. Y'all just think bigger. Scatter the seeds, brother. What are you saying? The living God. What are you talking? Throw it around. Why are you thinking so small? I'm thinking bigger. That's what I thought the other day. I was like, man, one of them gonna buy it. They're gonna buy me a house. I say, watch. The world is changing. There is opportunity. You will secure it. My brothers, you are at the ground floor of the world genuinely shifting right now. Everything from geopolitics to technological advancements, okay? So this is not the time to think small. This is not the time to fuck around. So yeah, I'm just saying, I believe I am thinking completely different. I don't know. It's just bigger, and I'm in love though, and I hope, and I'm excited, and it's a good thing, and I think there could be great things, and yeah. So amen, baby. But keep doing, and you gotta work. That don't come easy. You gotta work hard, bro. You gotta work hard. You gotta lock in, and that's why I just focus every day on a job well done. Woo! I've been saying someone's gonna buy me a house for 7 years. It still hasn't happened. Amen, bro. That's it. Your doubt, push it down. We need you here. You're gonna have to witness it. You better stick around for it. You guys usually leave right when it happens. You know what I'm saying? Or you gonna get hella quiet. So, amen. God willing, brother. God willing. Let's see. Let me give you a little one. Can I just tell you guys this? Like I'm saying, my mind, and I already gave you some metaphysics, dog. Okay? Eternity. You know I believe in eternity, right? Yeah, there's no time or season in eternity, brother. There's only constant and consistent. What? So how many years? What are you talking about? I'll do 7, 14, 21, 28, all constant, consistent. Doesn't matter the time. It matters what you're doing. Oh, Chad! So I hope you end your day in beauty, okay? Amen? Amen. Y'all finish your day out good, bro. Wow. Amen. Hey, we ain't going nowhere, bro. That's why. So I'm glad to rant and yell and make noise. But yeah, we ain't going. Nothing's happening, bro. But amen. Amen. Mini philo, bro. That's it. I'm gonna go to the gym today. I gotta work out after this. I hope I don't get balled up though. That was crazy, bro. Put coin on 10-minute rigged. God, show me the way because the devil tried to break me down. Alright, I think Stream Alerts is working again. That was annoying. There's a couple of other headlines. I just re-alerted this circle shit. Because, yeah, I got at it. Dude, that was a 2,000%er. Every 20 bucks turned into 400. Oh, dude, the market's closed tomorrow. Fuck. I keep forgetting. Oh, I see it. We should have a push-up Friday competition. Ooh, I like it. I'm down. $1 for every push-up. Yeah, why not $2? Why don't we do 1v1 push-ups? Google dumping. So I don't know if this could be 10-minute rigged. We could do 1v1 push-ups. We'll go by weight class. You go on Zoom, and then you have a push-up competition against the Chad. The winner gets $2 a push-up. So you have to beat the other guy. You have to do more push-ups than the other guy. But then you have to win, and then you get paid out on your win. Look at that. That's kind of a good idea. I like it. I like it. All this fucking steroid chads are so hyped right now. They're like, oh, fuck trivia, Josh. I could do that. Yeah, let's go. I got you. Yeah, this is all 10-minute rigged, bro. Visa's dumping. That was from earlier. Google's having a crazy one, but I do think this is the 10-minute rigged. Powell to testify before Senate, June 25th. So next Wednesday, we have Powell. Someone walk by you carrying Little Caesars, you have to say pizza, pizza. Hey, at least it was the right company, you know? So that was, I don't want to make that mistake again. Microsoft prepared to walk away from high stakes OpenAI talks. So I think OpenAI is diluting them. Remember we heard that earlier and they said like based on like the price, OpenAI is like fucking with Microsoft. Yeah, and but again, 10-minute rigged right now. It's causing a bunch of weird moves. So figure it out and finalize, brethren. Figure it out and finalize. Paid out on total push-ups. So you have to win to get the money. But yeah, so then if you do 100 push-ups, you'll get $200. I'm kind of down. But then again, why would I give y'all money after y'all just fucking bullied me? You know, remember last time, y'all were being chill. I gave away like fucking $5,000 in like 2 weeks. And then, no, now you guys want to get mad at. So now I'm going to buy a McLaren. I'm going to buy a Azamet. So can y'all write a letter to the White House then? And then I'll give you a bunch of money for being healthy? What? The fuck? It's crazy. Fucking America, dude. You know, America. Crazy. Who throws mud at an angel? Well, listen, if anything, I'm still like an angel in training. Because, like, I've read the manual and I get it. I'm like, okay, love your neighbors, love your enemies, forgive them. I get that, but I still be talking back to the customers and shit. It feel like fast food, bro, and they rude as hell. And I still need to learn that. I haven't gone through that training part yet because I still be talking back to them. I'm like, well, what the fuck? I'm like, I forgive, you forgive me, I repent, but like, damn, bro. I'll be like, Lord, how did you handle these people? My goodness, this is hard. This is very, you know, the evil world. They all be running their mouths, and I got one too. So, but no, you got forgive, love your enemies, love your neighbor, okay? Just go back to the man. I get the instructions. I understand. I just you gotta work on the talking back one, man. That's it. Yeah, that Microsoft stuff's hitting. So again, 10-minute rig, you got Google, Microsoft, and then there was one more, but yeah, we'll see. Microsoft would rely on its existing commercial contract to retain access to the tech until 2030. Interesting. I don't know if Google's tied to that. Google was already dumping. That just looks like 10-minute rig, but now it's down a lot. All right, bro, you only got 5 minutes. Top DNC have discussed whether they might need to borrow this year to keep paying the bills. All right. Well, wrap it up. Remember I was telling y'all this, and now Amazon on the low. So big tech is dumping, but then a couple are going. Now Microsoft's on the high. Yeah, bro, 10-minute rig just hates you. Welcome to summer, boys. So yeah, equal weight, everything's green still. SPY is at break even. Dow, like I told you, that low from the other day, I'm curious about it. But other than that, bro, take it into the holiday. Tomorrow is closed, but Europe is not. So you're still going to hear headlines and shit. So keep that all in mind, brethren. All in mind. Okay. Advanced. I have a lot. I use high and low ticker, but I have a lot of other stuff on the back end. I'm wired into the exchanges, so I have a different set of. It's expensive, but that's where I could get some other data. But other than that, though, you have to get it upon request. But you could see the high and low here. That's just showing you. And then again, you could usually get a vibe. The high-low ticker is very powerful. Again, with enough experience, if you could read and kind of like glance and know what these companies are, it's telling you about industries. It's telling you about everything else. No, not a Bloomberg terminal. I'm banned from Bloomberg. So I used to have a Bloomberg terminal, and then they got mad at me, and then they banned me. So I can't even buy a Bloomberg terminal if I wanted to. They will not take my $60,000 a year. $36,000 plus add-ons. User description. Options for consumers. Financial advisor. Have a wonderful day. What? I don't know. Only E-Trade. I've only seen E-Trade my whole life. They're the only ones with like a legit high-low. It's crazy. Fuck yeah, I stole the keyboard. Hell yeah. Because y'all wouldn't believe me. If I was like, Bloomberg banned me, all you little small-minded, yeah, why would you do it to ban the membership? Why would they care? And I'm like, dude, yeah, okay, fine, okay. So yeah, I took the keyboard as a trophy.
be bored tomorrow. Well, let's see. I don't know. If I go somewhere, I could stream. I don't know. Where should we go? I don't want to go somewhere, but I want to go somewhere. But if I don't make a decision, I'm just going to stay home. So that's it. I'm telling you, I've been getting a good tan. I've been laying outside, bro. Oh, shit. You only got 2 minutes. What are they going to do? Ban you? Take Swiss to Disneyland? That sounds terrible. I want to be in fucking Disneyland traffic. The family flip house? Oh, was it in Ontario or Santa Barbara? Because I'm down to pull up to Santa Barbara. And then that way, we could see all the chats. Let me see. Let me see what's available. What kind of McLaren? I'll never buy a McLaren, dude. I just say that. Fuck a McLaren. I hate McLarens. Don't ever, listen, and all of you who are going to make a lot of money, do not buy a McLaren your first car, okay? That's how I know you didn't pay taxes yet. Okay, 100%. He does not have a tax strategy. I can almost guarantee it, bro. I can almost guarantee. And then, let me tell you this. If you go and get a McLaren, don't lease it. Because McLarens, if you don't drive them, they break. It's terrible, bro. So anybody I know who lets their McLaren sit, it gets fried. It just gets fried. You have to put 50,000 miles on it if you want that shit to work and not be in the shop. No, you just have to drive it. You can't let it sit. It's actually crazy. It's insanity. And then the McLaren GT, that is the cheapest, like, next-gen vehicle you could buy right now because nobody wants it because it's a touring car from McLaren. It's really interesting. But other than that, no, yeah, I'm not going to buy a McLaren. Azamet. Oh, I didn't get a 1 minute. Well, Chad, that is the day. Goodbye. Circle is still going. That's insanity. Maybe I should have held the shitty ones, but I'm happy with 2,000%. You know, but Chad, I love you. What a wonderful day. I hope you learned a lot. I think today was cool, bro. I've never got a projection or that early. And then even the little oil shit, and then nothing has really changed. So, man, enjoy the day off tomorrow. I enjoyed my time with you guys, especially in freedom and love. You know what I'm saying? Because when you're free, you could actually love. And I love you all, bro. So I hope y'all enjoy everything. Philo, pledge, whatever it may be, bro. And let's do it. And you know what, man? Y'all need to start thinking bigger, baby. But God bless you all. Enjoy. But yeah, if you got today's message, it was for you because it's going to go... You gotta burn it after you consume it, bro. That's it. So yeah, I love you all. Go right to the White House. Go right to YouTube, man, because all the videos on this channel are gone. Because if I keep it up, I can't freely love you all. You see what I'm saying? I can't be my authentic self and love you all how I want to without fucking Houthis attacking me on fucking YouTube Yemen. What the fuck is this? So, I love you all, Chad. You know that? I love you, bro. And live in love and get a fucking long term and let's go. Think big. You did not get put here for no reason. Oh, I hope they feel me. Nah, you think I'm just saying it, bro? I mean, nah, stop it. I hope you feel it, bro. What are you saying? Look around. Look around. Open your eyes. Get from this lull. Why are you so comfortable with thinking small? You know what I'm saying, bro? The fuck? Why'd you get into the stock market? Oh, thank you. Always. Thank you, man. Oh, y'all, I'm telling you, love, bro. And I appreciate y'all. And y'all showed up in so many ways. So thank you, man. And some of y'all... God bless you, bro. No one even had to tell you. I ain't even had to, you know, man. I appreciate y'all, bro. So that's what I'm saying, bro. I'm glad And it feels good to know they can't hold shit over your head. So I love you all, bro. Even if you're not a member, I really hope you take this and let's make it real, bro. You have a good opportunity and it's time to lock in. And that saving in long terms, that's what's going to pave the way. So, don't try to get all the other steps without step one. Save in value and secure your future. Oh. So, amen, bro. Amen. On that note, Chad, I'll give you some uncle.
Au revoir, sayonara, I gotta go, I'm going hard, I'm flipping contracts, going long, I teach you better in the song. Bitch, you wasn't with me in the booth, watch me flip the news, they was quick to quit when they thought we lose, but I follow rules, know the golden how it moves, know what one turn to a two, for the oompa loompa doos. All I do is dance, but it's feeling like I'm the old bitch, it's been a long time coming, hope the haters see the shit, oh my god, mess with me, that's who you dealing with, oh why I love it, my whole team some greedy geniuses. All I do is dance, but it's feeling like I'm the old bitch. Been a long time coming, hope the haters see the shit. Oh my god, mess with me, that's who you dealing with. Oh, why I love it, my whole team some greedy geniuses. All I do is dance, but it's feeling like I'm the old bitch. Been a long time coming, hope the haters see the shit.
Bro, I just shaking my head the whole time.
I love it, my whole team some greedy geniuses. All I do is dance, but it's feeling like I'm the old bitch. Been a long time coming, hope the haters see the shit. Oh my god, mess with me, that's who you dealing with. Oh, why I love it, my whole team some greedy geniuses.
Seismic. Wow. Chadadonia. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you to the veterans. And that's it, baby. That's it. Another one in the books. Welcome to summer. The Fed said, not my job. A little bit of both. We're going to pigeon into the summer. So, Chad, God bless you all, man. I hope you enjoyed today. I hope you have a good day today and tomorrow, man. Enjoy the day off. And it is for a holiday, so, always remember that, even though it's a new one. But enjoy your time. Get ready. We still got Friday. And then that's it, baby. We ready to go. We ready to go. And before you know it, you got another long-term deposit, bro. You know that June. That's it. You got one more week in June after this, bro. This not. So God bless you, bro. Thank you for your time. I don't know, man. Don't forget about the catfish. It keep you fresh, bro. And thank you to all the catfish, bro. For real. Amen, bro. Hey, who's do you know the Father? The time is, there's no finish line. Eternity is constant, consistent. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh, yeah, Chad. Amen, bro. No, thank you. Thank you for y'all receiving, bro. You know that? Especially, like, some of you young guys. But even then, bro, I see old guys who be, like, trying to act like they, like, 12. But, bro, thank you for receiving. Because I don't know. If I, like, encountered, like, this current time frame when we first started, I'd be like, nah, fuck that. I'm out, dog. People crazy, bro. But it's good. It's good to grow. It's good to grow. Good to watch people grow. All of it, baby. So I love you all. And let's go. We ain't even done. I don't even know where we're at. I just know it's constant, though. So God bless you all, baby. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory and the grace of God alone, baby. Every day. You know that, all right? No, for real, though. Amen, baby. I'll see you on the next one. So peace out, and yeah, spread the word. You'll know why, but I'm glad you guys got to hear this while you hear it. It was meant to be, baby. Amen. Meant to be. But that is all I have. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter if you if I'm going to go live or something tomorrow. I don't know if YouTube will let you know, so it's a surprise. Isn't that exciting? Oh, they don't feel me. So, Chad, enjoy your evening. Burn after reading and peace. What do you mean burn after reading? What do you mean burning? I mean, yeah, but you smoking a little pot? Yeah, I just smoked some fucking crack. That's what Hunter does. What the fuck are you saying? I don't know. Jerome Powell, fucking, I got Jerome to do whatever the fuck I want. Yeah, so shut up, fucking. Put it with the Belmo name. Better stand on it. I stand. You can't clock that I'm standing on business? Huh? What are you not? I'm fucking Joe Biden. You can't clock I'm standing on business right now. Fuck you. Joe, I think he's losing it. I tell you, every time I hear, I can't believe him. Otto Cuckoo is going a little crazy. But I think he's sick. We'll be nice to him. I know. It's sad. They hid that from everybody. They knew, though. They knew. I know. What news network? CNN. Oh, sucky network. That's terrible. Terrible. Go take notes. You see Charlie? Charlie. I like Charlie. That's a Pulitzer. Wow. Anyways, enjoy your holiday. I tried to make my birthday a holiday. They didn't like that. But I guess we'll take this one. So thank you, and have a good night, good evening. Bye. Burn it. That's it. It's gone. Exactly. That seems very discriminatory, but still. Either way, for the safety of the community, this is going to be gone. So see you later, and I'll reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.